Oh boy, it's time. It is time. Hello and welcome. How's it going, Raven? Guess what? We have Project Moto Racing. We are about to play and video game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. Time to see if this mess is worth our time or nah. Here we go. Are we ready? It's that stream where I take a huge gamble. It is time. It is time. It is time. I don't know what to expect. Let's just find out for ourselves, shall we? Let's just find out for ourselves. Welcome Narab, welcome Draven. I've got everything all set up, fine and dandy. Everything's working good. As of now, I'm just gonna slap on a default sort of how you can say uh Simpro Simagic preset. I'm just gonna go for that, and then we kind of just figure it out from there. You know what I'm feeling? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. Thing is, I'm gonna have a timer. I'm gonna have a timer, right? I'm gonna have a timer here. Let me just set the timer real quick. I'm gonna set it for an hour and 50 minutes. I don't want to cut it too close, right? An hour 50 minutes. I'm gonna. There we go. Give it some nice high volume there. There we go. I have an alarm set for an hour and 50 minutes from now. So when we start the game, I'm gonna start the timer, start the clock, and I'm just gonna let the timer run. If within an hour and 50 minutes I am not impressed, we're gonna boot out of the game and I'm gonna issue a refund, right? Because times are trying. Times are trying. This is not the time to be spending so much money on a new video game that isn't promising in any way. So I don't want that to kind of hinder us or hold us back. Yeah. So we're gonna put that. I'm just gonna put an arbitrary level for most of this, right? So this is basically the game's default setting, and we're just gonna kind of allow it to be reduced from there onwards. We're gonna work our way. We're gonna work our way backwards, right? Let's see what we can do. So this is gonna be the. I'm basically creating a PMR tune for the Simagic base from scratch. Anyway, yeah, big stream tonight. As the title says, I am holding myself up to a bigger standard. I am holding this game up to a bigger standard. I am going to put everything I've seen online aside, and I'm going to jump into this purely objective. I'm going to jump into this purely as if I've never seen this for the first time. And y'all know how I am. I've played games for a very long time. I've played Sims for a very long time. I know what works, I know what doesn't. I also know certain elements of UI UX. I have a bit of experience in that. And heck, I've played video games. I know what a good video game feels like. I know what a bad video game feels like. I know what a good sim feels like. I know what a bad sim feels like. That being said, I think it's very important. I just want to make this very, very clear. I have not raced in real life, apart from the occasional go kart. I have not raced in real life. I've not driven any of these cars in real life. I have no idea what they feel like. So when I'm here talking about, oh, this doesn't feel like this or that. Bear in mind, I know nothing. I am coming purely from a place that I've possibly experienced something that moderately feels like what I would expect the real thing to feel like. But again, I have no clue. I have no clue. The only thing I've driven in real life is I've driven my daily driver, my Proton Iris. I've driven my mum's car. I've driven a few go karts here and there. The fastest car I've ever driven was like probably, I don't know. What is the fastest car I've driven? Probably I have no idea. What is the fastest car I've driven? A Toyota Camry. That's the fastest car I've ever driven. period. I've not driven anything faster than that, right? So keep that in mind. I was going to put some disclaimers in here. So that's what you can expect from tonight. We don't have time, right? Again, we will see. We will see. 2 hours is just the vetting process, right? If within 2 hours it doesn't impress me, within an hour and 50 minutes, I've set a timer here. If within an hour, 50 minutes, it does not impress me, we're going to kind of pause it there. We're going to quit the game. We're going to kind of discuss what we found so far, what we've discovered, and see and decide if it's worth keeping, if it's worth diving more time, spending more time in it, investing in it, or if I should just get a refund. Because this ain't cheap. This is a $70 game. $60 for the base edition, $70 for the full edition with the 1 year season pass. It is not cheap. And I just want to see if it's worth it. If it's worth it, if it walks the walk, talks the talk, if it does what it says it was going to do, if it achieves what it says it's going to achieve. Let's find out. So here we are, a very, very rare stream. I almost never do a stream like this. I mean, the first only ever stream I've done was AC Rally. I've only ever played that game at launch. Interesting to say, I'm cautiously optimistic, but also excited. Let's click play. I'm going to hit the start button. Let's go. Launching executable. We're jumping in. We are jumping in, baby. Let's go. It is Project Moto Racing time. In case you're wondering what I'm running, this is what I'm running so far. Full 12 meters. As you can tell, I've turned everything off. So we're gonna adjust this as we go. And I really want to try to get this all out of the window as quickly as possible. Right? I want to kind of quickly just fill something that works, something that feels sort of nice right off the bat, because I want to spend as much time actually experiencing the game, right? Actually trying to have fun, trying to see what the game is, if it's appealing, if it's good, if it's not. Let's see what we got here. Streamline experience, you'll have the ability to map your main driving controls. All right. Immediately, I don't know what I'm looking at here. My cursor is all the way here, but that thing is just kind of doing its own thing. I have no idea why it's doing that. I did nothing. I pressed nothing and it just did the thing. Okay. Basic setup complete. Cockpit preferences, driver profile. Okay. Also, I'm noticing the... Yeah, okay. It is just... It's just selecting things by itself. I don't know why it's doing that. I have no idea what's happening here. Display settings, 1440p. That is very weird. That is very weird. So it looks like the game needs a restart. I don't know what's up with the controls. I think it the first time it boots up, it does boot up in 1080p mode. So I just had to... Clock sticking, I tell you. Okay, there we go. We're in full screen. By default, the game puts it up to ultra. The graphics are in ultra preset. That is interesting, to say the least. Okay, I have no idea why that is moving by itself. My hands are free. My hands are free. I don't know why the menu is moving on its own. I can still kind of point toward the icons by themselves. I can point to like the options there. It does kind of work. Disconnect keyboard. If I turn it off, nope. I don't know what's causing it. Is it the wheel? Let me turn off the wheel. Okay, so it is the wheel. It's the wheel. It's the wheel. I don't know what's wrong with my Simagic wheel. Okay, there we go. So what do we got here? VSync menu, frame rate limit, frame rate off, VSync off, windowed borderless. Okay, graphic settings, hardware profile recommended. Quality ultra custom recommended. Okay, so this is what it recommends me to do. Immediately you can see the background there. There's a lot of shadows in performance mode. It's medium. Balanced, you got balance, you got quality, you've got ultra. Ultra kind of looks good. I kind of just want to try what ultra looks like. Ultra or sort of quality. I think quality looks nice. Ultra looks nice. Quality looks good as well. Screen space reflection, screen space shadows. I'm not sure. Okay, this is very weird what's happening here. Depth of field off, cloud shadows off. Turn it on. Texture resolution, anisotropic filtering, lens flare quality. Don't want lens flare shadow quality. Ultra shadow distance. Shadow map filtering. Field of view 61 degrees. Temporal anti-aliasing. FSR3 off. Temporal DLAA FSR3. Temporal it is then. Volume, all this is good. UI, player, component car, voice volume, music volume. Music is okay. Music is banging, but authentic, auto clutch, force on, auto blip, trailing throttle. Authentic. I don't know what that is. Downshift protection. Authentic. Transmission. Manual. Pit limiter. Authentic. Pit box indicator on. Auto blip. I'll put that on. Auto cut. Auto cut. I'm not sure what that is. Auto clutch. I'm not sure what most of these are. Now, input device settings. I'm going to turn my wheel back on. Am I going to get the same issue? Yep. Okay, I don't know what it is in the Simagic software, but apparently when I connect the wheel, when I turn on the wheel, it just starts going haywire. I'm not sure why that is. None of the buttons are on or operating right now. Nothing is bound. I don't know what's happening. It's just going crazy. What I gotta do now is I think I have to quickly go to control bindings. We got mouse and keyboard. You got the gear shifter, you got the pedals. Okay, let me go to the pedals. Let's get the essentials up first. Accelerate. Okay. Brake. Clutch. Okay, so we got throttle, brake, and clutch. What else do we got? Sim pedals. Simagic Alpha Evo. Steer right. Okay, we've got the X-axis there. Gear up. Gear down. This is not, why does it say downshift here? I don't know. Camera shift, look back. Gear select one. Hang on, that's wrong. Pit limiter, yes, that's the pit. As for the wiper, as for the lights. ABS plus, ABS minus. TC plus, TC minus. Brake balance plus, brake balance minus. Deploy plus, deploy minus. Regen plus, regen minus. We don't need that for the FFB. Digidash. Okay. Look left. Look right. Okay, hang on. The control bindings have kind of calmed down a little bit. It's not moving on its own right now. What FFB? Well, I guess we'll find out. Digitas cycle next. I have no idea what any of this is. I'm just gonna assume. Okay, I think it's like an MFD, right? Cycle next, cycle previous, next setting, previous setting, cycle next value, cycle previous value, delta cycle, display cycle. I have no idea what any of this does. Menu activate, menu accept. I have no idea. No idea what any of this does, right? Okay, what else do we got next? We got the handbrake. Handbrake, let me just assign handbrake to that. Yoink. Okay. It does configure it. Gear shifter, there we go. First gear. First gear. Second gear. Third gear. Fourth gear. Fifth gear. Sixth gear. Seventh gear. Eighth gear. Right, that's everything set up. Input device settings. Save and exit. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. Global force feedback gain. 65%. Low force to boost nothing. Brake feel boost. Huh. Smoothing. 5. Force feedback headroom. What on earth is this? What is headroom? Haptic? What is all this? Global force feedback gain. Steering pad lock scale. Steering wheel. Steering. What is all this? Steering pad lock scale. I am not going to pretend I understand what any of this does. I'm not going to pretend I understand what any of this does. I'm going to leave all these as default. I'm not going to pretend. Basic line off. Auto clutch off. Force on. Pit limiter authentic. All this is fine, I guess. Metric system for everything. What is UDP? No clue. No clue what any of this is. Power units, metric. I have no idea what any of this does. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay, game is still a little busted there. Let me go to control bindings real quick. Okay, maybe I just need to assign something in here, right? Menu up, menu down, menu right, menu left. Menu accept. Menu activate. How do I unbind it? Menu activate. Okay, I don't know what does what here. Menu back. I'm realizing there's no like ignition or starter or anything like that, which is a little weird. I'm just gonna go connect my clutch pedals for that. Okay, I can. Clutch pedals aren't working. Clutch pedals are not working right now. Display cycle. I guess since I have a spare knob, TC toggle, ABS toggle, pit limiter toggle. Yeah, there's no other sort of proper function. Okay, why does gear up say downshift rather than the actual button itself? Why is that just not downshift? This is not a downshift. Why when I press up, when I'm pressing my upshift pedal, it's going downshift. I don't know why. Anyway, I have a spare knob on the wheel. I'm gonna put it to FFB just so I can kind of fill with it on the fly, I guess. I'm gonna save it. We're gonna go back. I have no idea if this is gonna work at all. I'm realizing the graphics look janky already on their own. Graphics looks very janky. This is ultra. This is quality. I'm gonna stick with quality. We're gonna stick with quality. We're gonna leave everything as is. What did I turn off? What did I turn on here? 16 times anisotropic filtering, shadow map filtering, temporal anti-aliasing. All that is all good, all fine. No depth of field. Okay. There we go. It kind of looks decent in the menu here. Works Blue, welcome in. We are using the Simagic Alpha Evo. It's been a little jank, I will admit. So now if I wanted to go back, do I have to press this? Or if I press that? Okay. Okay. Okay, so correct then. Okay. Time to hop in then. Time to hop in. What we got in DLC? GTE Decade Pack. We got that. Just tells you what's in there. Downloads, updates, installed, category, vehicles, Praga Bohema. This is already a mod. Look at that. So this car doesn't exist, does it not? Install. Oh, look at that. Packages. Wait, have I not installed these yet? Huh, strange. Downloads, Praga Bohema. So I should already have these in. There's nothing on installed here. Okay, I'm not gonna understand what any of this does. Driver profile, what we got here? That's me. Edit my info. Ooh, I can change my suit color. I saw pink. Where is it? Where's pink? Is there really no pink? Oh, come on, game. Where's pink? Your boy just wanted pink. Secondary color. Do they got pink? Oh, that's unfortunate. Orange looks nice. Suit highlight color. Oh, that looks sick. Like that. Okay, that's all you can do. Save, replays, stats, general. Okay, just distance, what you've driven, what you've done. Okay, basically just stuff you've done. Just like borderline, pointless statistics in there. Nothing interesting. Okay, so far, the menu UI looks nice. I like the font. I don't know what's that whole issue with the menu navigating by itself. That was very weird. Let's just drive. What's in challenges? What's this stuff? Endurance Hall, factory driver. Ooh, yeah, okay. This is overwhelming. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's get out of this real quick. Let's just jump into single player. We got race weekend. We got career. We will explore the career mode later. So this is, I think, just a normal race weekend, right? So we got similar vein to LMU. You have to choose between practice, qualifying, and a race. So let's just disable qualifying. We don't want to do qualifying or race. Let's just have a practice session. Let's set it for an hour. Heavily rubber damage on tire pre-warm off. Let's have it off. We got Aston Martin. All right. What car shall we drive for the very first time in Project Motor Racing? They look nice on this little garage that I have here. They look nice. I can't zoom in. I can't rotate the car to look around it. That is a bit awkward. But it looks nice. It looks decent enough, I suppose. Got the Audi. You've got the BMW. Textures are taking a while to load. My trusty AMG. My trusty AMG. How about we give good old AMG a go, shall we? There is a lot of cars in here, though. Mustang, got Corvette. I think the AMG GT3 is going to be a good place to start because this is a car that I have a lot of experience with. Oh, you can set up the camera right here, right away. Okay, that's neat. Okay, keep all of this on. HUD layout. Okay, I'm going to leave it at the default. For now, I'm not gonna adjust anything. Oh, that is good. That is good. You got quite a lot of customization options here. Field of view. Okay, interesting. This is not set up to the natural FOV that I have right now, but that's okay. Raise lower. That's just the driver height. Left or right, that just pans it left or right. Forward and back, that just does what? Forward and back. Now I don't know if this is done on a car per car basis or if it's a general basis. World motion, vehicle motion, G-force sensitive movement, speed sensitive shake. I'm gonna turn this off. Steering look, I'm gonna minimize this as much as possible. 15 should be decent. Vehicle motion. Put it sort of midway. I don't know what world motion is. That looks weird. Okay, save that. I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna take the Mercedes AMG, and we've got quite a lot of tracks as well. We've got Monza, Mosport, Spa, Donington, Kyalami, Lexington. What is Lexington again? Is it Mid-Ohio? Yeah. Lime Rock, Bathurst. Ooh, I think the Nordschleife is a good place to start, you know? The Nordschleife is a good place to start, yeah? I mean, it is one of the tracks of all time. Let's just give it a go. We don't need any opponents, I reckon. I can just disable the cars. Yep, okay, I can disable it entirely. So it's going to be a private session, I reckon. Yeah, opponent 0. Class GT3 session. We can change the weather. We can change what season we want it to be. Let's go springtime. Weather type, average, random, rainfall, light rain, cold, hot. Weather deviation, off, time progression times 1. All that is good. Click race. So far in the menu, if you look at the top left there, we're getting a decent amount of FPS, 143. So again, there is nothing here, right? We've turned everything off right now. I think it's good if I maybe decrease it a little bit. Yeah. So 50, wheel rotation 50 on the software is linear. That's what it means to be linear. I'm going to give it 15% damper, 15% friction as a baseline, no inertia, no slew rate, no feedback detail for now. Everything else is default for in-game. All right. Bit of friction there. Immediately, we're getting 50 FPS here in this sort of cinematic cutscene here. And I gotta say, it doesn't look like what I'd expected to look. The only thing that kind of looks good here is the grass. The grass looks good, really good, but I'm not sure that matters. Yeah, I'm not sure we need these folks on the side here. Yeah, I'm not sure the confetti graphics are adding a lot to the immersion, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure the confetti is really doing us any justice here. We don't need that. You know how in iRacing we turn this off deliberately so it gives us more performance? I'm not going to touch setup just yet. We're just going to jump in and see what it's like. So we can only do next. What's next? Oh, next just ends the session. Oh, drive is all the way down here. That is weird. It's weird that they put the drive button down there and not at the very top. Okay. Counterintuitive. Okay, I am surprised. My car is rolling back. I gotta hold the brake. I'm getting 100 FPS. That is decent. Okay. Again, do y'all look at the right side? Look at the right side. You see that confetti flying there? We don't need that. We don't need the confetti. Also, oh my god, what is this camera movement? It's like I have this padding here. I'm like looking around it. That is weird. That is so weird. Am I looking through the seat? What's that line? And the animation too. Imagine I'm like close quarter fighting and I'm like, oh, there's like a half a second delay. I like the realistic mirror rendering. I think that is pretty decent. I wish I could use the actual mirror though, because it has like the real projection. My rear view mirror is on the right side. Why? Why? Why is my rear view mirror on the right side? That is so weird. The steering angle seems okay. Everything's aligned. No delay, no input delay that I can recognize so far. As of now, you know what? Yeah, look at that. Looks fine. Looks decent. Kivanthropos, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Perfect timing. We're just about to pull up for the first time. So if I let go of the brake, my car just kind of rolls backwards. Or at least it did. The brake lights are not impressive. They really aren't. Also, when I look back, it doesn't show me the car. It just goes back. It's like a rear view bumper cam. Oh, if I look left, however, it rotates the car. Okay, so if I want to actually look back, I have to look left and wait for it to rotate and do a 180. And this is... Now we're looking back. All right, turn the headlights on. Wipers. Wipers work. All that's very cool. Okay, I can wobble the traction control. ABS. ABS doing its thing. Brake bias very far forward. Sound test? Sound test? It's something. It's something. It's got a bit of grunt to it. Also, I do appreciate that it has a input meter on the bottom left there. It is hidden by the... You can kind of see it here. Ooh, this is where I think if we go to cockpit setup, we go to HUD layout, right? Oh, yes, look at that. You can move all the stuff. That is very cool. Very cool. Steve the Book, welcome in, Mr. Book. Can I just drag this and put it right in the middle? There we go. iRacing style. Professional esport driver here. We're going to put the input meter right in the middle. I'm going to chuck the map down there because this is going to be irrelevant. Can I adjust the size of each widget? Enable snap to grid, previous widget, next widget. I don't know what any of this is. I have no idea what any of this is. Doesn't seem at the moment that I can adjust the position of anything. If I press reset, what happens here? Okay, goes back to default. I'm just going to put this input meter in the middle so we can see what we're doing. Chuck the map down lower a little bit. We're going to save it. That's all I need. That's all I want to know. That's all I want to do. Just so y'all can see the inputs while we're driving. Drive the damn car so I can go to bed. Oh, patience, patience, right? Calm your horses. We got 1 hour, 23 minutes to go before I decide we get a refund, all right? We're half an hour in. Here we go. Deadline. Welcome in. Thank you for the BDs. You didn't have to. Car sounds decent. For now, at least. Okay, first gear. Let's go. Speed limiter.
You're clear.
Oh, whoa. You do not turn the steering wheel that much for that corner. Oh, good. Oh. You do not turn the steering wheel that much. Yeah, oh boy, yeah, you do not turn the steering wheel more than 90 degrees. You don't even reach 90 degrees. Yeah, no, you do not turn your wheel 90 degrees going through there after the footplats. It's a slight turn in. You don't turn 90 degrees there. You do not turn 90 degrees for every single corner. Brake behavior so far, it feels like there's no resistance when you hit the ABS. I can immediately tell. Feels like there's some kind of engine limiter that's not letting me rev the engine to its maximum capacity. Oh gosh. Right off the bat, I don't want to compare to anything. The first thing that comes to mind that I can kind of draw a comparison to, just so y'all understand or get a feel for what I'm experiencing. If y'all have played AMS2, Automobilista 2, without really fiddling with the force feedback settings, that's what it kind of feels like. Very floaty. There is force feedback. Although I think I need to make it very clear, when I say there's force feedback, there is feedback, but there isn't the force part, you know? There's feedback, but there's no force. To prove my point, I'm gonna drive one-handed. There's feedback, yeah. I feel the bumps, I feel the curbs, I feel the... Oh yeah, I feel all those surface changes on the road. They all feel great. There's no force. Now, luckily, I have assigned a knob to increase the force feedback. What happens if I turn it up? I am cranking that knob up, but I don't feel any increase in the force feedback. Again, there is feedback, there is no force. There's feedback, but there's no force. Like, I can use two fingers to kind of drive the car, and it just works. Yeah, you don't turn up to 90 degrees for that corner. You don't. Neither there. You just don't. It does kind of work if you just kind of brake within the ABS threshold. Doesn't feel like you can feel when you trigger the ABS. Not that I can tell at least. Oh, so this is completely unrelated, but I hate the fact that the input meters are all monochromatic in that bronze goldish color. I have no idea what is the design reason behind that, why they want to make it monochromatic. I get they want to unify the overall game aesthetic, but I think functionally it doesn't quite serve its purpose. Just make it green and red. Green for throttle, red for brake. No, green for go, red for stop. It's kind of ingrained into the human being brain at this point. You don't have to change that. Because when I'm looking up ahead into the road and I'm trying to see what my inputs are in my peripheral vision down there, because they're all the same color, I can't quite tell if I'm looking at the brake or if I'm looking at the throttle. Oh, yeah. I've turned more than I would think I need to, like that 90 degrees over there. You don't turn. I'm turning more than I need to for nearly every single corner. We are one lap around the Nürburgring, and it seems like my tires are not even within the optimal temperature yet. Also, I don't know if the tire map on the bottom right there, I don't know if that is just desaturated or if my tires are just cold. Usually if it's green, the green should like pop. You see how the rev lights on my dash are like bright green? Yeah, that's the kind of green I'm expecting. Bright green, bright blue. That's how we know. While I don't immediately feel any ABS effect, I do hear the sound of it. I do hear the brakes kind of squealing, which does indicate the calipers are kind of clenching the discs a bit too hard. Something feels very wrong with the steering ratio. The steering ratio as in how sensitive or how much the front wheels are rotating in proportion to the steering wheel movements. Feels like the ratio is not as sensitive as it should be. Look, I'm turning like nearly 90 degrees through there after Flugplatz. You don't do that. It's like 45, 50 degrees at most, even at high speeds. You never go to 90. You never go to 90. Going through here, slowing down properly, going flat out there. Oh yeah, I definitely feel one thing for sure. The engine braking is very harsh. The engine braking is so harsh. And I'm downshifting. I'm gonna go downshift here. Yes, the game does have some kind of downshift protection, but I don't think it's doing its job very well. So again, we're on the second lap of the Nordschleife now. My tire radar still looks pale. The colors look very pale. So I don't know what color I'm looking for to indicate that my tires are within the right temperature. They are so desaturated. I don't know what I'm looking at. I can see the inner, middle, and outer regions of the tires kind of worn out there. Now again, that is a very easy corner to lose control. That happened there, but also my brake bias is 60% to the front. I shouldn't be losing the tail like this that quickly under braking. If anything, it should be stable under braking, and maybe it should be a little slippy on the throttle, but we have pretty high TC as well. Yeah, the TC is cutting in when you get the oversteer under braking, not when you apply the throttle, which is kind of strange. 6 out of what? 6 out of 11. Yeah, that's pretty high. Again, does this follow the AMG rule where the higher the number, the higher the number? In the AMG, it's inverse. The higher the number, the lower the TC. Let's give it a try. So now TC is at 11. 90 degree, yep, we don't do that. Also, I just took a quick peek at the dash. If you notice the dash very, very carefully, it looks like the letters and numbers, all the wording on the dash is not fixed to the dash itself. It's kind of moving in its own space. Yeah, you absolutely do not drift into the carousel. I don't know if it's coming through on the stream, but just pay attention to the dash and tell me if you see what I mean. All the lettering on the dash is kind of moving on its own. Okay, I'm looking at the HUD on the left side. On the right side, I can see that TC indicator blipping every single second. So I think that means this is the maximum level of TC intervention. So I might want to turn it down back to maybe 5. Also, a lot of the curbs, Nürburgring has a lot of high curbs, and I know exactly which ones those are. But it just seems like a lot of the high curbs are higher than they should be. Okay, when you go over crests and compressions, you do feel that force feedback. Finally, there is a bit of force in the feedback, but it's so subtle, and you only really feel a burst of it when you go through a compression zone where the front tires really get loaded up. And you probably might have noticed, if you're paying attention, I'm taking most of the corners in one gear higher than what I normally take them in other sims. That's a bit weird as well. We're coming on the back straight. We've just hit 6 minutes passing the bridge. Yeah, there is some very severe jolting happening with the wheel right now. I'm not sure what that is or why that is. The wheel is just kind of jolting all over the place. Again, no force, only feedback. Alright, we've done a couple laps. That was a 6-minute 42-second round the Nordschleife. Not a perfect lap by any stretch. Our front tires, if you look at that there, 70 degrees Celsius on the left, 79, 70, mid 70s on the rear, 60 on the right side. The inner side, of course, is a bit worn out. Front brakes are a bit warm. Rear brakes are a bit cold. But again, the color palette is just so weird to me. I can't tell. Like, I can tell my front right tire is slightly colder because it's in a bluer tint, a bluer hue. But it all looks so similar. It's like they've decided to go for the turquoise hue rather than distinct blue and green, and up the saturation a little bit. Also, is my car just kind of rolling? It is. My car's just rolling. I am kind of holding the brakes a little bit. Is my car sliding laterally? That's weird. Okay, I'm holding the brakes, but you can kind of see my car still rolling ever so slightly. Okay. So next to the input meter, there is also a steering meter. So when I turn 90 degrees, I'm only getting a quarter of the overall steering range from the car. Is that realistic, or is that just how it is? I'm not sure. Yeah, again, I do not understand the tires. What do we got in the MFD? MFD, okay, I can change that. We got ABS, I can navigate all those individually. Traction control, brake bias, front anti-roll, okay. I can alter the anti-roll. Dash page. Okay, cool. I can also adjust the dashboard as I would prefer. We got the tire compound, auto, none, wet, hard, soft, medium. Okay. We can change the front tire pressure, rear tire pressure. This is for the pit stop, I would assume. Very simple. Tire compound, front pressure, rear pressure. You can't individually adjust each wheel's pressure. It's front and rear, that's it. You can adjust the fuel individually by the liter. That's cool. Damage, none, all, mechanical, aero, all right? And that's the tires as well, same thing. Oh. Okay, anyway. Okay, so if I just kind of stall for too long, it just disqualifies me. Gotcha. Gotcha. Right. How much time do we have? We've got 1 more hour. 1 more hour on the clock before 1 more hour. This game's got 1 more hour to convince me. So far, oh boy, what do I think? What do I think? It is weird. It feels very, very weird. It feels very unnatural. It feels very unnatural. Let's go to the input settings here. Okay, so what do we got here? I have no idea what any of this does. Global force feedback gain, I'm gonna put it maybe 65 is fine. All right, 66 maybe. Low force boost, I'm gonna keep this off to keep it linear. Brake feel boost, that's fine. Increase the smoothing perhaps. Headroom, I have no idea what this is. What is force feedback headroom? It's going in multiples of 10, goes all the way up to 300. I have no idea what this is. By default, it is at 150. I'm going to put it down to 100. Haptic strength. What haptic strength? I don't have any haptics. Maybe I reduce this down to about 25%, a quarter of the way. Got pedal saturation zone. Saturation zone. Saturation zone. What on earth does that mean? Okay, I want to experiment something real quick. Saturation zone. Saturation zone.
Clear of the pits.
Okay, there is a... I think the throttle feels a bit more responsive now. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to increase that saturation zone to 100. I think it just means all of the pedal is reading 100% input. So 100 to 100, that is kind of into scale. Same thing with the clutch as well. Again, I have no idea. There's no real explanation for any of these. Invert clutch pedal 0, dead zone, brake pedal. Also, it says this, what is this slider here? Okay. Oh, okay. You can test it here. You can test it here. So if I put it to 50, what happens there? I don't see a difference. What happens if I put it 100? Yeah, usually a good rule of thumb is I'm going to put 50%, right? That's 50% throttle. I'm holding it there. If I change this value, that throttle pedal input doesn't change. What about 75%? Okay, this just doesn't seem to do anything. What about pedal sensitivity? If I decrease it entirely, again, I don't feel any significant difference there whatsoever. Yeah, it does nothing. There is no discernible difference there. A bit of pedal dead zone is okay, I guess. Same goes for the brakes. Brake pedal saturation. I think this is just kind of calibrating by itself. Because when I press it, right, it just kind of goes into its own number there. Like when I put to 100, Oh, it's not letting me. It's not letting me. Ah, that's weird. It is not letting me adjust this value. Yeah, it's not letting me. If I put brake pedal to 100, right? If I hit the brakes, yeah, it gets it done, but something's off about it. Something feels off about it. The dead zone is still at 2. I don't know why it just auto calibrates that. Very weird. Very weird. I'm just gonna go on a whim and just crank this up to 70, which is dangerous for me because I'm running the 12 Newton meters on the base. Steering pad. What any of this is, I have no clue. Steering pad saturation zone. Again, no idea what any of this is. Steering pad sensitivity. 100. Steering pad lock scale. Also, no idea what any of this is. Is it the opposite lock? Oh, there we go. There is some self-centering force. It's not letting me adjust this slider. It's going back to 50. Yeah. Yeah, this is glitchy. I'm not sure if that's intentional. I'm assuming this top bar here, steering wheel, I don't know what this does. It just does a thing. There's a bit of rolling resistance now. Padlock scale. Let me just put that up to 120. I don't know what this does. Okay, let's keep that. Let's see if there's any difference in this right now. A bit more weight in the steering. Doesn't seem like it has changed anything in the steering department. I'm still turning 90 degrees for corners where I'm not supposed to be turning 90 degrees. Yeah, you're not supposed to be turning 90 degrees there. Okay, but we've kind of quietened down the little noise and the vibration from the wheel. Oh yeah, there is a lot more weight right now, which is a lot better. Again, 90 degrees for that corner makes no sense. No sense at all. Oh, yeah, we get that big slide. What happens if I brake fully? As of now, too soon to say. Even when I hit the brakes at 100%, or if I kind of try to find the ABS threshold, doesn't seem to have any effect. Not that I can tell, at least. Also, the minimap is awful. The minimap is awful. What? Why? What? Look at that. Look. When I rotate, why is it rotating like a PowerPoint slideshow? What is that? Oh, that is horrible. That is awful. Also, is there an option to change this to just like a zoomed out full map? That would be more useful than having a mini map, because you want to see where other cars are with respect to the entire track, so you can kind of plan strategies, see how far they are behind you. This makes no sense. I assume we don't know if there's a radar. That's the thing. We don't know if there's a radar. I don't know if there's going to be a radar. First impressions, it's something. It's something. It's a GPS from the 2000s. Oh, you know what? That is a very good comparison. I'll take it. I'll take it. That, you know what? Yeah. That's about right. That's about right. Where shall we give this a go next? I want to still try this car. I want to try making some changes in the SimMagic software to make it work. I think Sebring is a good place to start. Sebring is a good place as any. Ooh, and the bumps. We get to really check out the bumps. Let's try summer. Can I choose the time, the start time? Let's try about 9 a.m. Okay, so again, there's nothing in here. I think I definitely need to increase a bit of filtering here. Let me put it at 3. Wheel rotation 40. Feedback detail 5. Because there's a lot of feedback already from the game. Definitely need a bit of slew rate. I'm going to start off at 5% to start us off. A bit of inertia, 10%. A bit of friction. And quite a lot of damper at about 25%. And we'll kind of work from here and mess around as needed. This cutscene here, right? Looking at this cutscene, it looks and feels like a mobile game. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say. It just doesn't fit the vibe. It does not fit the vibe. What is this? What is this, you know, aerial camera hovering with the choppy frame rate? I'm sure that the track itself looks promising, right? I can see all the curbs, the markings are all in the right place, sort of. The grass looks decent. The curbs seem to have texture, but the trackside objects leave some room for questioning. There's a lot of it, though. There's a lot of it. Kind of does when you say like that. Yeah. I mean, this doesn't give off the vibe of a serious hardcore simulator. Look at that. It's someone piloting a drone. We've seen how drone footage looks. It's wide angle. It's kind of swooping in around. It's all cool. This doesn't feel like it. It's just weird. Draven said he had to turn up the low force effects to get weight, but it's still doo-doo. Oh boy. Again, I still haven't turned on the low force effects because in my mind, I feel that turning it off gives you the most linear experience. It's just the highest settings. Looks like PS3 graphics. Oof, that is harsh. I mean, yes, looking at it from a distance here, it does look pretty nasty. But once you're in the cockpit, I'm getting that LMU vibe. Again, I don't want to complain, but I'm getting that LMU vibe where it's just enough. It's passable. It's passable. It's clean. It's simple, but it's not overly detailed as, say, iRacing or AMS2 or even ACC. Right? On the flip side, we are doing a solo session and I'm getting 120 FPS pretty decently. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of static vibration as well, I believe, from the engine. Yeah. Let's take this for a spin now. Let's see if my FFB modifications have done anything to improve this.
You're clear.
My traction control is at about half. But it's still kind of sliding all over the place. Okay, yep, I feel that curb. I feel the curb. Again, the force feedback is high. I turned it up to 70% out of the 12 Newton meters that I have. Oh, I missed my braking point. That's my bad. Oh yeah, I can see in the corner of my eye, the way that minimap is rotating just looks horrendous. Ooh, I just thought of a good comparison. And I can make this comparison because I have been playing this particular game for the past couple of weeks quite a bit. Because it was free on PlayStation Plus. EA Sports WRC was free on PS Plus for the month of November. So I have been giving it a fair go. And I've been playing it on controller and it's fun. I like it. I like rallying. But on PS5, the graphics feel like a watered down version of how it is on PC. This kind of feels and looks like that. This feels like it could be looking a lot better, but it isn't, for reasons that I can't really justify. It also looks a bit washed out, watered down, not quite as detailed as it could be. Oh, that's a massive understeer there. So even with the slight force feedback adjustments, there isn't much noticeable difference. The handling has a Forza Motorsport kind of vibe. I have not driven Forza Motorsport enough to compare. What if I increase the smoothing? Yeah. That's the thing too. You don't want too much smoothing. That's the thing. I have no idea what this force feedback headroom thing does. What is this haptic strength? I've no idea. Let me increase this to about 80%. Yeah, we're going in dangerous territory right now. I've no idea what any of this does. I think that's the dangerous part. At least with the software, I have some benchmark with what I'm doing. We have just about 50 minutes to go. Again, I don't want to keep this too high. Let me decrease this a bit more to 30, which is already dangerous. I'll tell you that. Increase the inertia. Increase the friction to 20, increase the damper even more, increase the slew rate. I'm going to keep the detail at 5 because it does feel very crunchy. Feels very crunchy. Also, you asked the graphic settings. This is what we're on right now. This is slightly detuned from Ultra. So good thing my PC can actually handle this. It looks decent. We are running temporal anti-aliasing, no frame gen, no DLSS, none of that, because my card doesn't support FSR3. I also don't like the way FSR looks in general. I think it looks awful. And this way you get to see what the game is supposed to look like, for the most part. Shutter filtering, let me see if I can turn some stuff up, actually. Lens flare, I don't like that, turn it off. Volumetric fog, SSAO, screen space reflections, level of detail, draw distance, depth of field. There we go. So there is a lot of graphics options that you just can't change, like foliage quality, trackside object quality, texture quality. You got texture resolution, right? And also there's just this notchy feeling where even though my wheel is perfectly still, it's kind of just like jumping, jolting left, right on its own. And I'm just kind of resting my hand here. It's kind of doing that on its own, even in the menu and even while I'm driving, which is very, very weird. Now, by default, I noticed this was at 110. So let me turn this up and see if that makes a difference. I already see a difference here. If you look at the distance in the crowds, when I turn this up and turn this down, yeah, I notice a very, very clear difference there. Oh, yeah. Huge difference there. I can double the LOD draw distance up to twice, but that's a bit too much, I think. Object draw distance, level of detail draw distance. That is a lot. That is honestly a lot. So they're kind of plugging in a lot of arbitrary numbers without telling you what the value is. I just don't understand. There's no option to turn down the grass. It's like, I get it, game. You're really proud of the grass. I mean, you have some nice looking grass, but honestly, if I feel like everything has been optimized for the grass and everything else has kind of just been left aside. Oh boy. I cannot say that name, whoever who just followed, but I appreciate it. I hope you're not a bot. And if you're not a bot, I sincerely question the decisions you make in life. That is, you live life on the edge. You live life on the edge. I'll say that. I'm surprised Twitch even allowed a username like that. That's surprising. Welcome in, nevertheless. Wild. A wild stream with some wild people in here. Okay, we made some changes. Let's see how this feels. Oh, yep, there we go. Instant FPS dip. 100 FPS. We've gone down a few FPSs. Yeah, doesn't seem to be any difference when I hit the brakes at 100. Yeah, there's a lot of that snap overstay happening here. I don't know why it does that. Same issue as before, I'm having to turn in a lot more than I'd expect. You're turning in a lot more than you'd expect. So even though I turned up this LOD thing, it still doesn't feel entirely great. The curbs feel alright. I can feel the curbs pretty well. What if I turn down the TC, turn down the ABS, turn down the brake bias a little bit? Oh, there we go. I'm trying to push things here. I'm trying to push it. I did 2 laps of the Nürburgring without spinning, and now I spun on Sunset. Amazing. And I'm gonna hold the wheel as lightly as I can, just so you can kind of see what I'm on about. My comments still remain. There is a lot of feedback, but there's not a lot of force. So you know how you're supposed to not clench the wheel too hard. You're supposed to have light hands. So you're allowing the force feedback to self-center and self-correct the car when you're pushing the limit. Yeah, this just seems to... It seems to go into snap oversteer all the time. Check my timer. We've got 45 minutes to go. We're good. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. Interesting. Interesting. While I was braking and turning there, kind of resisting the trail brake, the FFB loaded up very, very heavily all of a sudden. Ooh. Oh boy, there, yep. Feels very, very unpredictable, this. Very, very unpredictable. Honestly, it might just be the hot rear wheels, but I'm not gonna pass it up just for that. The detail, the feedback does feel quite a bit like LMU in terms of just how much granularity there is in the details. But the force is kind of all over the place. The force doesn't seem consistent, at least at a glance. Oh, they're missing a very, very crucial marker at Sebring turn 1. They're missing the cone. You're missing the ever important cone. A big slide there. Yeah, the lack of TC might be hurting me. Let me increase it by 1 click a little bit. Yeah, again, lots of off throttle oversteer. Now we haven't dabbled in setup work much, so I don't know how much of these issues can be fixed with setup work. I don't know if it's a setup problem or if it's a built-in physics problem with the game itself. Now I will say we've been sliding around a lot. It looks like I'm driving very, very sloppily. It looks like I don't know how to drive, but all the slides that I've been catching it's been me. I don't think the game has been helping me recover these in any way. Again, I also don't know how easy or hard it is to catch a GT3 in real life. Leave it at that. It's hard in any sim. But in this one, it does feel easy. Like there's a lot of range when you go beyond the limit of the tires. And goes without saying, I think perhaps the most crucial thing of all when it comes to force feedback,
Looking good.
you're supposed to feel the peak of the tires. You're supposed to feel the force feedback reaching a peak, the strongest part of the force feedback. I just don't feel that in this. There just doesn't seem to be a peak in the force feedback when you're in the middle of the corner. When you're approaching the maximum rotation point, it's like the FFB is a constant. It doesn't feel stronger, it doesn't feel weaker. It's just the same everywhere, regardless of where I am. Okay, that was a terrible line through there. Definitely can tell the engine braking is very, very harsh. That is definitely a built-in physics problem. Every time I downshift into a slightly lower gear as I'm entering a corner to get that extra bit of rotation like I do on other sims, it just snaps out on you. Even there, keeping it in the same gear and gently trail braking it in. Granted, this is a front engine car, a lot of the weight is on the front. I'm trying to let the front weight kind of pull the car into the corner, but it's still sliding. It's breaking traction way too easily, which I don't think it's supposed to do. Delicate on the trail braking. We're sliding, we're sliding, we're sliding. We lose so much momentum there. Yeah, full braking, but I didn't feel like there's anything resisting, you know? So it feels very, very weird. So to be frank, I don't know what the issue is. We've done a 2:03.6, which is, yeah, you know what? Not bad. Not bad considering GT3. That's roughly average GT3 driver time around Sebring. Oh, the skybox looks very, very washed out too. It's just white. It hurts my eyes. I mean, it looks fine. Just that. It looks fine. It's not breathtaking. Look at this. Look at the loading screen. The loading screen looks like 2 times better than this. I don't know. Shall we try something else? We've only got like a little over 30 minutes to go. Shall we try something else? Let's try good old Spa. Good old Spa. Spa's a good proving ground. Let's try a different kind of car. Ooh. Now, there's a car I can definitely tell you a lot about. It's the Porsche 911. The 911 Cup, to be precise. This looks like the modern version of it, too. Alright, pretty neat. I'm just gonna pick a random one. So, Spa. Hot in the morning at Spa with the Porsche 911 Cup. Look at that, the grass looks great. But like, I feel like they prioritize the grass more than anything, and there is a bit of a compromise, it feels like. Ooh, yep, okay. As for camera movement, let me just reduce this a little bit more. G4 sensitive movement, reduce this a little bit as well. Vehicle motion, reduce this as well to about 25. No idea what the rest of this is. Field of view. Probably have to decrease this a little bit more. So I don't know if there's going to be like a calculator for this, because this doesn't feel like the natural FOV. I know the Porsche Cup, for one, is a pretty narrow. Gotta lower it a little bit, just a little bit, about there. Forward and back. Gotta move it a little bit to the front. Hang on. Yep, there we go. We are phasing through our driver's helmet visor. Like there, those are my ears. That's my helmet visor. That's the seat. That's the back of my head. That's my helmet. So I think they should just remove that entirely. I don't know why that's in the game as it is. It doesn't need to be. Certainly doesn't need to be. Okay, what else do we got here? All right, FOV is decent. I do want to increase the filter a little bit more. Actually, no, decrease the filter, increase slew rate. Decrease the wheel rotation speed down to 20. Yeah, that's how much weight. I'm giving this thing a lot of artificial weight. 20 seems a bit too low, don't you think? Too low, too much friction, too much damper. Feels odd. Centering friction. Usually I like to keep this as it is. There's no sort of like static weight when you're just grinding along. Now again, we're driving solo so far. We're driving solo. I have no issues with the rendering or anything like that as of now. I have no problems. Out of curiosity, I just want to see what happens if I just pop it on ultra. I'm curious. Look at that, 150. On quality, it puts it to 110. What happens if I put it to ultra? What happens? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. What kind of FPS are we going to get if we are on... Oh. Oh, now we have some significant delay. Objects in the distance look quite a lot blurry, but the in-car details look very, very sharp. But yeah, there's a bit of jittering and stuttering all over the place. That doesn't look very appealing. What about from the outside? Quick sound test. Now, I've heard several 911s in my sim racing career. That's going up to 9,000 RPM, it says. I don't think that's... I think the engine note can go a lot higher. Yeah, nah, the engine note can go at least a full octave higher. It sounds very limited. It sounds very limited. Also, I'm not liking the Ultra. Let me just knock it down to quality, and I'm just going to keep it at that. I'm going to keep it at that. All right, let's see if it's okay. Let's see later if it's janky in whatever meaning. We can reduce it if need be. Go spin. 30 more minutes to go.
Hammer down now.
Oh, there we go. Now the engine note is back. There's the engine note I was looking for. Not quite as shouty as I remember. Oh. So again, same problem. Even though I've messed with the force feedback a lot of force, a lot of feedback, not enough force. And I've turned up the force feedback considerably than when we started. This is a rear engine car. You need to be really precise and intent with the trail braking, or else you can't get it to rotate. But again, this thing is just rotating. It's either not rotating or it's rotating too much. Also, hang on, there we go. This doesn't have ABS or traction control. Okay, so this is technically like iRacing's old Porsche Cup. I'm gonna brake really hard into the bus stop and see what happens. As of now, this is the first no ABS, no TC car that we're driving. I want to see what it's like when we lock up the brakes. What can I feel when we lock up? Can I take Blanchimont flat out? Nope. Blanchimont is not flat out. Alright, I just hit full brake pressure. We did not lock up the brakes there. Very weird. Did I break anything? Oh, yep, I did break something. There we go. I do lock up the brakes, but it's not as unforgiving as iRacing. You can kind of lean on the brakes quite a lot. We're gonna do this for science. We're gonna do this for science, okay? Right, there isn't really... You don't feel the compression within the collision physics. I mean, yeah, it looks like there's compression. The car's compressed. Visually, my bumper's torn off. But I didn't feel it. Is that the double OIC? It is, JB. It certainly is. Let's try this again. Go back to the pit. Oh, wrong button.
All clear.
Again, there's no FFP clipping meter, so I can't see if my FFB is set up correctly or not. This car doesn't have ABS, but I can still abuse the brake so much. And it's not very late until the braking phase that you actually feel the tires starting to lock up. And even then, I'm not sure if you actually feel the tires locking up. Yeah. Not sure about that. How much time is left? About 25 minutes left to go. Driving like Steve right there, going off track, eh? To add on to the point, there is feedback but not force. There feels like there's a lot of artificial feedback. Like, I'm feeling things that aren't supposed to be there, or things I've never felt being there on any other sim. Yeah. Car's just sliding all over the place. Lots of unnecessary. I don't even know if I would call it slip angle. It's just sliding. It's just lateral sliding. There we go. The car's just laterally sliding. I'm being very light with the wheel. Look at that. I'm not even gripping the wheel. I'm just steering with my palms. I'm trying to do the thing where I turn until I can't turn anymore. Turn till I hear the limit of the tires. I think the biggest issue with the force feedback right now is with the phrase that I just said. There is feedback, but there is no force. So kind of calling it force feedback is a bit of a lie. It's only half of it. There's feedback, but there's no force. There's no telling when you're on the limit of grip. You feel all the detail, you feel the detail of the road, but you don't feel the front tires. It feels very disconnected.
Now the time to establish your reference point, mate.
There we go, finally, a bit of locking up there. The throttle behavior on this does feel a lot like iRacing's Porsche Cup. You kind of use the throttle to exit the corners a bit, give it that neutral steer. $250, 251, 252. Oh, that was odd. As soon as I hit the off-track patch, it just kind of sent me off there. Again, look at the grass. Grass, great, amazing, right? But does feel quite off. I think I really need to refrain from making any further judgments until I get a proper dialed in force feedback. But right out of the box, I gotta say, there is a lot missing with this. There is a lot missing with this. The damage doesn't look real to me. Big hit, you get a front dent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the steering ratio, same issue as the AMG. The steering ratio just feels very, very off. Like I'm having to turn a lot more than I should. I can't go flat out at Blanchimont, I have to lift a little bit. Even then, it's kind of not smooth. Brake early. Also, hang on. In Spa, the braking point, they're missing that little bridge, that little banner on top. They're missing that whole banner. There should have been wheels off and no driving, yeah. It's a very forgiving damage model, I will say that. There's something very peculiar about the way the cars approach the limit in this game. Not the track limit. There's something very peculiar about how they reach the limit. Feels like you reach the limit too quickly, and when you try to go over it, there we go again. I was normally downshifting there, 6th gear to 3rd gear. When I hit 3rd gear, for some reason, the engine braking just kind of snapped on me instantly, and I had to give it a bit of counter steer. Again, down to third gear, bit of snap oversteer, bit of slide, bit of a slide. You know how usually in games you can hear the tires losing their limit with two distinct sounds. One is the scrub, and the second is the screech. The scrub and the screech. The scrub is when you're turning in, you're approaching the limit, you don't hear anything from the tires. Then you hear a very faint scrub from the tires, like a something like that. I can't really recreate that sound with my mouth, but you get the idea. LMU has a pretty good sensation. Race Room does a pretty good noise. ACC does a fantastic noise of the tires scrubbing. When you're turning in and you feel the tires on the limit and you hear that scrubbing noise. And then there's the screeching. Screeching happens when you go over the limit. Screeching is very famous in iRacing, say. Every time you go over the limit in iRacing, the tires screech instantly. It's like the scrub phase is not present. It's present, but only for a very, very short bit. So in this, there is no scrubbing, there's only screeching. This is the 911 Cup car. This bad boy. The curbs do feel like they have different texture, different amounts of grip. The curbs are a bit slippery, but that depends too. Sometimes it feels okay, sometimes it feels okay. You go off track and you're just dead. There you go. See how I can't even go to third gear? I can't even downshift properly. Or perhaps I just have to get it. There you go. I'm being so gentle, and yet, there you go. It's like that scrub phase of the tires is just non-existent, and it goes immediately from scrub to screech. I'm turning, nothing. I'm turning. Still nothing. I should be hearing at least a bit of a scrub to indicate that I'm on the limit, but I'm getting nothing. Okay, there we go. It goes straight to the screech. Woo! Project Moto drifting now, yeah. Project Moto power slide. The default FFB is very bad. Yep, you can say that again. It doesn't help that the game doesn't really describe what any of the FFB settings does, so you have no idea what you're doing. Yeah, you see, they're missing the crucial banner on the braking zone. You need that banner. That's one of the biggest references for the bus stop at Spa. A 2-minute 25-second, not too bad. But we know just how bad that mid-sector was. There is an FFB guide that was published yesterday. Really? What wheelbases are supported, by the way? Also, welcome in, Fogbound Turtle. Oh, a bit of a moment there. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it doesn't feel right. Also, I'm not supposed to be able to hold 100% brake pressure in a non-ABS Porsche Cup for that long. I'm braking it like it's in a high downforce hypercar. I'm gently trail braking and then big oversteer. That doesn't make any sense. Gently, gently, gently. Oh, yep. There we go, there we go. Ooh! Big old snap. It's too big. It's too big. Ooh, boy. I don't know what to say about that. Seems like you have to be well under the limit for the tires to have a good turn. Exactly. I'm having the same indication as well. You really can't drive on the limit, or you can't really approach the limit. Like the way I drive, my driving style is I like to approach the limit, even if it causes a bit of understeer, even if I'm slower initially. But once I find the limit, then I start pushing. I start, okay, being a bit more aggressive on the brake release, a bit more aggressive on the turn in. I start pushing the minimum speed in the maximum rotation point a little bit more. I start pushing the throttle on the exit a bit more to see how much oversteer I can get, just to kind of push me out to give me the best run on the exit of any given corner. In this, every time I do that, it either snaps on me, and that's been consistent both in this car and the AMG that we tried. We've got 15 minutes to go. It's been consistent. Every time I try to get on the throttle the way I do in other sims to approach the limit, it snaps on me. It's very unforgiving. And I keep snapping under braking. Yeah, I'm snapping under braking a lot. I'm snapping under braking more than I am under throttle. What if I turn off the damper? What if I crank the damper up high? Oh yeah, 45% damper. Let's go. 45. Oh boy. This is crazy. This is crazy. You have to tweak out the noise and boost the signal. That'll help you get the front tire data. How exactly do I do that, my friend? We are running out of time. If you're wondering what we're doing, I set a 2-hour time limit, right? When the timer hits 0, I'm going to turn the game off and we're going to discuss what we found. If the game doesn't convince me enough, I might consider getting a refund on this. So far, it's still questionable. The verdict is still out. In the tire and chassis, you can tweak the FFB for each car. Oh, I see. Where is that? In the setup page? From what I see, I'll be getting a refund and play Race Room or ACC instead. You know what? That's what my heart says. That's what my heart's telling me too. Let's try Zoldy. Zoldy Schmoldy. All right, enough mucking about. Let's try a real man's car. Where is it? Give me a real man car. There we go. Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Nope, not MX-5. Not MX-5. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, my baby. My baby. I like that. I like that a lot. But you're not the one I'm looking for. Panos Esperante. Let's go. From the vehicle setup page. Okay. Okay, you have very little time. This might be the last car we can try. Maybe you can squeeze in one more in there. Skip that. Vehicle setup. Ooh. Lots of stuff here. Suspension. Oh, that hurts my brain more than it does in LMU. Engine, brake bias, leave it as default. Pit, tire and chassis. Yada, 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 yada. Steering, there we go. Steering rack rate, steering stiffness, steering damping, force feedback, strength. Rack feel, alignment boost, load boost, friction, EQ low, mid, high. Again, it's nice that they give you this option instead of within the main menu itself, but I have no idea what any of this does. Lower stiffness and damping to 1. You don't say. Okay. And it's also very questionable why this is within the setup menu and not the overall game FFB setting. That is very, very peculiar. Oh, this is very weird. This is very weird. Hang on. We gotta really quickly adjust this real quick. Field of view, 47-ish. Look down a little bit. Lower the car a little bit. Go backwards a little bit. I guess that's fine. Okay, good, done. Get out. 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 Go. Drive. 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 Ah. That is a small irk. Hang on. Look at this. The back button is on the right, and the confirm button is on the left. Now I go into a menu. Now the back button is on the left, and the save button is on the right. Game design, everyone. Game design. It's not that hard to just standardize your button layouts, man. Come on. All right, there we go. Ooh. Ooh, that is grunty. I like that.
Clear of pit lane.
Ooh. Ooh, that sounds like a car. Ooh, it's got the snap, crackle, pop. I like it. I like it. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down. Calm down, big boy. Calm down. Calm down. Ooh. Okay, there is significantly a lot more weight now compared to before. There are more settings to change, but I ran out of time. What more should I change, do you reckon? Oh, hang on, my wheel. My wheel is broken. My wheel. Wiper check. Wiper works. It still feels floaty, dare I say. Okay, this car also does not have ABS or traction control. Okay, the one thing I want to feel is I want to be able to feel when my tires are on the limit. I want to feel the force feedback at its strongest when I'm on the limit of the tire. That's the most important thing. That's the only detail that will help me, that indicates to me that I am on the limit. And then I have to open up and lighten my hands, ease up on the wheel. Nope. My bad. There are no brake boards. There are no brake boards over there. I was looking at the railing, finding the 100-meter brake board. There was none. There wasn't any. No brake boards there either. There's a little tire wall there. Now this feels nice and heavy. But I don't know if I would call it force or just feedback. There is a lot of feedback still. And the force is strong at times. But I don't know what I would characterize it. Okay, there we go. Finally, got some brake boards here. Okay, you can pump the brakes to save tire lockups. That's pretty good. Settings to change would be going from PMR to ACC. That's the last resort. That's the last resort. Oh boy, there we go. Now, from what a few of y'all have mentioned, I think there might be potential in this. But I can already imagine, because the force feedback is now on a car per car basis in the car setup file. It's not in the general force feedback settings. It's something you have to adjust on the car per car basis individually. Every individual aspect of the force feedback. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That to me feels like a major inconvenience. The only other sim that does that I can recall is AC, the original Assetto Corsa, where if you have CSP, Content Manager, you can adjust each of the individual elements of the force feedback on a car-per-car basis as well. But given the sheer number of cars in this sim, it's going to take an awful long time to know which force feedback settings are going to work for any given car. And then again, Here's a hot take. I don't want to figure that out myself. I want the developers to figure that out. I would expect the developers are the competent person, the subject matter experts who know what they're doing. I would want them to tell me, okay, this is what the car feels like in real life. Give me that. I want that. Give me that. And then I can tune it to my liking if I feel like it's not my thing, if I feel it's a bit too challenging, too easy. Right now, it's like they're giving us a blank slate and they're asking us to DIY it ourselves, which I think is the wrong way to go about it. Now, this is not a very nice thing I'm about to say, but even after the adjustments in this force feedback setup, like our friend here just shared to us. Yeah, remember the first thing I said? It feels like AMS2. Oh, pump it, there we go. Yeah, you can pump the brakes if you lock it up to save it. That's the good news at least. Yes, but at least you have the option. Well, yes, also, but counterpoint, what if I don't want to? You know, what if I just want to jump in and drive? What if I just want to get in, enjoy a race, without worrying about fiddling with 100 different knobs and buttons to get the force feedback feeling just right? I think the majority of players, they just want authenticity. We want the cars to feel like how they're supposed to feel, like how they feel in real life. And with everything that the game claims to be, authentic simulation and whatnot, that's no doubt what most players would expect. They would expect a true-to-life simulation. And that's what I want too. That's what I want. I want something that is true to life, something that represents the real deal. Also, my bad, I realized the brake boards for the chicane are on the left side, not the right side. So there are in fact brake boards. They're not where I'd expected them to be. This car feels very brutal. Feels very, very brutal. I love it. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember Le Mans being one of the tracks that would be in this game. Is it not? Is Le Mans not in this game? Alright, doing what you said, Turtle. Reducing the damper and the steering thingamajig in the setting, in the setup menu. Now I'm able to feel the limit on the force feedback, which is nice. So I'm able to turn in, the force peaks up, it loads up the force feedback. And then when I unwind the wheel, it loosens up, it opens up. You feel the force peaking through the compression zone as well. Oh dear. Ooh. It's, this car feels a lot better than the other cars that we drove. I don't know if it's just the old schoolness of it. Oh, this takes me back to Gran Turismo 4. No time for nostalgia. No time for nostalgia. My God. There is a lot. There is a lot to consider here. There's just too many variables. Too many variables. I blame them for having the default FFB so bad out of the box. But if you tweak them, you can make it much better. Yeah. Again, it's something... It takes time. It takes effort. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Maybe, if you're willing to invest the time and effort. But I wonder how many people actually are willing to go that far, you know? I think I am. Sure, I love tinkering. But again, who's to say? Who knows what this car actually is supposed to feel like? How do I know that? I can tweak, I can turn, I can fiddle all these knobs, I can mess with this as much as I please to my heart's content. But I want the right combination of numbers that gives me the setting that makes the car feel like it would in real life. That's what I want. Give me that. Just give me that. Then I can mess around. Right now it's at a baseline and you're asking me to figure it out. You're asking me to filter out these stuff. Alignment boost, load boost, friction, EQ. What, force feedback as equalizer too now? I thought we were just fiddling with the audio settings yesterday and now I'm having to fiddle with force feedback EQ? What's all this? What does all this do? I have no idea what any of this does. It's weird. Change strength to 0.64, but change alignment boost. Ooh, strength to 0.64. Isn't that going to just make it weaker? Alignment boost to 0.4. We've got a minute 27. That's okay. I gave a 5 minutes leeway. I think we're still fine. Okay. Yep. We got a minute. But don't worry. We have 5 minutes buffer time. We've got 5 minutes buffer time. I set the timer for 5 minutes before 2 hours. Turn down EQ mid boost. Oh, by how much? By how much? By how much? It all depends because the devs are using. I'm just gonna put it at half. I'm gonna half it. Save setup. Confirm. Back. We got a couple laps maybe. Oh dear. Did it save it? All right. Yep. Cool. Drive.
All clear.
Oh, now the strength is way too weak. Now it's back to the GT3. I can drive it with one hand. Now I'm losing that force which I liked. I have a 12 Newton meter wheel. I want all the 12 Newton meters, please and thank you. Give me the Newton meters. Yeah, force-wise, it's still kind of bouncing all over the place. Yeah, now it feels a lot more like AMS2. All right, our time is up. We got like 5 more minutes as a buffer. Oh, it's a huge car, this. Yeah, this doesn't feel any better. Feels like we've taken a step back. Ooh, yeah, not feeling it. Not quite feeling it. Not quite feeling it. Real quick, I'm just gonna randomly just gonna pick a random combo.
Here he comes. Got another one, 3 back.
Hypercar. Aston Martin Valkyrie. Red Bull Ring. Go. We've got maybe 2 more minutes, right? I'm gonna do maybe 2 more laps here, and then we're gonna call it, right? Go, drive. Get in. How does it sound on the outside, though? Oh, this is a bit weird. Is that a shift delay? Oh, massive lockup. Oh, big old lockup there. Very big lockup there. Oh, again. Having that same issue where I downshift and the engine braking snaps it very, very hard. Like, you really got to be patient with the downshifts here. You can't force the downshifting. You can't utilize or abuse engine braking to get rotation, it seems like. This car in particular doesn't quite convince me very well. Oh boy, yeah, very snappy this. It's got considerably a lot more weight than the other cars we've tried. There we go. Again, that snap oversteer problem because of the engine braking. Engine braking make me oversteer. Anyway, hang on. I think I gotta call it real quick. Back. Hurry up. We're running out of time. I hope we made it. We made it just in the nick of time. Barely. Let's sum things up. There we go. Okay, lovely. Playtime 140 minutes, just under 2 hours. Okay, again, that was nowhere near enough time to really form any solid opinions, right? Oh boy, where do I even begin? I don't know what settings you had in SimMagic. Let me show you right here. This is what I fiddled around. We effed around and we found out. I figured I had to increase the damper like crazy. I left the game settings neutral at 100. I gave it quite a lot of slew rate because I felt that there was a lot of crunchiness to the wheel. So I kept the filter low, but the slew rate a little bit high. Kept the wheel rotation low as well to give it a bit of weight because it felt too light at times and it was too responsive. It was, on the straights, it kind of wobbles by itself. Yeah, this is kind of to mitigate that. Feedback detail, also, I want to keep it as low as possible. I usually keep it at 10 to 12 for most games, right? Only Race Room I have it like 15 because Race Room, you need to boost that artificial detail. But this game has a lot of detail. Again, force feedback. There's a lot of feedback, but not a lot of force. So it's a bit ironic. So we don't need to boost the feedback. There is enough feedback. So I can keep the feedback as low as I can without it causing too much heat in the wheelbase. Again, no weight. That's why I have to artificially increase the damper. There's not enough weight in the wheel. When I turn the wheel approaching the limit and I'm unwinding it, it's like it springs back. It springs back, and that springing motion gives it a bit of a counter steer, and it offsets your racing line, it offsets your smoothness. It makes it feel very weird, like AMS2. That springing sensation makes it feel like AMS2. Friction, inertia, slew rate, to be honest, I have no idea what these do. I know what they feel like, I guess they feel okay. A bit of friction is good, a bit of inertia is good, but I don't think too much is necessary here. Right now, I'm missing the weight. And of course, the biggest issue, there's a lot of feedback, but not a lot of force. So the force feedback is kind of one-sided in that sense. Yeah, and it's too strong. That spring effect, it's very strong in it. Do you reckon I can reduce this game centering knob or this slider? If I can reduce this maybe 69. If I reduce it to 69, so it would reduce that auto centering feature. Because ideally, here's what a proper force feedback would feel like. iRacing, LMU, Race Room, Seto Corsa, ACC, these sims do it particularly well. When you're turning into a corner, rule of thumb, number one, keep your hands light so you can feel the force feedback. You gotta turn into the corner, you start feeling the force feedback, and then let's say you're turning into like a fast corner. Let's say you're turning into, I don't know, the corner at the end of the straight at Silverstone after Mangus and Beckett's, that fast corner, right? You're coming in fast, you're braking hard, you're quickly up the brakes, you're turning in. At first you feel nothing, but as you turn in, the force feedback starts ramping up and then it gets heavy. And then as you're turning about 45 degrees, that's the most steering angle you're going to give it. It's very heavy because you're taking a high-speed corner at high speed, a lot of downforce pushing you down, a lot of grip pushing you on the outside. You feel that force feedback peaking, right? If you turn a little bit more, you feel that understeer. You start to feel go light. That's understeer. The wheels are turning more than they can go, and you're just pushing it forward a little too little, and then you're just kind of fiddling around. You're just kind of under, over. It's kind of finding on that limit. But the key point being, you do feel where that limit is, right? And you feel it at the peak of the force when it gets as strong as you can get. If you turn a bit more and the force goes down, that means you're understeering, so you wheel it back a bit. So that's how you're dancing. You're straddling that limit, right? The limit was a line. You're straddling the limit over, under, over, under, over, under. In this game, sorry, and then after that, when you're unwinding, when you're exiting the corner, going from the apex out to the racing line again, light hands, again, you're not clenching the wheel, your light hands, you're opening it up, and you're letting that strength unwind itself. You're letting that strength of the force feedback kind of unwind itself, and you're just kind of giving it the nudge to hold the steering wheel in the right direction so the car goes where you want it to go and doesn't just snap out on you, right? It's more suggestive rather than reactive. In this game, it feels reactive. I'm turning in. I don't feel that force feedback peaking. I don't feel that force feedback peaking. At least we didn't in the AMG. And what's the other car we tried? The Porsche 911 Cup. We did not feel it. However, as Fogbound shared earlier, when we did the setup change with the Panhard, I did feel the force feedback peaking. I could feel it gradually increasing. I could feel it reach a peak. When I tried to go a little bit more, I could feel a bit of an understeer sensation, which made me reel it back a little bit. Right? But at the limit, now I'm trying to exit the corner and unwind it again. That spring sensation is just a little bit too strong. It's a little bit too strong for my taste. So like in AMS2, when I'm bringing it back to a neutral state, the spring force tends to overcompensate it and send it the other direction. A good example would be coming out of Parabolica in Monza. So Parabolica Monza is a very long right-hander. You're turning in, you're reaching that point, you're braking long into the corner, and then you're slowly applying the throttle and you're opening it up gently, right? And generally, you want to unwind it very, very slowly. In AMS2, the game kind of, even if you are light on the wheel, it just kind of bounces to the left. It wants to straighten up. Even though you're still turning, you still want to turn because you haven't made it to the straight yet. It keeps going on. And I get that same feeling from this game where I'm not done turning, but the game just wants to spring me to the other side. And that's what happened when we tried the AMG at Sebring, the AMG at the Nürburgring as well. It just wants to spring me to the other side. It wants to center too quickly. It's just a little too eager. Right? And again, I don't feel the wheels. I don't feel the front wheels. A lot of feedback, not a lot of force. It's so counterintuitive. I've never felt anything like this. I've really never felt anything like this. And the ironic thing is, AMS2, yes, the detail feels similar, comparable. I wouldn't say similar. It does deviate quite a lot. But in AMS2, you get the feedback, but you also get the force. There is force, there is feedback. Force feedback. In this game, there is only feedback, but very little force. And the force that is in the game, I have no idea what it's doing. It's like, it doesn't feel natural. It feels very unnatural. And I'm driving visually. I'm seeing the car slide. I'm countering reactively. I'm not driving intuitively. I'm not driving instinctively. I'm not letting the car drive the way it wants to be driven. I am actively trying to correct the car from not trying to kill myself. And that's not the way you're supposed to drive. That's not the way, at least I'd expect. Again, I have not driven a race car in real life. Take everything I'm saying with a big fistful of salt. I've no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure that's not how a car feels like. The only experience I have in real life is I've thrashed go-karts. I've thrashed a lot of go-karts around. I've driven two-stroke carts. I've driven rental carts. I've thrashed my own daily driver, my Proton Iris. I've thrashed her a lot. So I kind of know what it's like to be on the limit, right? This doesn't feel like that at all. The only force it is forcing you to oversteer. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's forcing me to oversteer. It's the nature of that automatic spring force. It's leading to a snap moment where I want to just open up the wheel gently, but when I want to straighten the wheel, it's instead causing me to overcompensate to the other direction. So now I'm turning right. I want to open it up to straight. But now in this game, I'm turning right. I'm opening it up, and then I'm going left, and then whoop, off into the wall I go. Bye-bye. So it's very weird. It's very... It's like, why would it do that, you know? And now we come to the big question, right? Now we come to the big question. Now, I believe the version we are playing right now is with the 1.50 patch, with the launch patch. So it is not the base game. Yeah. Fogbound, you say, yeah, default FFB is not great. I agree. You're using Simagic as well. Are you also using the Simagic Alpha Evo? If you are using the Simagic Alpha Evo, would you mind sharing with me what works for you? I'd be eager to give it a try. Because right now, there is no built-in preset by Simagic yet. So we're kind of DIYing this whole setup ourselves. We're DIYing this, and then we're DIYing it in-game. And then there's two parts in-game. There is in the general setting menu, and then there is in the setup menu. Neither of which gives any explanation as to what any of the knobs and the sliders do, right? Simagic Alpha. Hey, samesies. High five. Me too. Very nice. Very nice. Anyway, where was I before I just lost my train of thought? Yeah, back to the things that I've noticed so far, right? I believe this is with the launch patch. So again, I'm trying to be as objective and I'm trying to keep things from my point of view, right? We didn't experience much. We didn't try dynamic weather. We didn't try AI driving. I really wish we could try AI driving. I don't know how the AI is. I know that's a big part, especially if you're looking into the career mode and stuff. We haven't had a chance to try multiplayer. Oh boy. We haven't tried day-night transition. We haven't tried rain. Those, to me personally, is a very, very important thing. I want to see if the rain is as good as it looks. The rain physics, especially right now. Honestly, GT7 and iRacing have the top of the cake. The icing of the cake when it comes to rain physics and just rain look in general, look and feel. Every other game just kind of oversimplifies it. There's no dry line. There's no rubber line. There's no driving on the wet line. There's no crossing over dry wet lines. There's no dynamic wet weather driving. It's just drive the normal racing line, but a bit slower. You know, ACC, AC, AMS2, LMU, they all are the same thing. Just drive the racing line, but a bit slower. Only iRacing and to an extent GT7, you kind of have to go out of your way and drive the wet line and avoid that rubber line. And there is some dynamic. It's dynamic the way that rubber line evolves, the way the dry line forms after it stops raining. It's very cool. So we don't know about that. So there is still a lot of gaps. But from what we've tried so far, we graphically, let's start one by one, right? Graphically, I think the game looks fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know, man. I'm struggling to think of an adjective to describe it. It's fine. It's honestly fine. It doesn't like, wow. Yeah, the grass is great. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I don't know if they were memeing or if they were being honest with the fact they said this game had the best grass in sim racing. Yeah, I don't know if that's just self-glazing, but I still think Gran Turismo 7 has the best grass in sim racing. Have you all seen Gran Turismo 7's grass? Have you all seen AC Rally's grass? On PC, I'll say AC Rally and AC Evo have the best grass, man. Come on. They are affected by the wind when the cars zoom past. The grass goes woo. Very cool. GT7 does that as well. I don't think the grass goes woo when you go past them in PMR. I don't think it does. I don't think it does that. Yeah, I think this is self-glazing. They've made the rendering of the grass very nice. They're so confident in the grass rendering that there's not even a slider in the graphics options to disable the grass. That's how confident they are. I like that confidence, but also it's not something I want to pride myself on, you know? This is a big moment. I'm complimenting GT7. Look. How? Ooh, Mav, you're treading on mighty thin ice, my boy. Look, truth is, I've always loved GT7. GT7, Gran Turismo is like my sister, you know. I bully it, you know. I like to punch it in the face. I like stealing its snacks away from it, calling it names. But in the end, it's family. I grew up with it. It's been in my life for as long as I can remember. I will continue to have it in my life, like it or not. You know, it's there. It's good, and I love it. for all intents and purposes, Gran Turismo gets a lot of things right. And when it comes to quality, right? And quality is something that I can say, okay, I'm going to go on a whole separate tangent when it comes to quality. But let me go on feature by feature on the game first. But when it comes to quality, we really don't give Gran Turismo enough appreciation. I think Gran Turismo sets the gold standard when it comes to quality. Gran Turismo, in terms of the visual presentation and implementation of the content in their game, right? Just look at how detailed things are in Gran Turismo. And when it comes to physics, I think in terms of quality, iRacing, no one does it better than iRacing. iRacing have a very, very high standard and a high standard of quality for the way they implement the physics and the feel of realism in their sim. So two different metrics of quality, but the point still stands, right? Now, back to the game again. I think the graphics are fine. Graphics are fine. For this price, fine doesn't cut it, you think? Expecting PMR to be the GT7 or better in PC. Sounds like a refund. Again, let's piece together our thoughts, right? Graphics are fine. We were running medium-high presets with some settings cranked up to ultra. Again, I don't know what it's gonna be like when we're running a full grid of AI cars. I don't know what it's gonna be like. A full grid of AI cars at night, in heavy rain, in a full multiplayer lobby. No idea. We have no idea what it's gonna feel like. So still a big gamble. I have not gotten it to 120 FPS as far as I can tell. I don't think so. We've gotten it to 120 FPS. We've only got it at about 100-ish FPS, and it occasionally dipped to 90, 80, 70, around that range. I don't mind lowering the graphics fidelity. I don't mind. But I also like when the game is pretty. You guys have a nice time watching it. I have a nice time watching all the shiny stuff going around. Yeah. One positive, UI. UI is nice. Font very legible, dyslexia friendly. Clean UI. Everything's easily navigable. The menus are, for the most part, makes sense. The drive menu, I don't get why the drive button is at the very bottom instead of the first thing you see. Usually it's at the first thing you want to do. You want to drive. Why go through 5 button clicks to get through the drive button, you know? Whereas the first button is to skip the session and quit. It makes no sense. So they've put some thought into the UI UX design, but not enough thought. I think they still need some more input. They still need some more feedback in cleaning up the UI. But for the most part, for a start, it's good. It's good. I like the UI. The issue we had at the beginning when I plugged in my wheel and the UI was just kind of moving by itself without me touching anything, that was weird. I don't know what that was all about. Apparently, the wheel mapping is still all over the place, right? Wheel mapping is still all over the place. Speaking of wheel, let's get to the real meat and bones of this thing. The biggest issue, I think, that's gonna be the deal breaker. I think the force feedback. Right now, in terms of content, I think there's no shortage of it. I think that's fine. There's a diverse enough selection. We only tried 3 cars. We only tried 4 tracks. It really isn't much, but I think we tried enough, right? We tried no ABS, no TC Porsche Cup. We tried a modern GT3 car, which is going to be popular, I reckon. We tried a classic Panoz. By far, I enjoyed the Panoz the most. I think that felt amazing, right? Mind you, with a bit of setup tweaks for the force feedback, as one of y'all suggested. And which leads me to the big question. We now know that each car in the game is poorly optimized in terms of the force feedback. And there is a lot of effing around and finding out that is needed to be done to get the force feedback feeling like the way it should. I have 2 issues with that. One is the general complexity in itself with the lack of information, especially because this game just came out. We can't just type into YouTube, Panoz Esperante best FFB setup, click. We can't do that yet. No one knows what it is. Everyone's effing around. Everyone's finding out. No one knows what the car actually feels like in real life because none of us have driven the car in real life, except maybe the few subject matter experts down in the developer studio. That brings me to my second issue. Why can't they just give us that preset setup right out of the box? Why standardize it? If I like the idea of separating the force feedback on a car per car basis, it allows for a lot more personalization, a lot more customization, and a lot more fine-tuned sensations for every single car. most notably for cars without traction control, without ABS, for cars that have additional traction control settings like the hypercar. Hypercars, you have the TC cut, TC slip, and then the TC gain. Regular GT3s, you only have TC cut and TC gain. Some cars you have no TC at all. Some cars, different cars have different implementations of ABS, perhaps, right? Some cars have power steering, some cars don't have power steering. So you can really get down and dirty with all these little things like you would in Assetto Corsa, right? I love fine tuning all these things in Assetto Corsa. It's one of the best things ever, and it's one of the things that actually makes Assetto Corsa feel great. That's why Assetto Corsa is very enjoyable to drive. Every car feels distinct. Every car feels different. Every car feels like more or less how you'd expect them, how you'd anticipate them to feel. So it's believable, right? The game is so old, but if you close your eyes and just kind of drive it, and someone says you're driving this car, I could believe it. In this game, I don't think I could say the same thing. Gamer Muscle has an FFP guide that explains every single setting. Oh, that ball man. I'm sorry, GM. I'm sorry. Look, I've watched every single one of his PMR videos up to date, but man, the man is on something. I find it hard to really find a consensus with what he says. It's like there's a lot. He says he's got a lot of opinions. I'll say that. But again, I think he's coming from a early access point of view before the game was actually out. So I think you have to take it with a grain of salt as well. This is the actual game that is out now. I think there are better people, not to undermine him or anything, but I think there are better people to get advice from in terms of how the cars should feel. Again, I just want someone who's a subject matter expert to tell me what these cars actually feel like. Someone who's probably driven these cars, someone who knows these cars better than I do, preferably, right? Again, I just want these cars to feel like they would in real life. That's my end goal. And I think that's most of everyone's end goal as well. I think we all just want these cars to feel and drive like they would in real life. I have a suspicion though. I have an suspicion. This is a cross-platform game. This game also is running on console. This game also runs on controller. Of all the quirks that I've just listed out right now, and there's quite a few more that I haven't mentioned yet, I think most of it I will easily attribute it to the controller nerf. The watering down of the force feedback is largely due to the controller nerf effect. What the controller nerf effect is basically if you've got multiple inputs, one using a realistic wheel pedal where you have fine control over every aspect of the handling and the performance of the car, slowing down and accelerating, and the other you have an on and off switch for either, and you have a stick that goes full rotation one way or the other with very little room for fine tuning, right? It's very, very hard. And I feel like there is, in some way, the algorithm that waters down and makes it drivable on controller also affects the experience on a wheel. I think any game that is cross-platform or multiple input suffers from that, right? Unless they really distinguish the two control schemes as purely separate and non-interfering. Gran Turismo suffers from that. ACC suffers from that. The old Project Car suffers from that. There were a handful of videos I've seen of people playing this on controller. Also seems to echo the same sentiment as well. So I'm not sure it's off to a good start. You know? So FFB is on the table. Again, me personally, I don't mind tweaking. I don't mind tweaking the FFB settings. I don't mind taking 30 minutes, 1 hour, just sitting in a menu and fiddling, drive one lap, go back to menu, fiddle, drive one lap, go back to menu, fiddle again, drive one lap, go back to menu, fiddle again. I don't mind it. There is some pleasure, there is some reward, sense of reward in getting it right. But considering how many cars there is, right? Like imagine, if we're going to play this, I'm going to want to drive every single car on every single track. The time it's going to take us just to configure every single car to make it feel just right. We could be doing so much more on that same time, you know? That's my thought process here. It's rewarding in a sense, but is it worth the effort? Is it really worth the effort? That's a lot to consider. That is a lot to consider. Again, I don't think it's a deal breaker. Right? To sum up, the force feedback issue is not a deal breaker for me. I think there's potential. I think there's potential. At least, to its credit, unlike AMS, you don't have to open up an INI file and make edits directly in an INI file, which is good, I guess. It's within game. It's all in game. It's all in the same platform. There's just a lot that is unexplained. I really wish they would give some explanation for every single aspect of the force feedback so that we know what we're dealing with, we know what we're changing, instead of just changing a slider, go out, drive a lap, go back to menu, change the slider again, go out, drive a lap, see how it feels. Right now, we don't know what any of the sliders do. We don't know what any of those little slider options do, how they impact the driving, how they impact the throttle and everything. I don't know how any of that feels. Okay, I think that's enough for the force feedback discussion. I think the force feedback that's what I have to say about the force feedback. It's promising, but it just ain't there yet. There's too much effing around and finding out needed to get it to where it's supposed to be. I just wish it came out of the box with the intended experience, with the way these cars actually feel. I would have loved that personally, or at least close enough. Close enough would have been fine. Even if they watered it down 5, maybe 10% at most, right? Just to make it, to give it that controller buff so that the controller folks can also have a fun time on it as well. I guess, that's okay. But now it feels like they've watered it down more than like 30-40%. So now it's lost, it's losing almost half the identity. The car's personality is lost through the wheel, lost in force feedback. You know what I mean? So again, I wish we had more time to try out some of the older classic cars. Wish we had time to try out some of the more modern cars as well. I don't think we gave the hypercars a fair go, right? So that's force feedback aside. Number 2, physics. How are the physics? Are they fizzing? The physics are fizzing. They are fizzing harder than a Mentos in a Coke bottle. I'll say that. They are fizzing. Very fizzy. It's weird. That's the adjective I'll use to describe it. It's weird. When I first took the AMG out of the Nürburgring, it's not a good thing that I was able to get through a couple of laps without crashing on my first time ever on this sim. I don't think that's a good thing. If you look at the replay, there was a lot of times where I almost would have lost it, but I managed to save it. I think the assist intervention is a bit too harsh, and the way they've implemented feels like they've oversimplified it the way Gran Turismo does it. It's oversimplified. And I wouldn't be surprised if all modern race cars have the same assists implemented the same way. So you know how I said in the AMG in particular, higher number TC means lower number in actuality. So like TC11 means TC0 and TC1 means TC maximum, right? That wasn't the case here. That wasn't the case at all. And the way it interferes, because there's only one knob, there's no TC slip, there's no TC gain, there's no TC cut. I mean, there's only gain, no cut, and no slip. You can't individually adjust it like in LMU or in ACC. That's one minus point for that. And what else can I say? The really painful part was the engine braking. Something about the throttle map and the way the car decelerates off throttle, the off throttle behavior, the braking behavior, the downshifting behavior. We did turn downshift protection on, but for some reason, it didn't feel like it was doing its job. We kept going into snap oversteer every time, and it wasn't like I was spamming the gears down like I would in GT7. Like I wasn't going from 6 to second gear. I wasn't doing that. I was going down the gears normally, waiting for the RPMs to drop an average amount. And to an extent, you do want to be a little bit quick with the downshifts to get more rotation, right? So you want to get the rear end loose on entry and carry that neutral steer, that slip angle throughout the corner. But every time I try to do that, it doesn't go into the slip angle. It goes from grip, sort of grip, straight into oversteer. And then when it goes to oversteer, you have to counter steer before you've even reached the maximum rotation point, and you've just bogged down the momentum. The traction control harshly kicks in, bogs your momentum, kills your speed, and then you have to kind of fumble around the wheel, straighten it up, point it in a straight line, and then you're slowly getting back on the gas. So it feels like it's a very suboptimal way to drive. one of y'all said the way to drive this is to constantly stay under the limit, and yeah, that's how it feels like. When we were keeping it under the limit, it felt okay. Felt okay. But it also did not feel fast because I wasn't feeling like I was on the limit because A, I couldn't feel the limit with the forward feedback, but B, every time I tried to even approach the limit, there just wasn't any indication that I was going to be able to stay there throughout the entire corner. Right? And even when I did, I would only approach the limit into the mid corner in the late entry phase of the corner into the maximum rotation point. And then afterwards, that grip would turn into oversteer, which I'd have to counter. And then the moment I counter steer, there goes my momentum. There goes my speed. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be a good run. My lap times were okay, despite the sloppiness of it all. My lap time at the Nürburgring AMG 640-ish. Lap time at the AMG at Sebring 203. Not too far off the real world times. Not too far off how it is in other sims. I think Sebring 201 to 203 is pretty average. 640. A high 630 to a low 640 is also acceptable around the Nürburgring as well. So nothing wrong with that. But the way the cars feel, right? They feel challenging. I feel like you can't just use muscle memory. You have to be actively conscious because you never know what the car's going to do at any given moment. It's unpredictable. It feels unconventional. It doesn't feel natural at all. So it's very out of pocket for the physics to be that way. Is there anything else I can tell about the physics? Tire temperatures. Tire temperatures do seem to play a pretty big role. Tire pressures also seem to play a pretty big role, albeit not as important as ACC, I'd say. We don't know the meta or anything yet. I don't know if it's like just keep the pressure as low as possible. That's the meta. It usually is in LMU in iRacing. That's how it is. Just keep the pressure as low as possible. I don't know. We've not touched any setup at all. So we don't know if there's anything that can be further optimized to improve the feel or the drivability of these cars. And that nicely leads me to my point number 3, setup. The default setups off the bat are not great. Now, I don't know if the physics, the feel of the car, the driving dynamics of the car, and the setup kind of goes hand in hand, right? A bad setup just makes the car feel terrible, and it gives you the perception that, okay, this car's terrible, the physics are bad. We should not just attribute it directly to that. The setup has a big role. Because we haven't dabbled in setup work yet, we don't know how much of an effect the setup can actually improve drivability and hence lap time. We don't know the correlation to that, the extent of the correlation to that, and how much it can actually affect the drivability, how much it can affect how much fun it is to drive the car, how easy it is to actually enter a corner smoothly, decelerate effectively, turn into the corner, feel the limit, approach the maximum rotation point, exit the corner with the right amount of throttle, with the right amount of rotation, with the highest amount of speed as you can. So I don't know if a proper setup work can actually offset all the things that are holding it back, or if the physics itself is fundamentally flawed in one way or another. Again, I have not driven any of these cars before in real life. I don't know what they feel like. I don't know what they're supposed to feel like. I just have a rough inkling, a rough sense of what they should feel like from driving every single other sim racing game in my library here. I just have a rough sense that I can kind of middlingly compare to, right? I've played like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 10 different sims I've tried. And I've driven the AMG and the Porsche Cup and like pretty much all those sims. So I have a benchmark, a rough idea of what they should feel like, what I can expect. It doesn't feel like what I expect, which feels a bit off-putting, right? So that's that. Setup work. I don't know how setup work can affect it. So we talked about physics, talked about graphics, talked about the UI, UX experience. We talked about the performance. We've talked about the setup. What else is there? I can't talk about multiplayer. I can't talk about the career. I can't talk about AI. I can't talk about having a fully packed AI lobby or a multiplayer lobby. As of now, the performance was okay. It was acceptable as we were only driving solo, but even then, it was kind of fluctuating pretty badly. No major dips for me, except for when I put it all on Ultra, which I think my system doesn't really run well on Ultra, which is fine. I don't mind not running on Ultra. It's not the beefiest, chunkiest PC there, but it can run high. It can run medium high pretty well. And the game looks okay. I think I don't mind that. Again, not a deal breaker. I think my biggest deal breaker is that the game doesn't run at least 90 to 100 FPS or higher, or ideally 120 FPS fixed. 120 FPS fixed is like my benchmark. Every single sim I have on my PC runs 120 FPS, except for maybe AC Rally. AC Rally is a bit intensive, but that's fine. AC Rally runs great. I want flashbang levels of ray tracing that can blast through my eyes. Yeah, unfortunately, I've got an AMD card, so you're not going to get a lot of traced rays, unfortunately, Nat. Also, welcome in, Nat. I'm just yapping about here, just piecing my thoughts together about PMR so far. I think from what we've experienced so far, that's all I can comment on so far. Is there anything I've missed? Is there anything you guys would like to add? Anything else that we can consider into the mix? Because the big decision now, we've played the game for just under 2 hours. We need to make a decision. We need to make a decision now. Do we refund the game? Or do I commit, fingers crossed, and hope that there is more than meets the eye to this? Again, right now, I don't think there are any deal breakers here. If, after all I've said, I don't think there's any major deal breakers. It's all small nuisances. Yeah, that's what I would say. It's all nuisances. The FFB, it doesn't work well. It's a nuisance, right? The UI experience is a bit of a nuisance. The control scheme is a bit of a nuisance. The physics, the setup is a bit of a nuisance. It's not a deal breaker. They work, they just don't work very well. Yeah. I'm gonna remove the humanitarian aspect out of this. I'm gonna remove the consumer developer relationship out of this. I am a person who's bought a product. I'm going to keep it purely objective. I'm not going to talk about having trust in the developer or anything. I think we can throw that out of the window. That is not something I'm considering right now. I have bought a thing. Will this thing give me the experience that I want to experience? Does this thing, or could this thing potentially offer the experience that I'm looking after? Yeah, Mav says I can refund it, but buy it later if they decide to actually fix it. Right. No, I was thinking about that too. What is the cost that we're actually using? Because again, quick recap. We're in Malaysia. We bought this game with the year 1 DLC pack for 300 bucks. A lot of bucks. That's a lot of bucks. 300 bucks. That's about $70 in the Murica. That's about $70. $300. I don't know how long we would have to wait for a sale, for its a proper release. I don't know how many patches. I don't know how long into the lifespan of this game we'd have to wait until this game becomes decently playable. And maybe, if at all, we can regain this game at a lower price than what I've already invested in it. So if in the future I can get this game for less than 300 bucks with all the DLCs included, it would be a worthwhile investment. Or maybe is it just worth it right now? If you ask me personally, no. The only other game I bought for 300 bucks was Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring. And those are literally game of the year's games of all time. This is not a game of all time. By no means, not even close. I could get the iRacing membership instead after refunding it, yeah. That was a thought running in the back of my head. Narop says keep it. Nat says keep it. Mav says refund it, but consider it in the future. If I see myself playing it more often, considering we haven't seen what they decide to roll out. I mean, we know what they're going to roll out. They're going to roll out a bunch of DLC. They already have a roadmap. I think in terms of rolling out, it's not rolling out content. I think the content is pretty much there. They might throw in a few more surprises, which I'm not bothered with. The content is not the main issue. The issue is the game itself, the sim itself, the experience itself, right? Again, and this is all great. We brought up a lot of good points here, but again, career mode is huge. We don't know how the AI is going to behave. I've heard lots of things about the AI, so I cannot form a proper opinion about the AI as well. If the career mode is as serious as they say it is, and if the AI is like still brain dead and doesn't acknowledge when you're trying to make an overtake and still turns into you, Right? If the AI does a dumb maneuver and you have to pay the cost to repair your car, I think that's just a very silly and painful experience. It's more painful than when you do a terminal damage barrel roll, 5 leftover jump caution, don't cut into tree in a rally game, and then you have to fix your car. It's more painful than that. Because at least in a rally game, you messed up. When you go 5 leftover jump into tree, you did it yourself. When the AI hits you, shuts your bumper off, and then you have to pay for it, it's like, what did I do to deserve this? It's like losing iRating in iRacing for no reason at all, when someone just does a dirty move on you. But in this case, there is a cost. And the cost is a big part of the career mode. Is it going to be a detriment? Is it going to be engaging? Is it going to be fun? Is it going to be a worthwhile training tool to prepare people, to prepare myself for online racing, perhaps? How useful is it going to be? How valid is it going to be? How good is it going to be? So that's a big component of the game we have not been able to really try out. Yeah, exactly. We've got so many, man. Just look what we have here. Look here. AC, ACC, AC Evo, AC Rally, AMS2, Cardcraft, LMU, Race Room. So many. Yeah. As of now, iRacing is off the charts. But yeah, on the console side, we have GT7 as well. Spec 3 is coming out. The new Porsche Cup is coming out on iRacing. I'm excited for that. LMU has their ELMS update coming soon. AMS2's got their classic endurance DLC. AC Rally is cooking. AC Evo is cooking. ACC, they've given it a proper send-off, I think. The game is good. The game is great for what it is, right? It's a complete experience. It's a complete package. AC, I don't need to say anything about AC. AC is AC. It's ass. Course. It's in the name. It's great. It is the sim racing game of all time. AC is the sim racing GOAT. The sim racing game of all time. Yeah, GT7 is still the easiest entry-level racing for simulators. GT7 will always be that most accessible. Yeah. I'm still waiting on the Magic Boys to come up with a adapter for console so I too can jump back into GT7, because I really am wanting to get back on the GT7 competitive scene as well, because in the foreseeable future, GT7 is still going to be the main platform of choice for major esports tournaments in Malaysia. So I'm stuck with it, like it or not. As much as I see myself expanding my skills in these more realistic sims, GT7 is still going to be a pillar, a cornerstone where we're going to fall back to. So I want to keep myself sharp. I mean, this whole year, I haven't been doing GT7. I only jumped onto GT7 for like 2 months, like really pushing it. And I made it almost to the finals. I made it to the semifinals. That was something I made this. So imagine if I consistently practiced it, consistently got better at it. I think sky's the limit, Yeah, I really wish they would come up with an adapter. I would love to check Spec 3 out as well. You're right. Everything you say is right, Nat. That's correct as well. Okay, so summary thoughts. Any final thoughts, anyone? Anything that we haven't brought up? Anything that is worth considering that I haven't brought up yet? Anything that I think maybe we haven't? Okay, there's stuff we know that we know. There's stuff that I said I don't know that I know that I don't know, like AI, career mode, rain, day-night transition multiplayer. I know I don't know that. We don't know. That's still a gray area. And then there's the stuff I don't know that I don't know. The real black zone, dark side of the moon stuff, So I don't know. I don't know how much deeper the Project Motor Racing iceberg goes. But from what you guys have seen so far, I think this is something. Now, my feelings and my opinions aside, I want you guys to tell me. Doesn't matter if you're new, doesn't matter if you're old. From what you've seen so far, does this look interesting, and or is it something you want to see more of? Okay. I think this was like a demo. If anything, this was 2 hours of a demo. We spent half an hour fiddling with settings and graphics options. We spent 1.5 hours actually driving, trying to figure out the nuance of it. it's got potential. I would say it's got potential. I wouldn't say it as strongly as in the vein of like AC Evo or AC Rally. Heck no. Those things have the core identity of their game, the core physics of their game locked in. They just have to kind of make some refinements to it. This one, I think, fundamentally at the core, there is something that is just off. Again, I don't know if it's a setup thing. I don't know if it's a physics thing. I don't know if it's a both thing. Something just feels off. Right? So, what do y'all think? Do you guys want to see more of this game? I don't mind. Right? My personal feelings aside, ignore this. Ignore what I am going. Ignore what this is hitting me financially. Ignore all that. Objectively, is this something that you guys think will be interesting to cover in the next few months? Because again, our plan for 2026 is to make this one of our primary pillars of streams. You know, if you remember our stream schedule, PMR is going to be one of the key things that we're going to dive into. I think there's a lot of potential. There's a lot to do here. I think the career mode is going to be very deep and very engaging. I think there's potential for it to be deep and engaging. There's a lot of cars. There's a lot of tracks. It's only going to get bigger and bigger. There's already like 2 DLCs here. It's going to get more and more. There is definitely a lot of potential. We're not going to have any shortage of sims to play, even without iRacing, right? Our pillars, of course, are this 3 right here. These are our 3 pillars. They're right there. LMU, PMR, Race Room. These are going to be our 3 pillars, right? And then on and off, when anything new comes up in AC Evo, AC Rally, we will check them out. I will also be doing a bit of ACC and AMS too, because I just love these 2 games. They're just good, fun games for what they are. I think they're great. Right? But what do you guys think? That's what I need to. You guys are the ones watching this. You guys are the ones enjoying this. I'm more than happy to cover this game. I think I'm willing to take that extra step. It's a hard sell. It really is a hard sell. Nat says keep it. Have to agree with Mav and Nat now. Yeah. Again, I don't mind. Again, we don't have iRacing. I have time. Or at least I can make the time. It's fine. Looking at what things are going to look like next year, right? I'm going to be spending most of my time in LMU. Realistically, LMU, like I really want to master it. I really want to try to be a top 1% driver in LMU. That's my goal. Race Room as well, because I want to start doing Race Room coaching, because Race Room is pretty big in Malaysia as well, alongside GT7. Because I can't do GT7 for now. I think Race Room is my second best option. PMR is just because it's what's new, it's what's hot. I think it's got promise, but as something that I want to dive my time into, maybe it doesn't have enough of a reason for me yet, but I'm happy to give it a go. I'm happy, you know, I'm excited about it. It's got potential. AC Evo, AC Rally are just kind of new benchmarks. They're still in the oven, they're baking. So there's no reason for me to really play them, you know, apart from just having fun. And then you have ACC, AMS2. They are just games that feel complete. They have enough in them. You can have fun. You can do races. You can do online. You can do lobbies. You can do anything you want in them, pretty much. They feel great, right? So because we don't have iRacing, I think there is time in my life for dedicating to PMR, and I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. You said it best when you said you've never paid this much game for it unless it was a goat. Oh boy. This is the first game I've ever pre-ordered in my life, by the way. I've never pre-ordered a single game in my life. I'm going against my principles for y'all. Buying a thing that doesn't exist, but now it exists, and it's a bit. I do kind of agree with what most people say. This feels like an early access. It feels like an early access game. Feels like this has quite a long way to go. But again, it's got promise. I'm willing to dig deep. I'm willing to find the fun in the game. Right? I think, okay, speaking of finding the fun, the AMG we drove at the Nürburgring and Sebring was kind of made me confused. And then the 911 GT3 Cup car at Spa also made me equally confused. And then we jumped into the Panos, right? And then I was having fun. The car sounded great. The car felt raw and brutal. Yes, the physics was still a bit off, but it felt if I were to drive a car from the late 80s, the late 90s, I would expect it to want to try and kill me at every corner, and that's how the Panos felt, to be honest, you know? So I think that's where this car's identity is. This car's identity is in the classics. It's in the oldies. It's in the old. It's in the vintage stuff. Again, I think it's too soon for me to say anything, but from my few laps with the Panos easily was way more fun, way more enjoyable and engaging to me than the modern stuff. I don't mind it. I don't mind, like I said, I don't mind spending a bit of extra time fiddling with the force feedback, trying to get every car feeling just right. I don't mind. It's a bit of a hassle, a bit extra effort. Every time we do a stream, every time we want to drive a new car, we're going to have to spend 30 minutes just locking in the force feedback. You know, I only have 4 hours on average on any given day to stream. Out of the 4 hours, we're going to spend 1 of that hour just set up, just force feedback setup, right? That's how it's going to be. But if we can find something, you know, I don't mind sharing it out to other people. Yeah, and I think over time, people are going to come in here as well. It's going to be a nice back and forth. We help people, people help us. It'll be fine. If you pick the standard edition, I would have voted to keep it. Yeah. The only reason I got the year one pass is because that's just how pricing works, right? If you were to get the packs individually, it will be more expensive, like it did in LMU. If you buy every single DLC individually, it's more expensive, a lot more expensive than just getting the whole season pass bundle. It's a bit cheaper. And also I can cover new content on the day it releases. So that's kind of a bonus, I guess. Yeah, again, don't compare this to anything else. Other games have their own perks. They already have my heart. They already have my attention. Yeah. This game is not fighting for time. This game has its time. It's just a matter of do we want it in our life? Do you want to see it? Do you want to see more of it? Ignore what I feel about it. You know what I feel about it? Do you guys want to see it? What do you think about it? I think it's got a promise. Yeah. I think 2 hours is too short of a time to really make a proper opinion. I think it's got promise. I am coming with this with rose tinted glasses. I am being optimistic about this, cautiously so. Yes, I think there are going to be moments we're going to be very frustrated. Don't doubt about it. Don't doubt it. There are times we're going to jump into cars and be like, "What the hell is this?" There are going to be moments like that, undoubtedly. Sometimes it's going to be like, "This is even fun. This is a mess." Sometimes it's going to be like, "Wow, this feels incredible." There's going to be a yin and yang to it, right? It's a matter of, do we want to invest? Do we want to see where this goes? Or we can get $300 right now and I can use the money to buy Spec 3 for GT7. Red pill or blue pill? Choose your pick. Way too much copium. I'm not coping, man. I've given up. The games industry is in shambles. Consumerism is in shambles. People are idiots. Corporate greed is out of control. And I want to unalive myself. Oh, well. I think deep here, I've made my decision. I've made my decision. I think I know what I want to go with. Hint, it's a bit positive. I'm a nice guy. I'm positive, okay? Despite everything, I don't know. I'm feeling. It's intuition. Call it intuition. Call it a sixth sense. Call it a seventh sense. You know, something's telling me. You know what's fine. It's fine. You know me. I take calculated risks. I don't gamble all willy nilly. I take very calculated risks. So the fact that I even took this risk in the first place was probably telling me something. So I'm going to continue trusting my instinct. I don't know where it's trying to point me to. I don't know. It's like that compass from Pirates of the Caribbean. It's pointing me somewhere. I don't know where it's going. All I know is I better follow it. You know, I'm going to trust it. I'm going to trust the compass. I don't trust what I'm seeing in front of the compass right now, but I trust eventually where I'm going to reach out. I trust where I'm gonna end up by the end. The journey is gonna be painful. It may be painful. It most certainly will be painful. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna suck at times. But that's just life, innit? Life is pain. Life is beauty. Life is getting through hardships and getting out of hardships, and then telling your kids that you made it through a lot of hardships, and then using that as a reason to traumatize them, to put them into hardships. I've just gone off tangent here. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, life is hard. Hard is life. I am hard. Throws desk out of the window. Oh boy. Not up once more. Mav, Nat once more. I think we've got some other folks here as well. Deadline would want more. Yeah, I think we've got a lot more other people as well besides you guys. I think JB wants more as well. Yeah, we got some nice helpful folks in here as well. We got Fogbound. Yeah, lovely to have. See, this is what I want. I want new people coming in, sharing their experiences, right? I'd love to have that new input. Oh, Draven. I know what Draven thinks. Draven is completely on the anti side of this. Draven is against PMR. He man's having a hard time. Oh boy. Yeah, Draven has played this for exactly 2.2 hours. Oh, he can't refund this, unfortunately. He can't refund it anymore. You know what, guys? Ooh, it's a tough decision. It's a really tough decision. It's a really, really tough decision. It's a really tough decision. Oh my god. Hmm. Hmm. It's so much money is your problem. Yeah. $70. $70. What can you do with $70? Damn. Thinking about it. $70. $70 is like my lunch for an entire month when I think about it. Oh god. That's a lot of money. When I put it that way, $70 is a lot. Why did Renspot get an auto one install but this doesn't? Because that game was absolute garbage in and out from the moment I booted it up till the moment I clicked exit. It was just a dreadful experience throughout. This wasn't as dreadful of an experience. It was dreadful in some ways, like when I first booted it up and the menu was moving by itself, some spooky action there. But yeah, for the most part, it was fine. The game worked fine. It felt fine. Also, the game again, it has the foundations of an identity. You know, it has the foundations of an identity, or at least it has the workings of one. Once the game sorts out these major issues, I think the force feedback, the performance issues, the graphical performance issues, the ease of setups and the settings. I think once Simagic also gets in on the action and gets a profile going, a suitable preset, And once more people start sharing their setups for every single car, I think once the ball gets rolling, this has this will have the potential to grow. Whereas Rensport, whereas Rensport, I'm gonna just say this about Rensport, right? I'm gonna let the game do its talking. I'm gonna let the game do its talking. Need I say more? Need I say more? Need I say more? So this alone kind of gives me hope. The lowest peak of this game still has more players than Rensport's highest peak. That alone gives me a little bit of faith, right? That alone gives me a little bit more faith. Saber, welcome in. In my pro sim racer opinion, PMR, yes or no? Ooh, when you give me an ultimatum like that, it is a genuinely hard question. It honestly depends. It depends on your own priorities. This is not a game for everyone. This is not a game for everyone. If you're the kind of person who just wants a game, if you just want to jump in and enjoy a fully finished game from the get go, no. If you want a solid experience from the get go, if you want an enjoyable experience like AC Evo or AC Rally from the get go, no. This is not the game. But again, okay. You know what this reminds me of? You know what this really reminds me of? LMU when it was still in early access. Remember what an absolute dumpster fire LMU was when it first came out? Same energy, different direction, same energy. The only thing LMU got right is it got its core identity down. It was whack. It was whack. It got all the whack stuff. It got all the whack stuff. The physics were physicking. The grip was grippening. The force was feeding back. It was all good, right? It was just all the hundreds of minor inconveniences that just made it an absolutely abysmal experience. And once they kind of sort of fix those stuff, it's a great experience. This game as well, it doesn't have as strong of an identity out of the box as LMU, right? It still feels half baked in the places where it's supposed to have its identity. The classic cars, classic racing, right? The career mode, it still feels not quite at the level where it should be. But I think it can be better, and I think it will be better. So for people who want to just invest in this and see what it becomes, I think yes, you can keep it if you want to. If you've got nothing to lose. But like I said, if you just want a good game, I think no, it's you can just refund it. Wait till they make this game better, and then you can get it down the line when it's fully worked on, you know. Yeah. You're struggling with racing yourself these days? Yeah. This is not a yes or no answer. Yes, if you want a full yes, if you are okay with seeing this game develop over time, and if you're willing to put in the work, because you have to really fiddle with the force feedback for every single car to get them feeling right. The physics are promising. It's good. It's good if you like tinkering, if you're a technical gearhead, if you're a petrol head. No, if you just want to jump in and drive, right? Let me simplify that. If you're a casual, no. If you're a hardcore sim racer, yes. That's it. I think yeah, that sums it up. If you're a hardcore sim racer, I'd say stick around. If you're a casual, no. I don't think this game is for you. I'm terribly sorry if you're playing on controller. Suck it. I I'm gonna. It's this is a very very hot take, scalding boiling water hot take here, lava hot. I think the controller players are holding this game back. There, I said it. 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 I think the more they prioritize controller usability, the more they are driving that cross-platform shite in it, the more they're just gonna hold it back in every possible way. Oh boy. As of now, I think a game like this is never meant to be played with something like this. It's unthinkable, right? It's unthinkable. And again, I can say this because I used to be a Gran Turismo top driver on controller back in the day. Back in my day, I was one of the quickest drivers in Gran Turismo on the damn controller. I know what I'm talking about. I know the limitations of a controller. I know what it's like to be on a different control scheme, competing with the fastest, the best of the best. I know the limitations that comes with using a controller compared to a wheel. I know the pros and cons of both, and I would choose a wheel any day of the month. Again, just because there are a few insane people, which I respect honestly, that use these weirdo control schemes like what is it? They use a steering wheel to beat Dark Souls, or they use like you know how like these less able people, they have these like custom input joysticks and they drive. Very impressive, but that's the exception, not the norm. Yes, you can be a top 5%, top 3% driver on a controller, no doubt, if you're willing to put the incredibly painful effort and journey of going through that process. But again, it's the exception, not the norm. Just because one or a few people do it doesn't mean you should do it, doesn't mean you're going to have fun, doesn't mean you're going to be good at it. It's going to hold the entire experience of the game back. I'm sorry, that had to be said. Had to be said. I don't think you need to remove crossplay. I think you just need to prioritize the wheel support. That's what everyone is on about. Wheel. I want to drive authentic cars the way they are meant to be driven. Also, welcome it, Humble Fox and Snowdog. Not good for non-24-hour sim racers? Yep. Yeah. Non-24 hours, you don't have time. Even me, I don't have time. I have a full-time job. I come home, I just want to jump in a game. I just want to drive. I just want to have fun. So for people who have the time to invest in it, for the people who have time to figure the shite out in the game and then tell us and then share that with us, non-24-hour sim racers, that's great. But right now, the game is still early. There hasn't been enough time for those hardcore people to figure out the stuff yet. So we don't have the information. So give them a bit of time. Give the full timers a bit of time to figure stuff out, and then let them share it with us. Let the devs cook the game a little bit. Let them give more to us, and then it'll be enjoyable for the casual. That's why I say right now, this is not for the casuals. This is not for the casuals. For the hardcore, yes, I think it's worth it. It's worthwhile, at least. Promising. Also, Snowdog, Humble Fox, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Snowdog. I appreciate that. Remove cosplay. Some controller acceptable, but should be okay only for wheel for the full experience. Yeah. But I want to use my dance mat for Gran Turismo. Yeah, you see this guy? This is what I'm talking about. Again, very cool. Huge respect if you are actually fast and good in the wonky, weird controller scheme in a sim racing game or any game using a controller scheme that is not intended. Huge respect if you're good at it. But again, exception, not the norm. Say it louder with me, kids. Exception, not the norm. I'm gonna say it one more time just so the folks in the back hear it. If you use controller for sim racing, it is the exception, not the norm. I'm just saying the truth here. If you don't like it, doors over there. 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 Oh boy. Yeah, Saber's gonna wait till it's $10. Yeah, you can wait maybe 2-3 years till that happens. It's $70. I doubt it's gonna hit $10 anytime soon. It's gonna be when the game is gonna get pulled offline, then it's gonna be $10. Oh boy. But Humble Fox, if you actually do use a dance mat, call me. I want to check that out. Oh boy, that'll be fun. Can you imagine using a dance mat? Like left and right to go left and right, and then forward and back for throttle and the brake. You know what? You know what? You're onto something. You're onto something. You're high as a kite, but you're onto something. Oh, maybe if I ingested a couple of shrooms, I might be convinced as well. Maybe, just maybe. I like the career premise, working up from nothing, but seems not released well. Yeah. See, that's what we were saying as well. Again, I'm just yapping here because if you look at this here, we just played the game for just under 2 hours, below the refund limit. So we're just kind of debriefing here, we're kind of reviewing the experience. To refund or not to refund? That is the question ultimately. Twister mat is the way. Twister mats don't even have any pads on them. They're just colors. Right hand blue to turn right, left foot green to reverse. Yellow. Yellow elbow for second gear. Can you imagine? Debriefing, but keep the underwear on. Yes. Briefs on. They are on. Yeah, we did not manage to check out the career within the 2 hours, unfortunately. I only tried the AMG GT3, I only tried the Porsche Cup, I only tried the Panoz and a bit of the Valkyrie. We tried Nürburgring, we tried Sebring, we tried Red Bull Ring and Zolder. That's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Again, has promise. I'm willing. You know what? I think verdict is out. I think you know that I know that I know that you know what I think about what I'm going to do with this game. So the question is, do we ooh, I am a kind man. I am a kind man. Something inside me says, roll the dice, boyo. Get that cards right. Come on. Get that flush. Let's go. It's in the name. It's Project Motor Racing. No project works out of the box. Projects take time, right? Projects have a goal. I think the goal of the game is motor racing. Now we're at the start of the project, and now we are working in that project. We are all the projectors, the projectees, right? We're all just doing. We're all workers within the project. Yeah. Mav is upset. Sigh. Look, it's again. Exhibit A. Why Rennsport? Of course. A million times, yes. Why? Does Rennsport have a Valkyrie? I rest your case, Your Honor. I rest my case. Does Rennsport have Valkyrie? Does Rennsport have $6 liveries? I rest my case. Does Rennsport have... I'm just gonna randomly scroll and then just click a car. Does Rennsport have a TVR Tuscan T400? God damn, that looks sexy. No, of course it doesn't. It never will. Also, oh my god, I am I get the same kind of joy looking at these three cars when I look at my lady. Oh boy, my oh my. I like this a lot. Totoya. Me like. Let's drive Totoya. I like a Totoya. Where can be Totoya? Juan Pablo Montoya. Daytona? Monza? Brianza? What is this? The female version of Monza? Monza? Brianza? What's this? No licensing type shit. Oh boy. Keep it so you can update us on it. I will. I definitely will. Let it make an update. I'm sure it'll get better. Mm-hmm. You should have panded to controller. Can't play car on my wheel. Can I play Elden Ring on my wheel? I wonder. Put the sigh in silent. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Best sim racer single player career. We'll see. We'll see. You know what? We've got maybe a couple more hours on the stream. Let me try out some more tracks. Let me try out some more Totoyas. And then let's try out Click Career. Let's try some AI stuff, shall we? Right? Let's give it a go. I just want to try a few more classes of cars to really give it a fair go. Let's try Monza in autumn. And as for time, let's try evening, about 1800. Let's go racing. You play Elden Ring with the wheel. It wasn't easy. More masochistic than anything when walking or running is the accelerator pedal. Oh boy. But yeah, it is decided. We're keeping it. We can't refund this. I have to make peace with it. I definitely have a lot more comments that I think I haven't made verbal. Like the graphics, right? They have over prioritized the graphics that don't matter instead of the stuff that actually matters, like the track detail, the lighting, the shadows, the ambient occlusion. Instead, they put so much emphasis on the grass and the spectators. We don't need that. We don't need that. I just want the textures to be nice and clean. Also, we had a friend earlier who came in just now and who gave us some tips for the FFB setup. What was his name again? I forgot. Does anyone remember what his name was again? A turtle, something turtle. He said we can, oh, look at that. Steering stiffness 3. Can I bring this down to 1? Steering rack rate 1.3. Steering damping 1. Strength 1. Rack feel alignment boost. Road boost. EQ mid. EQ low. I'm going to put all this at 1. Friction. Load boost. Bring it up to 0.1. Alignment boost. No idea what that is. Rack feel. That sounds very wrong if you think about it, but never mind. Okay, I have no idea what any of this does. I'm just gonna wing it. I'm gonna wang it. Go to cockpit setup real quick. I'm gonna decrease all this. Don't want that. Don't need that. Okay, FOV 47-ish, I think is a good spot. Yeah, 47. 47 minus tilt. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. A little bit to the I don't know. That's fine, I guess. Save it. All right. I feel it's okay to have peripheral specific games. I hated ACC at first and definitely hard on controller feedback. Once you got wheel, it was such an achievement when you got faster. I agree. I agree. In fact, Humble Fox, I too started ACC on a controller, hated it, and then I had a Thrustmaster T300. It was okay, didn't love it, but once I got my Simagic, oh my god, I love ACC now. I love it. It's genuinely such an enjoyable game. Feels great. Now I'm not only am I so much faster, but I actually love it. It's fantastic. I mean, honestly, I love the fidelity in this. Okay, look at that. We're getting 96 FPS on high settings, average high settings. I think that's pretty decent, right? Yeah, pretty good. It's weird how when you don't just tilt left and right. You tilt left and then you kind of swing your head a bit. You swing your head a bit. It's weird. It's very off-putting. I also wish you could just disable the animation. I don't want the animation. I just want to quickly peek who's to my left and who's to my right, you know? But I like it. I hope it looks good on stream too. I hope it comes through. We are on cold tires. No ABS, traction control in the middle. Reduced brake bias just a little bit. Let's start it up. Oh, is it electric? Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, this car's electric. Pretty all right. Oh yeah, definitely needs some kind of feedback for when the tires lock up, that's for sure. Oh, that sounds like a Totoya, all right. Even though it doesn't feel like I'm braking at the peak pressure, I feel like it's punishing me. Whoa! Oh, oopsie! Woo! Maybe I should have just drove on the default setting first before I made any changes. Rack feels like force feedback, yeah. Nico, welcome in. How does the game feel? It feels like something. It's got potential, is all I'll say. Like what my high school teachers used to tell me back in school, it's got potential. That's how you look left and right on a motorcycle? Oh my god, that is so jarring. Oh, massive understeer. There we go. Again, I'm feeling that huge spring force that just wants to pull the wheel back to the center. We got a G923. Huh? That's a good place to start. But ACC, don't get me wrong, ACC is one of those sims where the better your hardware, the better it feels and the faster you go. It's just one of those things. Now, I've used my T300 for pretty much every sim before I got this. I was using it in iRacing quite a lot too, and I was pretty damn good at it. But ACC just didn't quite feel right. You just need good hardware for ACC to feel great, because there's a lot of damping, there's a lot of detail that gets lost, you know. Back up your seats some maybe. What seat? In game or IRL? I wouldn't want to change anything IRL. This is ergonomically perfect for me. In game, I think this is fine too. This looks similar to my FOV, like it would be in LMU. I know I've hit a good enough FOV when my virtual wheel in game is perfectly hidden behind my actual wheel. That's how I know I've got the scaling just right. So it feels natural. I can still estimate where my references are. One thing they really need to add is a FFB clipping meter. In addition to the input meters in the middle there, they really need to add a FFB clipping meter so we know when the FFB is clipping and when we're in the operable range of the force feedback. Funnily enough, Project Motor Racing's Hypercars has more sensation of weight in the low speed, medium speed corners than LMU. If it weren't for that abysmal spring feel, I might even be inclined to say this actually feels a little bit better. Yeah, this one just wants to spring all over the place. You can't really feel when you're going over the limit, when you're even approaching the limit. You're preemptively driving, you're not reactively driving. You're kind of anticipating, okay, when I go through here, the car's going to slide. I should just give it a bit of counter steer before it even happens so I can counter it. Not a safe way to drive that. No worries, Nat. At least you're hitting the gym. I wish I could hit the gym too. I wonder how the assists fit in the game. They feel very obtrusive. I feel like the assists are not very well implemented, and they really hinder your performance and to an extent make it more of a nuisance to drive. Like the traction control, we have it at 6 right now. 6 out of 10. I'm gonna have it at like 7 maybe. Yeah, there you go. If you guys pay attention, when I exit slow corners, I'm keeping the wheel straight. But when I go flat out, you see the car kind of weaves left and right. And pay close attention to the engine sound. Pay close attention. I tried my best to keep the wheel straight, but you notice that weaving, it's weaving on its own instead of going straight. It's kind of going left, right, left. And the engine sound as well, it kind of, because of the weaving, it goes, it's not a smooth acceleration out of the corner. So I don't know if that's the assist intervening. Maybe, might be. Or just some inherent flaw with the physics. That self-centering force is very, very strong. Very, very strong. Take care, Nat. Have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. There we go. We got a full-on lateral slide there, but the traction control caught it. That shouldn't be the case. That should not be the case at all.
4 tenths off.
Oh, yep. That was an lockup. That is fine. That was acceptable. That was acceptable. Big Is there anything? Okay. I have an idea. How about if I kept it at 69 as a joke? What if I just really turn it down? Let me just half it. Half the game centering. A bit more wheel rotation speed. I think it's a bit unfair. A bit less damping. It's a bit too much, I think. Yeah, we need some friction. We need the inertia. We need the slew rate. Reduce it a little bit. Just a little bitty bit. Oh, wait, no. We gotta return to pit. Force feedback is a vehicle setup thing. We gotta go here. Can I just delete setup, go to default? Can I just set up to default? Load setup. Uh-oh. Oops. Can I just not... Oh, no. Can I just not have it as default? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What if I put steering stiffness to... What was it at before? 3? And the rack feel was at like 0.92. Load boost 0. Steering damping was at 3. Which one of this is going to reduce the wobbliness, that spring? I don't want that spring. I don't like the springiness. Strength is 1. Yep, that's for sure. Do we have settings? Settings is all the way there. Input device settings. There we go. This is too high now. Now I want to bring this to 65, which is where I would like it to be. Brake feel boost. Let me just put that at like 35 maybe. I think this gives me the ABS or the locking up feeling, you know. Smoothing at 10 is fine. I like a bit of the crunch. No idea what the force feedback headroom does. It goes all the way up to 200, 300. Is that just like I've got 12 Newton meters. Now I have it at 65%. So 65% means I've got a 40% headroom. So what does that mean? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm not going to pretend like I understand any of this. What is haptic strength? What the hell is haptic strength? I just turned it off. I don't want it. There is no haptic on my base. I'm going to leave all that is. What is steering pad? Is this controller? Is this controller? Steering wheel? Why is this at 50? Oh, it is. It is steering wheel. There we go. Ah, it is that. Okay, I know it. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, does it also affect the... No? Saturation zone? No? I have no idea what this does. I have no idea what any of this does. Low force boost. Need a bit. You're not supposed to have this for direct drives. You really are not supposed to have it. It ruins the linearity. You know what? Screw it. No, I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna have it. Nope. I don't want it. I don't want it. I am stubborn. I do not want it. Also, cinematic sequence. I'm gonna turn this off because it's ugly. Ugly. Assists. Yeah, I've turned everything off. Auto blip, auto cut. What the hell is auto cut? Trailing throttle. What is trailing throttle? No idea. No idea. So this might actually be screwing me over. Let me just go with authentic for all of this, you know. Okay, I do have an manual. So if I do have to drive a manual, I will have to manually drive it. But as far as this car is concerned, I don't mind. I don't mind the extra work. Shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard. Clutch in, first gear. So isn't this car like started? Do I need to press the start button or anything? Also, hang on. How do I get this car off the line? I can't turn this car off.
4/10 off. You're clear.
Nope. Yeah, when you lock up the brakes, it's very easy to save it. Which is good, I guess. That feels... The brake feel is quite nice, I'd say. There we go. The force feedback feels a bit more reasonable now. There, did you hear that? Did you hear how the throttle, the revs, the way it climbed up there? Very unnatural. Going out of the corner there. Car kind of wobbling on its own. Not quite staying planted. It's still got a fair bit of self-centering spring. So not a fan of. There we go. Lots of wobbling around there. Honestly, it just feels like the modern cars have a lot of work to do. The modern cars have a lot of work to do. You can still brake hard at the limit. Yeah. You see those blue lights flashing on the wheel? That's the TC intervening there. Now, here's a theory. Let me just decrease the TC. It's going to be dangerous, but I want to see if the wobbling is caused by the TC intervening when it's not supposed to. Oh, now it's too powerful. Hold on. Huh. Is that right? Can't be. Nope. Okay, I'm immediately noticing a problem. With TC, and you try to kind of floor it on the exit of corners, it intervenes too much and leads to that wobble, that inconsistency. Too little TC, it's too snappy. Not enough intervention. So the sweet spot, there is going to be a bit of activation, but every time it activates, it's going to screw you over. Hence what I said, the assists are not very well implemented, which in turn makes the modern cars a real nightmare to drive. Unfortunately. There's two more Toyotas I want to give a try. The main one being the Supra, of course. Ooh, I love this thing. I love this thing so much. I love the GT1. Oh, looks so good. Totoya Gazoo. Love it. Let's try Canadian Tire. I've never tried this track before. It's going to be interesting. Let's try winter. I wonder what winter looks like. Weather type average. Huh. Cool. Let's give it a bit sort of middle of the day. Track condition pristine. Ooh. No idea what that is. Tire pre-warm off. So we got to manually warm up the tires. Again, this all looks nice. Right? I like how every single loading screen they show off the grass. Not the most important thing ever. Okay, we will leave this at default for now. I don't want to mess with it yet. Strength at 1, rack rate at 1, stiffness damping 3 and 3. The EQ is all that. Alignment boost is that the self-centering force? Could that possibly be the self-centering force? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna just drive this, right? I'm gonna drive it once, and then I'm gonna drive it again with completely removing this game centering effect off. I'm gonna see if it makes an actual difference, right? Also, first things first, I gotta adjust the HUD. Position, field of view, 47. Down, go down a little bit. Move a little bit. I think that's fine. Save. That looks good.
All clear.
Ooh, hoo, hoo. Oh, big understeer. Cold tires. So I know the tires are separated into 3 segments, right? You've got the inner, middle, outer. And I believe those bars also run out according to, with relation to the tire wear, right? Yeah, ABS and TC also very high on this car. I have a feeling the key is going to be like the esports guys do. Bring the assists as low as reasonably practicable. I mean, as low as you're willing to go without risking binning it, you know? Oh, also, hang on. Pause. I'm noticing something. Look at my input, right? Now, I'm going to go from 0 to 100. Look at the middle there, middle of the screen. I'm pressing, look at that. Boop. You see how the throttle goes from like 0 to like 10% instantly. So I'm missing that initial 10% of travel. Yeah, I'm getting nothing. That initial 10%, nothing, and then 10%, and then it goes up. Same thing with the brakes. 10%, nothing. So that trail braking precision is not there for me for the first 10%. And then after 10%, you get something, and then it goes up all the way. Ah, okay. So I probably need to reduce the dead zone entirely. The dead zone is also screwing me over. Throttle pedal dead zone, turn off. Brake pedal dead zone, turn off. Sensitivity, yes, save. Okay, go back. Okay, looks fine. Again, the same little thing. Look, I'm keeping my mouse cursor on the bottom left here, right? I'm clicking it, confirm, and then it's back. Confirm, back. Confirm, back. I'm in a loop. Just put the back button on the corner so I can click it twice to go back. Game, can you do that? Fire the guy who made your UI, UX experience. There you go. So 10%. Still a bit of dead zone. Even though I eliminated the dead zone entirely, I'm still pressing it like 5%, but I'm getting nothing. And then 6%, I get like 5%, or like 10%, and then it's going up. How about the brakes? Yeah, same with the brakes too. Like imagine I'm trail braking, I'm going down, and I want to hold that minimum pressure, but too little, and it just disappears. I gotta hold 10% as a minimum. Same goes for the throttle. That is a bit weird. It is weird. I'm still unsure what's the best way to approach the braking. Whether I should brake fully 100% or try to approach the trail braking threshold like I do in iRacing. Oh, this is a double apex corner in the middle. This game. Yeah, they gotta fix that, or else you're not gonna be able to have that fine, precise input when you're trail braking. It's gonna be very, very hard. There we go. Still got that lateral sliding around. Let me get a few laps with the default FFB setting, and then let me get a few with it turned down to 1. I don't know if what our friend suggested was a universal fix or it was a car specific fix, but we'll give it a try. For the Panos, it did seem to work. It did seem to give it a bit more weight to the front. This seat is fine for the most part. Oh. This car's pretty fun. The GT4 is pretty fun. Disclaimer, I am biased. I am very, very biased, in case you can't tell. Totoya fanboy. But it generally feels nice. It feels a little more intuitive than all the other cars we've driven. It feels reasonable. There are some physics-specific quirks to this, the lateral sliding. The sliding is off the charts. Not in a good way.
Give you a couple of good laps if you can.
There we go. See that lateral sliding there? I'm just holding the wheel straight. Just sliding there. Ooh. Yeah, I got a trail brake all the way till here. Sharp turn in. It's a bit like Virginia's hairpin before the back straight, you know? Similar approach. Honestly, the game looks good. The game looks good. We're getting just about 100 FPS. Again, this is on our own. We will jump into an AI session soon. I know that corner is like a very long, lengthy braking zone. Okay, we keep in the middle. High braking. Exit the corner. I do feel the weight a little bit. Still feels a bit too light for my taste though. I would like a bit more force to the feedback. That's not how that corner is supposed to be taken, I'm sure. There's a slight lift, get in that compression, straighten up. Go wide. Not quite. So you know how in every other sim, my objective is to turn the wheel until I hear the tires scrubbing? In this game, when I turn until I hear the tires squealing, not scrubbing, I'm dead. It means I'm over the limit. You can carry a lot of speed through there. So look, what difference does it make if I slam the brakes? I think it makes no difference at all. I have a few questions about how the tires work, right? If you look down here, you can see these bars are in different heights. Like now the inside portion of my tires are a bit shorter than the rest. Now I don't know if that's tire wear or tire pressure, as in that side of the tire is underinflated. I'm thinking it's tire wear. So that means it's overinflated. My tires are overinflated a little bit because the middle is kind of sticking out on all of these tires, but the inside is kind of underinflated. So the wheel is like, what's the shape? It's like a tetrahedron, you know? That's weird. That's weird for it to be that way. Right, now let's fiddle with the force feedback a little bit. Turn this to 1, turn this to 1, and that's it. That's what I'm going to do. That's it. Only stiffness and damping. Set it to 1. Don't touch anything else. We don't need alignment boost. No, give it a bit of a alignment boost. 0.1. 0.1. Just 0.1. Just a little bit. Load boost. I think load boost. I'm going to make rack feel 1, strength 1. Load boost. I think load is the load when you hit compressions and really hit compressions or go over crests where the weight on the front tires decreases. Right now there is some weight feeling. This is to boost it, I think. Friction. What is friction? What kind of friction are they talking about? Yeah, and the fact that the friction is only adjustable in very, very small increments by the thousandth, that leads me to believe you're not supposed to increase this by too much, if not at all. It's just a flavor, I suppose. So yeah, there's a lot for us to learn about this thing, right? I'm not a very technical person, unfortunately. I'm not the right person to be asking this. I wish I was. I wish I was. So it doesn't tell me if this is tire wear or tire pressure. Oh no, it is tire wear. It's tire wear. Look here, it's tire wear. Okay, it's not tire pressure then. It's tire wear. Because if you can't see it on the top one, but you look at the rear tires, you can see the outline of a tire on the top here. And you can see that this tire has a bit of the tires worn off. Ah, so the inside of my tires are wearing out at a faster rate than the middle and the outside. Okay. It's tire wear. It's not pressure. Pressure is in bar. I really hate the color scheme. Give it a bit of contrast. Give it a bit of contrast. I get you're trying to streamline the UI with the white and gold theme. I like it. Look, your font is nice. The way you've laid out this whole menu, it's nice. This is a mess. This is a painful eyesore, I will say. I mean, like, one thing you can do is just increase the spacing between each line. Simple graphic design thing. Just increase the spacing between this a little bit more. Make it feel a bit more intuitive. Have a bit of graphics, like a spring graphic like LMU or iRacing does. This is fine. This looks like ACC, to be honest. Yeah, it looks fine. I mean, it's easy to read. The font is very comfortable, not painful on the eye, so that this is all fine. Right? So this is tire wear, not tire pressure, unlike I thought. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Bill, welcome in. You know, there is a downloadable manual for this that explains what all the FFB settings do. There is? Ooh. Do tell, where do I find this mysterious manual? Where do I find a manual? Pray tell. Is it on their website? What are the... Yes, please. Yes, please. Ooh, let's boot that up. Exactly what I wanted. PMR Force Feedback Setup Guide version 2. There's a version 2 already? The game just came out. What happened to version 1? Alright, let's boot it up. Let's open it. Let me see what's in here. Thank you very much, Bill. This is very useful. Okay, what do we got here? I need to study. I have to read a PowerPoint just to understand. All right, we will go through this later. Hang on. I'll put it up on my main monitor so we can learn together. Let me go for a drive first, now that I've fiddled with these settings real quick, right?
Clear of pit lane.
Ooh, instantly. Ah! Oh wait, this ain't sand, it's just concrete? It is. So like that corner, I would expect me to feel the weight on the front wheels. I don't feel it yet. There's more weight overall in general, but there isn't a consistent feeling. Oh, later apex. Dive in. Have you been experiencing Project Motor Racing as well, Bill? You seem to be a bit more experienced than I do. This is literally my first attempt, so... There we go. Wide entry, late apex. Seems about right. Early on the brakes. Tight through here. Keep it in the middle. Open up the final corner. Light braking. Get on the gas. All the track. Yeah, you can just turn. You can just turn. Maybe flat out? Question mark. Brake a little bit. Turn in. Wait for the crest. Wait for the compression. Compress. Push wide. Slink in. Billboard. Nah, too ill. Have purchased, but I haven't been able to try it yet. Ah, I see. Yeah. The fact that you can't really tell when you're approaching the limit, when you're on the limit, or when you've gone over the limit is just, it makes for a stressful drive. You never really feel like you're quite in control of the car at all at any given time. Look at that. Lateral sliding all the way. The thing that sets most other sims apart is your ability to tell when you've gone over the limit. So you kind of tone yourself down, like, okay, don't do that next lap. Take it easy. Car doesn't like that. Oh, I understeer if I brake over here. Let's brake it a bit earlier, you know? Don't do that. Car doesn't like that, clearly. In this, it feels like there is no way to consistently determine what the car wants you to do, what the car doesn't want you to do. It's like the car's gonna snap on you regardless. Oh, very wide, very wide, very wide. Yeah, I'm trying to get that neat trail brake all the way to the maximum rotation point to get that double apex in. But I'm sliding, I'm oversteering. Brake bias is heavily forward. I'm surprised. I shouldn't be sliding under braking. Again, that lateral slide. Just try to brake a little harder than I normally would there. So it's all based off of visual cues, which makes it feel uncanny, uncomfortable. There we go. Even there. Compression, 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 compress, compress. You're not supposed to slide over the crest. That's a recipe for disaster. Want to keep it in fourth gear. There we go. A lot smoother in fourth gear through there. Ooh, hoping for a double apex. That's fine. Oh boy. Binned it. Yeah, even crashing, there isn't really much of a feedback when you crash. That is very sad. Anyway, I think the GT4s feel all right, but it's still a bit all over the place. Hard to be consistent, hard to figure out what I'm doing consistently. You know, before we do anything else, I think it's a good idea to check out together the little manual that Bill shared with us. Let's just check that out, shall we? Let me open it. Let me turn the game off real quick. Let's read it. Actually, no, I think I should have the game on. But let me just go. Let me pull up that link real quick. Oh my god, there's so many people. So many people. Gamer Muscle, most hated sim. Oh boy, the guy's milking the crap out of this game. Where do I go? Here. There we go. Oh, stream in a stream in a stream. Look at that. There we go. Okay. Let me get the file running real quick. Okay, let us learn. Time to learn. There we go. Now see this? There we go. I'll let that background music run in the background. Can I full screen it? There we go. PMR, force feedback, input and settings guide from the devs themselves. Ah, my eyes. Anyway. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, can we take a quick break? I haven't taken a break this entire stream. I need to go take a wee wee. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be back shortly. Alrighty, we're back. Backadoo. Backadackadoo. Quackalackadoo. Back. We're good. Let us. Right. Class is in session. Welcome. Welcome to class. Time to learn. Right. What do we got? Can I zoom this? No, I can't. If you can't read it, I'm terribly sorry. Can I actually zoom it? If I exit full screen. There we go. If I can exit full screen, then I can. Ooh, there we go. Okay. Oh, hang on. It's wild. Okay. So, PMR gives you a wide range of options to fine-tune your force feedback and input behavior globally and for each car individually in each vehicle's individual setup menu. Since the FFB is rec-based and not canned, I have no idea what that means. Individual drivers may want to fine-tune the settings that come out of the box. These default values have been tuned by the developers for most popular wheels. These default values have been tuned by the developers for most popular wheels. Can they just say which wheel they use as a benchmark? Both belt-driven and direct drive to enable you to get on track with no fuss, but they are by no means meant to encompass every individual sim racer. We know the feel of your wheel or input device is critical to both feel and speed, and with that in mind, this guide will steer you, pun intended, through the process of dialing in your input device to your own preference. This guide is helpful if you're experiencing issues with FFB and need a quick fix. All right. Axis dead zone. This sets how much movement on your wheel or pedal is ignored before the game starts to register input. If your steering or throttle jitters slightly when you're not touching it, increase a little. Axis saturation zone. There we go. I didn't understand this. This controls how far you need to move your wheel or pedal to reach maximum input. If your hardware can't quite reach full lock or full throttle or brake, reduce this slightly so you still get the full range in game. Oh, okay, so it's maximum range then. Okay. Understand? So saturation zone. Okay. Makes sense. It's the zone at which your inputs operate within. Got it? Dead zone is dead zone. Straightforward. Sensitivity. Sensitivity is basically linearity from what I can see. 100 is linear, one-to-one movement. 200 is very responsive. Responsive initially, but it falls off later. Less sensitivity is less responsive in the first half and then very responsive afterwards. Okay. Lower number smoothes things out. Okay. I like to keep it at linear. There we go. Steering padlock scale. There we go. This is the one that I want to see. For gamepad users. This limits how much steering lock is available based on speed and grip. At 100, it's realistic and matches the car's true limits. Lowering it can make handling gentler but also slower through corners. All right. If you're hardcore, you want this at 100. Why would you want it at anything else, right? That's it. There were several different options though. There were several different options. There we go. Steering pad saturation zone. Oh wait, no. Dead zone saturation sensitivity is the same thing. Dead zone saturation sensitivity, same thing. Okay. Dead zone saturation sensitivity. Yeah, so saturation zone we'll keep it at 100 because you want the full range of it. Dead zone 0. In here, look, when I press 1%, I'm getting that 1%. When I press 10, I'm getting that 10, I'm getting that 20, I'm getting that 30, I'm getting that 40, getting that 50, getting that 60, getting that 70, getting that 80, getting that 90, getting that 100. Okay, it's very linear here. I love it. I'm going to keep it that way for everything then. Sensitivity has to be at 100 for the maximum linearity. Saturation zone. Oh, yeah. All the way. You want the entire range of the pedal to be outputting. We don't know what haptic strength does. Okay, so all this stuff, right? Steering pad. This is irrelevant. This is not relevant to us. This doesn't matter to us. Also, yeah, the steering wheel, it's not working for me here. It's not detected. Weird.
And here comes Moss, well out in
New input backend for this device available. Reset to use. Center the wheel, press confirm on the steering wheel or keyboard. Unwind your wheel to a 90 degree. Press throttle down as far as it'll go. Hold it there. Press confirm. Press confirm. No inputting. Press your brake as down as far as it'll go. Press the clutch down as far as it'll go. It's not reading it. Strange. Okay, weird. Okay, my throttle pedal works that way. My brake pedal isn't working. Clutch is working. Weird. My clutch is for some reason moving the low force boost. Weird. My clutch is moving both the clutch pedal one and the low force boost one, which is very strange. I have no idea what's happening here. New input backend, reset to use. How do I reset? Reset to default? What does this mean? New input backend. Anyway, let's just learn. Let's learn first, see what's happening. Okay, this is for steering pad. Now let's go for all these things. There we go. Input device, settings, output. FFB gain, overall strength of the wheel's feedback. Higher is heavier and more pronounced. The default 100 leaves headroom, so big hits like curbs or collisions don't clip or feel flat. Default. Okay, force feedback gain at 100 leaves headroom. So big hits like curbs or collisions don't clip or feel flat. What's the force feedback headroom? As force feedback gain is reduced, the difference between the normal driving signal and the maximum signal that can be sent to the wheel increases. The spare signal is the headroom. Controls how much of the extra force range is reserved for sudden impacts. Note, this setting has far more impact when the FFB gain is set to low, as that creates more headroom. More headroom, harder hits. Reduce this if crashes feel too violent, and be cautious when changing the recommended settings with direct drive wheels. Results can be violent. Right. So it says the default 100 leaves headroom. I'm confused. Overall strength. Default leaves headroom, but in the software, I'm already running the maximum. So how do I know if is default 100%? Let's say I want to run 65%, which is what I do for most sims, right? On this wheelbase, I want to run 65%. So there's no real. So I need to increase the headroom then. I got to increase the headroom by what factor? By a factor of what? Is it equivalent? So if I reduce this by 35 to 65, do I increase this by 35? But the minimum headroom is 50. So I don't understand. Or do I... So if this is 100 minus 35, do I make this 100 plus 35 to give it... I don't know, we'll give it a try. Low force boost adds weight and detail to the small forces near the center of the wheel. Useful for lower end wheels that can feel dead. Okay, we don't need this. Like I said, this is just artificially boosting the linearity within the center. We don't need that. Brake feel boost enhances how much you feel from braking forces through the front tires. Use it to make the car's weight transfer more noticeable. Too high can make the wheel feel jittery and chaotic at extreme values. Right. So we want this to be reasonably high so we can feel a bit of weight transfer, braking, ABS, lockups, all that, I think. FFB smoothing. Low pass filter smoothing smooths out the overall feedback signal, removing rough or noisy spikes. Turn this up if the wheel feels harsh, but too much will make the FFP feel dull and vague. Okay, again, that description is very vague, I'll tell you that. Okay, what next? There we go. Haptic strength. For gamepads and wheels, this changes how strong rumble cues are for grip loss, curbs, or impacts. How strong rumble cues are for grip loss, curbs, or impacts. Think of it as a vibration volume knob, since gamepads do not respond to force feedback but rely on haptics, which are audio driven signals that give information about the behavior of the vehicle. And wheels. So this is the setting that allows us to feel grip loss and the curbs. Okay. So we do need a bit of this then. I'll have it in the middle, right? Have this in the middle. Steering rack rate. Basically, steering ratio. Okay, the rack rate. Okay, this is in the setup menu for each car, as on a car per car basis, right? So the steering ratio is steering rack rate, which corresponds to how fast the car's front wheels react to your input. Higher is quicker steering, good for modern prototypes. Lower is slower, more stable, good for older GT cars. Okay. So higher ratio, so as in like 1 to 3, whereas 3 to 1 is better for older cars. Okay. Steering stiffness changes how tight or loose the steering feels. Stiffness in theory might be stiffer the better, but in practice, coupled to real-world FFP devices and solved with the computer, there can be trade-offs. Too stiff can be noisy and spiky. Too soft can become nebulous. What is nebulous? I know nebula. Nebulous. Ill-defined or vague. Right, too soft then. All right. Too soft can be, well, too soft. Too stiff can be too noisy. Okay. So we want the stiffness to be down. But again, the numbers are arbitrary. The numbers are arbitrary. It's weird. Can I not have the arbitrary number? Can I have like a specific value and have some meaning? Now it's like 0, 1, 2, 3. What do the numbers mean? Steering damping adds resistance to smooth out steering motion. Resistance to smooth out steering motion. Use it to calm down oscillations. Too much will make the wheel feel heavy and lifeless. Okay. So the damping does help with the vibrations, with the wigglies, right? Okay, so we want a bit of damping. We want to not have too much or too little stiffness. Steering rack, I think I want to leave it default. I think rack by default is fine. But yeah, like for example, when we did the AMG at the Nürburgring, remember I said I was turning too much for certain corners, which didn't feel right? Weird. So vehicle setup force feedback. Steering rack, steering damping. Is this in the general settings? There we go. We've got force feedback headroom. So if I can't set it up that high, force feedback headroom. Let me put it to 140. A little bit of smoothing. Brake feel boost. Global force feedback gain 65. There we go. Now steering wheel works. Yeah, my clutch is still inputting the low force boost thing. Why is it doing that? Whereas my brake just isn't reading right now. My brake, nothing's reading through my brake. That's very weird. New input backend for this device available. It still said the same thing. Still very weird. Clutch pedal sensitivity, even that is all over the place now. Very weird. Very weird. I don't know why the low force boost slider is working. Okay, leave it at that. We'll keep it at this 65, 140 headroom. Haptic strength, I'm going to keep it at 50. Goes to 100. I'm going to keep the haptics at 50. 45. A bit on the lower side. A bit on the lower end of things. Smoothing a bit low. Brake feel pretty high as well. I want to feel the brake. Gives it a bit of weight as well, doesn't it, Sid? Okay, so this is all the general settings, right? This is all the general settings. I'm gonna give frame gen a go. Looks fine. Looks fine. Okay, so this is all just the... Let's jump into another race weekend. Let's try... Kialaimai. Let's try that one. Middle of the day. Okay, let's keep reading. Still got a bit more to go. So this is within the vehicle setup. This is just the settings one. This is input. This is all in input. Saturation zone, steering padlock, okay. But this is the steering rack rate, change of the steering damping. This is all in the input setup as well. So strength, the per car gain setting. This is just how strong the FFB is for that specific vehicle. This is the main gain control on the base sample signal from the rack. The main gain control on the base sample signal from the rack. So is it an Assetto Corsa like thing where I have to set it? What I'm getting from that is I'm getting, so if I have to go here, input device, I have to put this at 100. Global force feedback. I have to set the gain at maximum, right? So the gain has to be as high as it possibly can be. Why does this go up to times 3? What does 300, what does the number mean? I'm just gonna put it at 150. I don't know what this means. I do not know what this means. Also, what is this new input backend for this device available? I don't know what that is as well. I'm confused. I'm very, very confused. So a bit of haptic strength is okay. Okay, save that. Okay, we're gonna go to vehicle setup, tires and chassis. Okay, so you have the overall strength, right? So 1, I think, is default. We're getting 100%. So if I want 65%, I gotta decrease it to 0.64, right? So that feels about right. Let's just do this one by one as I try to understand it and wrap my head around it, right? Rack feel. How much of the raw steering rack movement you feel through the wheel? Shock and oscillation safety. At 1, this does nothing. 1 does nothing. Rack feel. Okay. Less than 1. The force feedback is power limited to help reduce the risk of injury. FFB signal times. Okay. So 1 is default. Rack feel, gotta leave it at 1. At low levels, the reduced allowed power can lessen feel. Okay. So rack feel, we want to leave this at 1. 1. So out of the box, how it's supposed to be. Maybe if we want, we can increase a little bit more. Yeah. Also, the stiffness, right? What's the maximum value for the stiffness? 10. So what does it say for stiffness again? Rack rate, stiffness, damping. Tight or loose? I'm just gonna put it in the middle. 5 maybe. Yeah, let's put it at 5. Damping, calm down. Also, damping, also let's put it at like 4, maybe 4 or 5. I think it's also out of 10. So out of 10, let me put it at 4, and the stiffness put it at 5. Rack rate, rack rate, rack rate. Steering ratio. Higher is quicker, lower is more stable. But what is the default? What is the benchmark? Also, what does this go up to? Goes up to 2, okay. Goes from 0.5 to 2, so higher is better. I'm gonna say default is fine. This is halfway through, a little bit less on the damping. Okay, what else do we got? We got a few more. Next up, alignment boost. Amplifies how much you feel the front tire self-aligning as grip builds or fades. Higher is more feel for understeer. Too much can hide the sensation of load changes. More feel for understeer. Self-aligning. Is it the spring force? How much will the front tire self-aligning? I probably have to bring this back to 100 then to really get a feel for it. Front tire self-aligning as grip builds of face. Higher, you want to keep it high enough but not too high and hide the sensation of load change. So same thing as well, somewhere around the middle but towards the low end. So if it was on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe 5 or 4, maybe even 3. Load boost, FFB signal based on lateral G forces. While this is a raw physics output, it is not a rack or tire signal. Adding load boost and reducing low EQ can be used for a more seat of pants version of low frequency FFB. I have no idea what any of these words mean. This more seat of pants version of low latency, low frequency FFB? What's that supposed to mean? Like I'm gonna understand that. This adds feedback based on lateral G forces, amplifying feel for body roll and load transfer. I have no idea. No idea. I'm gonna leave this by default. Friction. Artificial resistance to stimulate mechanical steering friction. Can make the car wheel feel more realistic, but too high feels sticky. Many devices have controls for this, but sometimes useful per setup or car. Okay, so we have this in the software already. We have a friction slider. It's at 20%. I think this is fine. Okay, now the EQ. Like a sound equalizer for FFB, this lets you shape which parts of the signal stand out. Different devices can vary a lot on how they react to different car setups and other settings. In fact, some devices provide an EQ in the software, like SimiCube I think does. EQ makes a difference if the low, mid and high sliders are set to different values. You set them all to the same number at 1.2. It's exactly the same as turning the overall strength up to 1.2. The EQ can be broken down generally as follows. Okay, this is going to be important. Low EQ, heavy forces and weight transfer. Okay, so the overall load feel of the car. Mid, bumps, slides, and a bit of load. High is for road texture and curbs. Okay, that kind of makes sense when you put it that way, but now practically I have no idea. Alignment boost. I like how we can also turn this down, you know. Okay, how high does this go? Goes up to, oh boy, goes up to 4.10. That is a lot. Let me try 1. Alignment boost 1. I want to see, you know what, let me just try alignment boost 4 all the way up, and then we slowly bring this down. Or maybe 2, middle of the road. Load boost 0, I don't want that. Okay, I can't turn it off entirely. What's the maximum? Goes up to 2, okay. So I want a bit of slip angle, a bit of weight transfer, and a bit of road texture, for example. So this is something that I'm trying to do, right? That's what I want. So low EQ, increasing it helps with the load feel. Reducing it can help thin out the feel that may be too syrupy or thick. That's not descriptive in any way at all. That's useless information. If you're too syrupy or thick, I don't want my steering to feel like I'm driving through syrup. I want my steering to feel like a car. What do you mean syrupy or thick? Increasing mid-frequency can put more focus on a lot of useful car dynamics. Reducing mid-frequency can help control over-aggressive wheel reactions if too much is happening, such as a rough road or etc. Okay, so like Sebring. I want mid. More focus on useful car dynamics. It's useful to find the slip angle, right? This can increase or reduce road curb feel on some lower end devices. This might not have much effect. Okay. So I think the high EQ, I want to keep it as low as possible, but just enough to get a bit of feedback. The mid, I want it to be somewhere in the middle, and the low. So I think mid and low. I want to play around with the mid and the low boost, right? I think that's about it. So high just a bit. Mid, I'm gonna crank it up. So yeah, 1, 2, and 3. So we have most mid, followed by low for more weight transfer, and then EQ high. Right? Strength is 0.64, which is 0.64 out of the overall, right? It does go beyond it. I don't know if the numbers are a percentage representative. The stiffness and damping are arbitrary. I've set it middle of the road out of the maximum value. So I'm trying to get it as linear as I possibly can. I'm going to save that. Okay. I'm not going to touch anything. Let's give it a go. Also, oh my god, 180 frames per second with AMD FSR. Does it? But visually, is it compromised in any way? Not that I can tell. I mean, a little bit. It's got a bit of jaggies, I will say. It's got a bit of jaggies. There is ever so slightly a little bit of input lag. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I am going to try to crank the graphics up as high as they'll go. Ultra all the way, right? Ultra all the way. High as it'll go. FSR3 quality on frame gen. Oh, game's having a stroke. Yep, game had a stroke. The game had a stroke. Okay, don't fiddle with too much FSR settings all at once. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. Got it. Got it, game. The wheel rotation speed at 40 is decent enough. Force feedback detail at 5 is also decent enough. This is fine, I think, for the most part. Let's jump back in. Oh, we still haven't done any AI racing yet. I want to give it a try. We'll save the career mode for later. Right now, I just want to understand the force feedback and see if I can get it working properly. I think if I can just kind of tune this in, if I can dial it down, there is some potential. But I wouldn't say this is very well explained, honestly. Like these simple things, okay, but like these more complicating ones, in theory, yes. In practice, no, not quite. Let's jump in that same race weekend. Let's jump in here. What are the graphics looking like? We're on custom, yeah, high all the way. Oh no, it's reduced. It's reduced again. FSR 3. Oh, so if I turn on FSR 3, I can either do that or do that. Okay. If I turn off frame gen, how many FPS do I get? 110. Okay. Let's try FSR 3 without frame gen. I just want to see the overall graphics feel. If it... there is still that input lag. And we're getting 90 FPS now. With FSR 3, right? Okay. Not too bad, to be honest. Not too bad at all. Okay, so the tires do wear out pretty quickly. Is there a tab that shows us the ambient temperature anywhere? I don't know. Okay, how does it feel now?
Hammer down now.
Okay, what do we got? Okay, we got a wobbly wheel, slightly wobbly wheel. But there we go, okay. Oh, look at that, okay. There's actually some proper weight to this now. It feels like I've somewhat calibrated it to an extent. Long corner here. I haven't driven Kalami in a while. Last I drove it was in ACC ages ago. Forgive my terrible driving. You still got that slip angle. Okay, that was weird. I got on the throttle and the car rotated even more, which was very weird. Reduced the brake bias a little bit. Couple points. You know what? This feels significantly better than what I had before. It's nice and weighty. It's got that weight I was looking for. Is the FFB trying to correct itself though when I go over the limit? That's the thing. It needs enough strength to be able to correct itself if I just let go of the wheel and let it glide naturally. It seems to be doing it a little bit. A little bit. I feel it a little bit. I probably can increase the damper because if I let go, look at that. Look at the wheel just... Oh, yep, the wheel does that. Nope, nope. Oh, there we go. Hang on, let me go off track a little bit. Oh, yep. Okay, that feels kind of convincing, going off track. What about the curb? Curbs feel convincing. Oh, yeah, I can tell when I'm on the curb. The engine braking when I downshift is very, very harsh. Very, very harsh. We'll slow down enough for that corner there. Yeah, I want to hold that trail braking nice and deep, but it's quite hard. Okay, there we go. Now when I oversteer, it's trying to correct it the right way. There we go. There we go. Okay. It corrects itself. Light hands technique works now. Still feels like I'm pushing way too much. Let me reduce TC a little bit. The assists, I feel like the assists are really holding it back. But this is already way better than before. Yeah, see how I just slid in there and just completely bogged me down. Brake early, turn early, go out of that crest, go wide, punch it, there you go. So right now, now that I've kind of dialed in the forward feedback in a somewhat convincing manner, I can focus on the real issue, which is feeling the limit, approaching the limit. There we go, catching slides becomes nearly second nature right now. Somewhat intuitive, I'd say. Feels decent, feels very good now. There we go, I'm still having a hard time holding that minimum brake pressure. Even though I've eliminated the dead zone, there still seems to be a bit of dead zone in the brake and throttle pedal. Flat out, 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 flat out. Brake at 100. Open up wide. Turn in. There you go. That felt like a neutral steer, but the traction control just killed all my momentum through there. There we go. Severely driving under the limit there. Look at that. I'm just letting the wheel go and it's stabilizing on its own. So it's no longer yoinking me inward by itself. It's not doing that anymore, which is great. You see what I mean? It just, when I let go of the wheel, it auto centers it. Okay, we're onto something. We are onto something. We are onto something, lads. Only thing I feel we need to increase now is a bit of damper. Now I don't know if I should do that in the game as a whole. Is there a damper option here? Not here. No, do not touch this. This is perfect. This is perfect. Don't touch this. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. So why is the low force boost at 10? 0. Please, why is that at 10? This game is whack. It's still, it keeps changing stuff as I please. Haptic strength is fine. Maybe a little bit. Increase it a little bit more. 45. 45 is fine. 45 is fine. Did something change? Hang on. No? Okay. Vehicle setup. Is there a damping option here? Wait, I thought I had a setup here. There we go. Let me increase the damping to 5 then. So middle of the road damping. I would like a bit more high end, a bit more in the mid, a bit more on the low. So increase by 1 point each, right? Alignment boost to 2, I think gets the job done just nice. Let me increase it by 1 point. Because right now it goes up to 4.2, right? Was it 4.1? 4.1. So let me have it at 2.1. Rack feel is fantastic. The strength is fantastic. The load boost. Don't need friction because it already exists. Load boost. I'm gonna have it at 0.1. What does load boost do again? Raw physics output. Lateral G forces. Reducing low EQ. Lateral G forces. So it says I gotta increase the, if I increase load boost, I gotta decrease the low EQ. Interesting. But I've only had it very, very small anyway. So I'm just gonna keep it at this and see how much it affects it. I'm gonna keep that damping at 5. The stiffness at 5 feels just nice. Just nice. Like I don't have any complaints with this. Let's give it another quick go.
Clear of the pits.
Yep, it's still doing that. Still got to hold the wheel, all right. Oh, now it's a bit. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I think I've been driving on the default setting the entire time. Now I'm actually driving on the setup that I have, and it feels very, very weird. It feels off. Like completely off. It's way too stiff. The damping, a bit more damping. I think the alignment boost is way too aggressive. So having this at 1, I think is fine. Load boost at 0.1. I'll keep the EQ the same, the rack feel the same. Keep it as linear as possible. How high does this go again? Oh, it only goes up to point. What does rack feel? What does rack feel again? Shock and oscillation safety. Raw steering rack movement you feel through the wheel. Okay. Raw steering rack. Okay. I can only go up to 1.02. So I'm just gonna keep it at 1. 1 is fine. That's as much feedback I can get. I would like a bit of damping. That's fine. Stiffness, yeah, keep it not too stiff, but just stiff enough. Yeah. 5 is way too stiff. 5 is way too stiff. 1 is a bit too soft, so 3 is a good, decent soft spot. Damping, I think 3 or 4. I want a bit more damping, so it kind of stops that oscillation, right? I'll keep that made it as it is as well. I'll keep this alignment boost as it is also. Let me save this. Okay, let's load it back up again. See if we can notice anything different.
You're clear.
Same thing, yep, it's still wiggling. Feels stable, but not quite as precise as before. Like now it's oscillating too much. It's just weird. It's weird. Okay, what if I just follow what a friend of ours said just now? 1 and 1. Load boost. I'll keep this at 1. Alignment boost also at 1. The EQ, let me reduce it again by 1 click each, just a little bit. Give that. The wheel isn't supposed to vibrate when you... It's not supposed to do that. Oh, God. The auto centering feels okay now, like it feels reasonable. Like it's not trying to hinder me. I can feel a bit of understeer now, I think thanks to the haptic force thing. Yeah, there we go. I do feel the wheel getting lighter, but I understeer. There we go. Yeah, I want to trail brake deeper into there. Yeah, the force feedback feels nice and strong right now. There we go. Turn until I feel the tires scrubbing. Scrubbing, but just about. I think rather than the scrubbing sensation, you just have to trust it, I guess. You have to go based off volume rather than intensity. Well, that was pretty bad. I'll get a clean exit out of there. In for the late apex. Turning in too hot there. There we go. Limit, 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 limit. I think in many ways I have to force it to oversteer, and then transfer to understeer. I have to force that transition. I have to force it. There's nothing I can do. Same thing here. I'm trying so hard to precisely position it there. Just ain't doing the trick. I just think 100 meters is way too late. And I'm breaking off the line. Was there some kind of placebo effect the whole time? Like I was driving on the default and it felt fine, I think. But when I actually set it up, it feels kind of awful. Very weird. Very, very weird, this. There we go. Maximum rotation point is the middle of the corner, not at the apex itself. That is not how that is supposed to go, but okay. Punch it, punch it, punch it, punch it. Wide. Oh, that completely bogged me down. Ah! Ooh, going off track there. That was actually pretty scary. Okay, it feels like everything that we've learned doesn't make sense. Can we just delete this setup? Still feels a bit too strong. Something doesn't feel right. Alignment boost. Rack feel. .86 rack feel. Or 0.9. Alignment boost 0.9. Load boost 0. Let me reduce this even further. I'll keep that strength at 0.64, or do I have to maybe 0.6? Maybe 0.6. I'll keep that rack feel at 1. The damping maybe 2. Alignment boost at 9. I'm just fiddling around here. I have no idea what I'm doing. Can I just get something that doesn't wiggle the steering wheel like crazy?
Clear of pit lane.
Okay, hang on. That's kind of reduced it by a lot. Oh, I take it back. It's back. It's there. Oh, now it's way too light. Now it's way too light now. Now this just feels wrong. I just want to go back to the way it was in the beginning, you know? I think that felt good enough. Okay, they really need to add a button that just reloads it to default, you know? Can we quit? Can we quit? Quit the main menu. Yes, there we go. Okay, let me jump back in, see if it reverts back to the default setup. Okay, yep, it is. It is. This is it. Okay. So force feedback is at 1, rack feel at 0.92, rack rate stiffness at 3 and 3. Okay, so let's tweak it from here. Let's tweak it from here. The rack feel is at 0.92. I think that plays a bit of a role. There's no alignment boost, so there's nothing forcing the car to auto center. No friction. The EQ is all steady. It's all in the middle. I'm going to give it a bit of mid-range. The strength is at 1. I am interested to see how that plays out. Okay. Did anything in my overall settings change? No. Brake feel, smoothing, headroom, strength. Okay. This is all the same as it is. This is all good. This is all good and fine. Give it a go. Yeah, the wiggle is still very, very harsh. It still wiggles a lot when I let go of the wheel. I'm trying to fine tune it based on what I feel like the car needs at any given point. I think the weight is fine. Okay, I think the strength needs to be at 100. The rack force, I think is a pretty big multiplier. Even with the minimal auto centering, it does have a bit of centering, but not too much. Not so much that it wants to correct itself, you know. Yeah, it's just it wants to kind of wiggle all over the place. Big old scrub there. Yeah, the curbs feel nice. I feel all that detail on the curb. Bit too hot on the entry. Yeah, I feel those jolts on the curbs. That feels okay. Right now it's just the weight transfer of the car. This is just one car, by the way. Imagine doing this for every single car in the game. We're spending like half an hour to an hour just making sure the force feedback works. Keep it tight. Yeah, a bit too hot there, I think. Coming in too hot. Scrubbed off some speed through there. I want to brake early through here, just after the 50 board. Turn in early. Early on the gas. And run. Push myself out wide. Don't scrub. Just like that. There we go. Bit too wide. Got a bit more speed through there. Yeah, now when it wants to slide, I am kind of questioning myself. That was smooth. Big power slide. Gain a lot of time anyway. Yeah, I just can't turn in smoothly, even with a healthy dose of trail braking, because it just won't turn in. Oh, it just feels weird. I think I'm gonna temporarily give up on the force feedback setting. I think it's gonna take way too much time. But I think what we can do now is I think we can set up sessions, right? We can turn off practice, turn off qualifying. Let's go for a race. Let's go for a, say, 10-lap race. Pristine track condition. Turn on damage. Turn off tire warmers. Let's go for an race. What is a decent track? What's a decent track we can give a try? Ooh, Silverstone, why not? Silverstone, haven't given Silverstone a go. And let's try a different car. Oh, we got so many cars though. Ooh, if there's one car I know for sure how it handles, it's the MX-5. I've driven this a lot on iRacing. I've driven this a lot on Race Room. I think I know a thing or two about this car. Let's have it 9 in the morning. Let's see how this feels. Okay, finally, 5 hours in, and we are doing our first AI race. I want to see what the AI is like. AI is set to 90, I think, I believe. Oops, I messed up. I forgot to put any cars in there. Oops, my bad. Opponents, maximum 30. Let me just, for fun, identical vehicle on maximum difficulty. I just want to see how the AI is. Is the AI more A than I? Is it more artificial than it is intelligent? Time to find out. No qualifying. We're starting from the back. This is what we're going to see. What's the vehicle setup look like here? 133. Strength is at 1. Rack feel at 0.92. I'm going to increase the alignment boost a little bit. Increase the mid a little bit. Increase the low a little bit. Keep the high as it is. We don't need that. So the rack feel, I think the rack feel is what kind of determines it, right? I'm going to put it at 9.4. Let's give it a bit more weight and a bit more of an alignment boost. I think 1 is a bit too much. What does this go to again? 2? Oh no, this goes up to 4.1, right? 4.1. So I'm going to have it at 1. Just 1. Strength at 1. I don't understand why the strength has to be at 1 and not a percentage of what I initially had. I'm confused. Let me try 0.64. Let me just try that. Stiffness, damping, increase damping a little bit. Okay. Let's just go. Oop, forgot one thing. HUD, camera movement. Not that. Field of view, 47. Minus tilt. Move myself forward a little bit. Myself down a little bit. There we go. Also, the HUD layout. Can I just move this damn rear view mirror here? I don't know what all these are. Yeah, this irrelevant junk. Move it aside. Put the mirror right in the middle. I put the delta bar right under the mirror. This thing also right under that delta bar. There was another little thing. What was that? What was that bar? This thing. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna put this under the big delta bar. Or is this the timer? I don't know. I'm not sure what this is. Let's put it under there. There we go. Seems decent, no? All right, that seems okie dokie. Again, the back thing is messing me up. Okay, with cars around us. We're getting 75 FPS. Car feels nice and light. Oh, I'm dead. I have been boned. My tea has been boned. Yeah, I took a beating. That's your average MX5 shenanigans there, pretty much. Also, honestly, do I have... Okay, FSR frame gen is not on. Let's go ahead and turn that on. I've set everything to ultra and high, and I've turned on frame gen on with FSR 3. I don't think it looks terrible. I think it looks okay. But we do have to restart that. That went horribly wrong.
Get ready, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. Okay, we got grass spilling onto the track on the right side there. We got a false start. hang on. I got a false start. My bad. Damn, okay. Wait, what do you mean? I held the clutch in.
Been a good start. Remember to keep the nose clean. It's turn 1.
Gotta get that clutch spide in. These guys are just gonna shut me off from the side, aren't they? Oh, yep, oh, we got T-boned again. Getting boned repeatedly. Oh boy. That's okay. We got a penalty for something that wasn't even my fault. Okay. The weight of it feels promising. Oh, lots of understeer. It does not in fact feel like a
Officials noted it.
MX5. It's not trying to slide on throttle. An MX5, if you know, it's very... It just wants to dance, you know? I don't get that feeling on this. Getting what repeatedly? Oh, you know. Oh, so look how much I'm steering. We're getting 178 FPS, but even on quality, doesn't seem very high quality, to be honest. I'm gonna see if I can even gain to P1 at all. That's my goal right now. This is the hardest difficulty AI. Okay, there is a standings bar, but only... No, I'm losing it. I can't drive this like the way I do in every other car. Okay, I do feel the ABS kind of intervening in this car. Yeah, I'm not catching up. I'm 1 second slower than P1. But that's likely because I just don't understand the track yet, which is not a bad thing. So I can't trigger the ABS. I notice I'm... There we go. I'm getting understeer when I trigger the ABS. And yeah, again, do not feel that maximum rack force in there. Get that third gear exit out of there. Good to get a purple sector. Also, I thought I moved the rear view mirror to the center. Now it's back there, okay? I guess anything goes then. Yeah, I'm turning hard there. There's no feeling of being on the limit at all. Nothing. Look, even the tires aren't squealing. Now they are. I'm going 150 and I can just go flat out through there. That's so weird. We're slowly gaining to the pack. Purple sector, surprisingly. Let me try to break at 100 just after that. Look at that. I'm just turning and the car's just going. That makes no sense at all. I'm not supposed to be able to do that. There we go. Heavy engine braking. Okay, there we go. That's some MX-5 behavior. A good punch of oversteer. But it doesn't feel like I'm on the edge of the grip, you know? Doesn't feel like I'm about to lose it.
Race officials note a track limit violation.
Oh, and I've got a 2-second penalty as well. I'm holding that 24-second gap to P1, so it means I'm as quick as the AI cars on a default setup with a unconfigured, you know, force feedback. Yeah, when I'm trying to counter steer it, it doesn't feel natural. It's just instinct because I've driven the MX-5. I kind of know what to expect from it. And when I'm really punching it on the throttle, in the low gears especially, this corner makes no sense. I'm supposed to be able to... What is this? Why do I just go? I'm not getting that 4-wheel slide like I should be. There we go. That was good track usage there. Carol Leclerc in P1. Okay, hang on. I technically can just... Oh, wait, no, that is a vehicle setup. I can't change that. Did anything in here change? Not that I can see. No. Okay, everything here is fine in the main setting itself. So it's all about just fiddling around in the vehicle setup menu itself. I'm going to turn FSR off and turn temporal anti-aliasing back on. That was a bad idea. Turn FSR back on, but not frame gen. You know what? Screw it. Turn frame gen off. To keep frame gen on. That's the only way I can get any amount of proper graphics. You know, it's the only thing. It's the only way I can do. Doesn't matter. Yep. Until the game is properly optimized, FSR is what's going to carry us. Hello, Eric. Game is... It's working all right. It's interesting. This is our first AI race. The AI does seem to have a mind of its own. It does feel very, very peculiar. There's a lot of work you need to do just to get the force feedback feeling right. And the worst part is you have to do it on a car per car basis, and it's not as simple as in Assetto Corsa. It seems like they've gone to great lengths to inconvenience that setup process. They've gone to incredible lengths just to make it as as cumbersome and troublesome as possible. They don't have a proper baseline. They're like, yeah, you figure it out. You figure out what the baseline is supposed to be. We're gaining slowly. Yeah, I can't feel the limit at all. So I think in this car I need more overall steering rack force. I think it's a game of trial and error. You just have to kind of ask yourself, okay, what does this car need more of? What sensation does this car need to feel? Does it need to feel more high end? Does it need to feel more low end? What does it need? So do you all see that strange flicker happening on the screen? Very weird. Slipstream looks nice. Can I flash him? Does it do anything? Push hard, push hard, push hard. 31 seconds to the AI, we're gaining. A bit of a collision there. Trying to bump draft them.
Well done. The time is reached.
Does it demand a lot of graphical power? It really does. It really does. Yep, okay. I think that about sums it. Let's look at the replay. The AI is definitely more A than I. I will say that much. Oh, I think the game just had a stroke. Nope. Oh no, we're fine. Let me fast forward to. We're gonna drag it. There we go. Oh my god. Oh, this. Just pause. Just look at this for a moment. This looks very bad. This looks very, very bad. This is not impressive at all. Oh dear, that is bad. That's really, really bad. Oh, what is that trailing? That is so bad. I am running FSR with FrameGen. Look, I try to go on the inside of this guy. He doesn't even leave the space. He just turns into me there. The AI really have no awareness. It's like the awareness slider has been turned off completely. Look, I'm going up here. He does kind of move away, but it's very, very last minute. I try to make a dive up the inside here. Oh boy, that is kind of annoying. Ugh. Is there anything we can maybe change a little bit? Let's go to quality, right? Give it a screen space shadows, a bit of screen space reflections, 16 times. Shadow map filtering at ultra. Temporal anti-aliasing, nothing else, right? So no FSR. I do like no FSR. Ooh, it's weird. It's weird. It's all I can say. It's weird. Look at that. Without FSR, 90 FPS on average. Looks a lot cleaner, a lot more direct. Much better start. They don't know that you're there. They do not know that you're there. Does it include the day one patch? Yep. It's cool that you can see the damage on the other cars too. Look at that. I feel scared to go side by side with these guys. Because it genuinely feels like, look at that, they can kill me at any moment. And it feels like they are getting away without any consequence. Also, one thing I just noticed, the game doesn't have a radar. How can this game not have a radar? Oh, someone on my inside. On my left. You need a radar. When colliding with other cars has severe consequences, you need a radar game. Come on, that's rule number one. Oh, this guy going around my outside. Bold move there. I hate the look left, look right animation. Just remove the transition animation, please. Remove the transition animation. We don't need it. I get it looks cool, but it's non-functional. It's dizzying. Please remove it. Oh, it looks bad. It's oh, so dizzying. Really bad. This isn't real life. It's a sim. This doesn't even have triple screen support, so you need some form of awareness tool. If it not the radar, you want people to use this crap. I'm getting nauseous just using that. It's stirring my stomach. So we're 10 seconds to P1. We're improving. We're getting better. We went from P36 to P18. I think driving this car debunks one thing. The fact that we can abuse the ABS. I don't think that's true. Because in this car, when I abuse the ABS, I understeer very, very badly. And I think it also extends the braking distance. Whereas in this, as you can see, I'm only hitting like that 70-75% throttle. And it's helping me tremendously. The corners. The AI is just really, really slow through maggots and brackets. So this is where I kind of pick my move. Open up. Look at that. Build that momentum. If I try to squeeze him, He's not gonna let me. He's not gonna let me. There we go. Also, the steering angle is just ridiculous. The amount of steering that I have to do. The penalty system also, you're right, very whack. Sorry, mate. What about that? What's an MX-5 race without a bit of door banging? Am I right? 2 laps in. Also, 9 laps to go to the leader. 9 seconds to the leader. This is the hardest AI difficulty, by the way. Frankly, the suspension behavior of the Miata feels nice. You can feel the car pitching and yawing. And when I hit the sausage curbs, you can feel it boing over the one side over another. Also, if I can get faster slap without any practice, and this is my first time driving this car, in the middle of the race, I think that's already a good sign, I think. Especially given that the AI in the front has no traffic to work with. Oh, yep, I don't trust him. He's pushing me aside, he's pushing me aside! He's pushing me aside! He's not letting go. Oh, it sucks that you can't feel the limit. You really can't feel the limit. I'm hoping so too, Eric. God knows it needs that. There's a lot of improvements that it needs, that's for sure. We're up to P14. Oh, the guy's edging me from the back. I'm gonna go on the inside. Brake early. Oh, he sent it on the outside. Oh, he was stubborn. He stuck his nose in, this guy. Was slowly gaining to P1, 9 seconds away. Yeah, the steering angle is insane. This would be a lot better if I actually dialed in the force feedback. This feels pretty bad. We have a VR headset to sort out the awareness. Nah, I'm on team triple screen. VR is just a bit of a nuisance, to be honest. And early, get that rotation done. Throttle. New purple sector. Not gonna lie, this feels like driving the MX-5 on iRacing back when I was on the T300. It feels weak. I don't feel that sliding. I don't feel that pressure. Like I'm gonna like that. I don't feel that. I don't feel like the car can just bite me out at any given moment. I don't feel that tension. I don't feel the need to concentrate. Sometimes I do get that slip angle, but it doesn't always work out. Unless PMR can provide. Funny you should say that. PMR does in fact have a spotter, but where is he? He exists. What, did I not, am I not paying him enough? Where is he? Y'all heard him, he was yapping a moment ago in the practice session. Oh, yep, this guy's gonna go around the outside. If these guys are brave, they are willing to go around the outside of the corners. Look how he's just blocking the line. Shamelessly blocking the line. Completely running me out there. Oh, T-bone. Oh my god, I gave him space and he still turned into me. Devious, very, very devious. Yeah, we're not getting that back, are we? The damage model is also, yeah, it's suspicious to say the least. Yeah, this is insane. Look, you do not turn that much for that corner. You don't do that. You just don't. There you go. Flat out, I'm getting that slip angle on the exit of that corner, which feels nice. I'm turning 90 degrees for Stowe corner. Weird. Hitting the curb feels very, very aggressive. It's slippery. The curbs are very, very slippery. Like I hit it and whoop, I just slide away. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Oh, if this is what the career mode is gonna be like, I mean, I like the challenge, right? I think, look, I'm just barely quicker than the fastest AI. I've got fastest lap. I am faster than all the AIs in here. The only key thing being battling with the AI is an absolute nightmare. You have to treat them like
Halfway in.
oh boy, maximum. This is maximum difficulty AI. And I'm barely breaking the sweat. Granted, this is MX-5. I am experienced with MX-5. If it were one of the other cars, the old classic cars, I think it would be a lot more challenging. Yeah, so sloppy. The AI just really doesn't know how to battle, man. Also, the slightest collision results in a penalty and a pretty big damage to your bonnet or to your sides. As of now, I can't really tell if there's any physical impact. Physical impact as in, does it slow me down? Does it mess with my aero? If I have a head-on collision, does it mess with my engine power, for example? I don't know. I don't feel it at the moment. I'm still getting green and purple sectors. That's using all the track. Look at that. I've got damage, but I'm still getting purple sectors through there. They squeeze you out. They pretend like you're not even there. I hate that camera so much. He's on the outside. He's on the outside. Warning, heavy damage. Car's fine. Car's fine. Car's fine. I like the effect of the marbles coming in, but it's nowhere. You only see it, but you don't feel it or hear it like in iRacing with the gravel and all, and the marbles. Yep, he's on the outside. He's on the outside. I don't understand how that works. How does it work that when I tap them slightly, they're fine, but I just lose control? Yeah, the collision physics is also very whack. Heavy damage meaning black flag? No, you can still keep going. I'm not sure about that. Do we have black flag? Nope, I don't see no black flag. Oh, this is a terrible disappointment. Okay, this is MX5. I think this is typical MX5 shenanigans, but I think the AI, if they are gonna be this stubborn, right? Oh, it's gonna be a nightmare. This is a bad idea, but I'm just curious. Bathurst. Oh, this is gonna be a very, very bad idea. Do we have anything else? Something that we can run at Bathurst? The M3 GTR, baby. Let's go. The one and only. Why not? Let's go with the same class. Same field, maybe 20 cars. AI strength, 100. Yeah. Okay, 10 laps is a bit much. Let's have it about 5 laps. If I can survive. M4 GT3 Evo. There is GT3, but to be truthfully honest, the modern cars, hypercars, GT3s, GT4s, don't feel as authentic as you'd feel. The GT4s are the only ones that are I kinda like the GT4s. They feel reasonable. The GT3s and the hypercars just feel like they are way off. Like something's just off. Something feels very, very off. Now, I would have loved to drive the Gillimbeel, the Gillett Vertigo. That is a car of all time. We've got so many cars here. Dodge Viper, Saleen S7, Marcos, TVR.
Be focused.
Here we go. Oh, gotta... Yeah, this is fine. And gotta make sure all this is set up accurately. Field of view, 47. Tilt it down a little bit. Lower it a little bit. That's a bit too low. There we go. That's about right. Move it back. Actually, no, keep it there. Keep it there. Just that's fine. That's fine. Ooh, yep. Don't forget. Setup. Let's see what I can change here. Strength at 1, rack feel 0.94, alignment boost at 0.2, a bit of mid friction, a bit of low friction, a bit more damping, and the stiffness is fine. Okay, that's fine. Leave it at that. 5 left may be too much for you. Let's give it a go. So you have to clutch start it. I got a penalty for a false start. Oi! PVR! Okay. Kinda saw that coming. Again, I have no idea who's on my left. I have no idea who's on my right. Unless I do this, which, oh, it looks cool. It looks cinematic, but like, God, it's so hopelessly unreliable. Oh, shit! Move! Oh. Is someone T-boarding me? I don't know. There is some decent weight on this car, on the force feedback. Again, I think the classic cars just feel way better than the modern cars. Doesn't mean they're perfect though. Oh god! Yeah, no, I've been it bad. Yikes! Let's try that again, shall we? Let's try that again. That went horribly wrong on the first lap.
Get ready, mate.
Any minute now. Any day now. Okay. Car just said no. Here's what I find hilarious, right? My car's rolling backwards. My car's rolling backwards. Oh, come on. Move out of the way, please. You're not wrong, Eric. There is a lot of snap oversteer indeed. Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy? Am I back? Am I last? It's the Gilliamobile! Oh, I'm wedged. I'm squeezing in the middle. Ah, scary. The engine braking is busted. What are you all doing, braking in the middle of the corner? Yeah, they are leaving no space at all. Full on supercar style, elbows out. This, oh boy. Yeah, no, I've been did. So notice how that did nothing to my car, but a minor scratch.
Track limit violation confirmed by officials.
What's the worst I can do? Yeah, that's not a very good look. Yeah, when I rammed at full speed into the corner, that's not a very good look. Not at all.
Yeah, good start. Remember to keep the nose clean into turn one.
So I have to clutch start, but I also have to hold the brake. But when I hold the brake,
Good luck,
the
mate.
car stalls. So what do you want me to do exactly, game? And if I don't hold the brake, my car rolls backwards. Go on the outside. No one here, right? Oh, good lord. Why are you not braking on the straight? If this is what the career mode looks like, forget about it. Forget about it. I don't think anyone is going to be playing the career mode on the so-called quote-unquote authentic experience. The authentic mode where if you damage the car, you have to pay for it. Look at these chumps. Look at what they're doing. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh my god, it's an absolute mess. Okay, what I found to work better is if I keep it in neutral, I get a false start for rolling backwards. I guess I just hold the clutch in, build up the revs, and I have to shift to first race room style, I think. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Try to go around. Nope, never mind. Sorry, Gilly. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I'm already here. This guy's trying to squeeze me. Why are they brake checking? Why are they braking on the straight? They're like feathering the brake there. Gilly, move. You're gonna get wrecked. Oh my god. If this is, oh my goodness. If this is AI 100. Oh my god. Are you sure it's AI 100 and not 1? Oh my god, he doesn't even recognize that I'm on the side of him. Turns into me. Oh boy, yeah. It's very, very off. My wheel alignment is broken, but that's okay. My goodness. They really need to start making their AI more I. Right now it's pretty A. Not artificial. Ass. Oi! Also, I like how there's damage, but there's really no consequence for the damage. Hold up. Also, because there's no ignition or starter button, once I stall my car is effectively just stalled, you know? Okay, I have to bring it back to neutral and then start it on. This ain't right. This is not right at all. Auto cut, force on, auto blip, force on. What is auto cut? Hell does that mean? I have no idea what auto cut means. No idea. No idea what this is trying to do.
Ready, mate.
So the auto blip should help me not snap overstay on the exits. Gilly, move it. Good God. What a mess this is. I think everything about the game needs a lot of work. That much is certain. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? I don't trust none of y'all. Look at these dudes. Look at these dudes. Look at them. Look at them. Don't try to squeeze. Don't try to poke your nose where you shouldn't. They will not respect it. The car itself, I think, is pretty fine. It's got that, you know, 90s challenge to it, that brutality, which I respect. There is some jank in the physics that doesn't allow for close side-by-side racing or any kind of feel of being on the limit. Yep, keep it in a row, keep it in a row. The throttle shape is off, the braking is off. Look at that BMW in front. Why is he blipping the brake pedal on the straight? What are you doing, you clown? Even this guy, what is he doing? I've got off. Didn't brake in time. It's forcing me to serve the penalty. For what? Oh, come on, dude. Okay, now that we've got some peace and quiet, let me see if I can do something. How's our car looking? Pretty banged up. I also hate that I can't immediately look back. I have to do a full 360 to be able to even get that view. Oh boy. Again, I'm no real racing driver, but I don't think the cars would be this bad. Look, a couple hours ago I said I didn't mind fiddling with the force feedback, but at this rate, just give me what the cars actually feel like. I don't want to waste time trying to figure out for myself. Can someone just figure out and then tell me what the car's supposed to feel like? Right now, they feel like the car's all over the place. I'm dead. Feels like I'm a Hot Wheels car just bouncing off a plastic wall when I hit. There's no proper collision detection. It is all over the place. The career mode may have a structure, it may be appealing, but when the opponents you fight are basically sub 500 I rating type drivers, there's no hope. There's no hope. You can't even go side by side with them for a single corner because they just pretend you're not there. It's awful. It is utterly awful. That is super dumb. Should be a warning or two, then drive through, stop and go. Exactly. There's not a single series in the world that makes you slow down on track with the rest at speed. Exactly. And that's another thing. The AI have no consequences. They can murder you and get away with it. Slow down to 60 kilometers an hour. Okay. Effectively coming to a crawl. It's basically a more complicated version of the Gran Turismo 7 slowdown system. Except this one allows you to pick where you want to slow down, so you can do it mid-corner if it allows it. Yeah, my wheel alignment is broken, the force feedback. A lot of feedback, not a lot of force. Also, welcome in, Jeev. Have you also been playing Project Motor Racing, or are you just sticking around to see the drama unfold, but not partaking in it yourself? Reminds me of GT Sport days, yep. Except with GT Sport, everyone gets a penalty. In this, you're the only one who gets a penalty. No one else gets a penalty. This car is an old GT car. You'd expect it to have a little bit of downforce, but it doesn't. It can't be that the car has so much torque that it just wants to kill you at every opportunity. It can't be. Can't be. some reason when I'm going downhill there, in third gear, the engine just bogs down immediately. I don't think I'm locking up the brakes or anything. The engine just bogs down for some reason. I'm really not sure why. iRacing has that Assetto 1 had it, you think? Wait, what are we talking about again? Penalty system? Brake early because that board is a lie. There we go. That board is a lie. That is not the 150 board. Imagine doing a time trial for this game. I mean, driving on its own has its novelties. Driving on its own has its quirks, it's a bit challenging. Again, it all comes down to getting the force feedback right, or else you're driving on ice. Quite literally ice. But once you get the force feedback dialed in, which takes so much work, because I literally spent like an hour trying to get the Toyota Supra to feel decent. I couldn't get it feeling just the way I wanted it to. I don't know what the car wants from me. Oh. Oh, so listen to the collision sound, right? It's like that's the collision sound. It's A, there's no jolt on the feedback, not even a slight one. B, the sound is awful. It's like two plastic Barbie dolls hitting each other. Tuk, tuk. It's weird. But I've been sim racing over 2 decades. God damn! Have I been? Now I'm 2 decades old. I'm not there. Oh, you're an experienced. You're a veteran then. Oh boy, yeah. This is not for the faint of heart. I honestly think racing is a nightmare. I am honestly scared to start a new career. I think no one is gonna dare run it in the authentic mode. No one is gonna dare in the authentic mode. Disables, restarts, and locks difficulty to 100. I don't have a problem with the difficulty being 100. I think if you're a decent racing driver or a decent sim racer, 100 is fine. Like I was easily getting fastest lap against the 100 difficulty AI. Not a problem. The problem is that they drive like absolute morons. What is classic? Classic allows you... Okay, so you can't really change it. Oh boy. Imagine having competition in PMRs in this state. It'll be absolute cinema. Oh, it will. It absolutely will. I think at this rate, the way to survive the career mode is to qualify in front and to pull away and make no mistakes. That's the only way I see fit. If you want to fight, if you are fighting, you will die. You will absolutely die. Ambassador, competitive. This looks fine. Pace. Qualify on pole and set fastest lap. Yeah, that's hard, man. Champion looks fine. Competitive. Hate if you finish on the podium. My god. Proper race AI bots have always been a problem. They can't get it to work in real life either. Humans are just better at it for now. Yeah. But still, I mean, look at LMU, look at iRacing, look at GT Sophie. Driver name. Genghis Hengus, baby. So what can we start in? We got 911 Cup, GTO, Group 5. Okay, you know what? You know what I'm interested in trying? The GTEs. The GTEs are interestingly tempting. Oh, the C7. SRT Viper. Ford. I love a Ford. Can I afford the Ford? Ooh, the 911 RSR. You know what? I'm going to go with the Ford. I like the Ford. I like a Ford. Perhaps you can give a full video rant. I'm not going to rant. I think there's enough. There's enough on the internet. Right? There are redeeming qualities about it, but it clearly has a lot of work to go. A long way to go. If the career mode is what's front and center about this game, and the AI is just purely undrivable, you can't even go side by side with it. Like at the current state, it's worse than Gran Turismo's AI. Gran Turismo's AI, sure, they're slow. The non-Sophie AI, by the way, the non-Sophie AI, they are slow, but they don't try to kill you. They are aware of your position, and they don't brake on the straight. At least they got that going for them. I'll give them that, you know. What do we got here? Manage team, team registration, sponsorship model, standings, garage. Okay, you can buy different cars. We got a calendar. United States GTE Challenge, entry fee. United States GTE Challenge, GTE World Championship. Let's go for the United States Challenge. Ooh, Daytona, okay. I'm not going to fully try this. I'm just going to give it a fair go, right? I just want to see what the AI is like. Maybe the AI is different. Maybe the AI is different. I'm still thinking about the words of what that guy said. Our AI is the best in the industry. Oh boy. Let me increase that rack feel, give it a bit of an alignment boost. A bit of EQ mid, a bit of EQ low, a bit of high. Bit of damper. Bit of stiffness is fine. This is practice. Nope, let's skip practice and jump straight into qualifying. No early access, full price, and DLC at launch. Not sure what to think about that. Yep, you're damn right. You're damn right about that. Did my game have a stroke? 157.7 is the time to beat. That is very quick. That is very quick. Qualifying. Put strength to 2, you say? What strength exactly? So Diamond Stars welcome in. This strength, you want to put it to 2? Are you sure about that? Strength to 2. Are you trying to break my hands? That's as high as it'll go. We've got all 12 Newton meters here. I don't think that's a good idea, but you know what? I'll indulge it. No!
Ready for the start from the back challenge.
Ah, damn it. All right, start from the back it is. Here we go. R Factor had a smoother slider. You can make it super raw at 0. Be careful of the damping, it masks important forces. I'm just trying a bunch of different things here.
You can do it.
Nothing works. Nothing feels right. Everything feels just a little bit off. A little bit eh. A little bit eh. Sometimes even a little little eh. You know what I mean? Oh, let's go forward a little bit. Bring down. That's fine. Yeah, as long as the in-game car matches my in-game wheel. I also really hate that every single... Doesn't matter what car you're in, it's all standing starts. Your car rolls on the start line. Your car rolls on the start line. You can't hold the brakes or your car will stall. Half of the field is Corvettes. Too strong. Too strong, too strong, too strong. Too strong. Oh, no, that's way too strong, but I can't change it now because the race is already underway, but screw that, right? Oh, yeah, my wheel is peaking right now. Yeah, that was a terrible idea to put it at 2. I knew that was sus. That was a terrible idea. It was a god-awful idea, that. I can't restart because we're playing in the authentic mode, remember? 2 is too much. We've got 12 Newton meters, by the way, in case you weren't aware. I've also cranked it up to 100%. This is just awful. Hang on. This is not a good idea. Abandon career. I don't think I'm going to touch the career mode at all because it's such a terrible idea. It's just a terrible idea. It's an awful idea. Let's try Monza. Monza's a bit chill. It's a terrible idea. Again, we read this. We read PMR's official guide. I still understand nothing. This makes no sense. Nothing makes any sense. Do they have ovals? Nope. They do not have ovals. I'm gonna put the strength at 6.4, rack feel at 1, alignment boost at 1, EQ mid up, low up, damping a little bit higher, rack rate at 1, stiffness 3, 2 maybe, 2 and 3. I'm winging it. I'm vibe tuning it. Vibe tuning it. Look how my car's shuffling. Notice how my car's shuffling to one side. It's very, very weird. I expected nothing less from the AI. Of course they can't survive Monza turn 1. Oh, this look back animation is awful. It's actually terrible. It is absolutely terrible. Oh, they're gonna box me in, they're gonna box me in. And they're gonna T-bone me. Yeah, of course they do, of course they will. Of course they will. Neither can humans. Yep, fair enough, but still, this is just a different kind of whack, you know? It's undrivable. It's undrivable. What are they doing? What are they doing? Maximum difficulty.
Officials flag a track limit violation.
So avoiding chaos gives me 2 seconds penalty. So you see this moron blinking, tapping his brakes. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why? Gilly, please don't touch me. Don't do that. This guy's not gonna know I'm here. Yep, just pushing me out. Oh, God. Whew. We're going to reduce the brake bias a little bit. This is AI at 100. This is as difficult as the AI can go. We're passing them with ease. We went from P30 to P12 in less than a lap. Oh, the AI really needs to get a brain. I hate doing that. It's so nauseating doing that. Does slipstream even work in this game? I don't know. Yeah, that engine braking snap oversteer is absolutely brutal. Went Tokyo drifting at Parabolica, I sure did. Even in third gear, as I turn into the second corner there, yep. Zero space given, zero Fs given. Move brakes bit to the front. No, it's not the trail braking, believe me, it's not the trail braking. It's the engine braking. It's a common occurrence in all the cars I've driven so far. It's not the trail braking. Look, we can get purple sector 1, so it's possible. It's not hard. It's really not hard. The hard part is just getting around these clowns. Slow down enough. They just don't seem to care where you are. Not at all. Not in the slightest bit. They just don't seem to care where you are. Nope, brake too late there. Oh, get back on, get back on.
The vessel's found a track limit violation.
See what I mean? See what I mean? See what I mean? I'm here, I'm here. Let me through. I'm noticing something interesting. Whenever I go down to third gear, I get this involuntary engine braking. This harsh involuntary engine braking. Somehow we've got heavy damage. I don't know what exactly. Okay, yep, we got heavy damage. There we go. What happens if I park it right here? One thing I really don't like is, you know how look back has a button? But if I want to look back 360, I have to look left and it turns the car slowly around. So dumb. Like, you already have a button for that. Just use that. Use that. Why can't you use that? Why does it change camera? I just want to look at the front of the car. Oh boy, this is, yeah. Look, the driving is fine, right? The driving is a bit but it's fine. Ooh. Speaking of driving, here's a car I really, really want to drive. Where is the Lister Storm? Lister Storm. Lister. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, there it is. The Lister Storm GT. Oh, yeah. Sucks they don't have the OG yellow one. That would be heckin' cool. Too bad there's no rewind button. Yep. What do you expect, really? Lime Rock looks interesting. Is there anything we haven't tried? You know what? Nürburgring. Because I can. Also, the Nürburgring was pretty fun in this. Yeah, we're not racing. We're not racing. We are just practicing. There we go. With the Lister Storm. Looks nice. Also, look at this camera angle. It makes the carousel look so wide when it's not. What kind of wide angle lens do you use for this? It's so awkward. It looks like you can go 3 wide on the carousel when you really can't. It's so weird. So weird. Setup. Bit of stiffness, bit of damping. Increase the rack feel. Increase the alignment boost. Increase the mid. Increase the high. I don't know. I'm winging it. Excuse me. Oh boy. Oh, good lord. Something about this just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right at all. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It just doesn't sit right with me. How about Imola? Okay, Imola. I think I had opponents there. Yeah, disable the opponents. Just want to be solo. It's weird, man. It's really weird. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is. I'm trying to get down to the problem. It would be nice if they explain what dampers and stiffer. Oh, yep. Again, we did. It's all here. We did read this. We did study all this. This is from the game themselves. This is from the devs themselves, right? But they've done a frankly terrible job at explaining this. It doesn't really give you. It gives you baseline information like how a YouTuber would explain it. What? It's very vague. It doesn't tell you, okay, increase this value, what happens? Decrease this value, what happens? It's just vague. It's subjective. What does any of this do? It's weird. It's really weird. It's really weird. This game is more hardcore sim compared to GT7. Ooh, that's a hot take. That's a hot take, my friend. I'd have to disagree. In the current state that this is, nah, hardly disagree. GT7 is simplified, but it does a lot of things right. It does a lot of things right. It's got very simplified traction control and ABS, but it does a lot of things right. It does a lot of things right. You can still replicate real world lap times in that game. The street cars and road cars feel absolutely fantastic. Racing cars feel also absolutely fantastic. The game just works. The game just works. Alignment boost maybe 0.5. Load boost, leave it that. 2, 1, 1. I would have a hard time with this game. I think everyone's having a hard time with this game because no one knows what to do. No one knows what to do. No one knows what any of this does. Hopefully they'll update their force feedback file once they patch the game, the FFB notes. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. If I'm being completely honest, So yeah, every single time you get in a new car, you have to reset that, raise it up a little bit. Yep, every single time. Just have to make sure you get the FOV done right. GT7 is arcade sim though, in your opinion? I think people are giving GT7 a lot of hate for it being a simcade. Call it a simcade all you want. GT7 is still top notch in terms of quality compared to all these other garbage games out there. No other game could hold a candle to GT7's level of quality. I don't think GT7 is a simcade. I think GT7 is very much a sim, but it's a simplified sim. It's a sim for the masses, you know? I know so many people, myself included, who are insanely quick on GT7, who have also become insanely quick on every other sim and in real life. GT7 is an incredible learning ground. Oh boy. This car also doesn't have traction control or ABS. Gotta be gentle with it. Tires are cold, tires are cold. This car does want to kill me every chance it gets. While the throttle and braking model and the overall grip force feedback model does feel questionable, the suspension model is commendable, I will say that. The suspension model is not as bad as ACC. It's got a bit of spring to it. Feels natural going over bumps and curbs. The way the car reacts to the bumps. Even going off track, the way it kind of judders under its own weight. Just feels natural. Oh dear. Yep, nope, nope. Okay, it's okay. You're fine, you're fine. I think I'm underestimating just how fast this car is. I need to brake way earlier. But honestly, the thing that needs to change with this game is the force feedback. When the force feedback does a terrible job at communicating what the car wants to do, that's the biggest red flag you can have. It basically makes the cars undrivable on the limit and straight up not enjoyable. Because most of the time you're just spending it trying to figure out where to position the car, what the car wants you to do, how you want the cars to be driven. It doesn't allow you to drive it with the right techniques. This car accelerates so fast. 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240. So damn quick. I'm gonna make just after 200. There you go. In fourth gear, you feel that it just bogs down all of a sudden. Oh. Careful. can't feel what the front tires are doing. All these sliders. No, I have a genuine, honest question to the devs. What have you all been doing with the cars? What have you all been doing? Honestly, tell me the truth. Would it have killed you all to put in some base preset values for each of the cars? Would it have been so hard for y'all to give us the optimal force feedback setting for each car? Oh, good lord. Yeah, yep. You gotta remember, PC sims can be exploited more than you can do on consoles. Yeah? But we're not looking at that, Eric. I'm just when I say GT7 is a good sim, I'm just talking objectively in terms of its physics, in terms of the driving experience, in terms of the sensations you get from the game. People don't give GT7 enough credit. It has a lot of potential. It is good. In fact, I would argue that Gran Turismo 7 has some of the best feeling road cars on any sim. Even AC. The road cars in Gran Turismo feel phenomenal. Race cars, sure, they're questionable because the assist implementation is just way off, but the road cars feel fantastic. Their suspension model is top notch, their throttle model, their braking model is amazing. This car's got so much power, so much torque. Every time I exit a corner with even a little bit of throttle, it just tries to kill me. Yep, JB, we did in fact keep PMR. I gambled on it. I think for now, I don't think there's any value in doing career mode, especially given that the absolute awful state of the AI. I don't see any value in starting career mode only to make myself more frustrated. There's no value, there's no point in it. Oh, good lord. I think the only value I see right now, right? So I think I'm gonna call it right there. This was an experience. I enjoy this car. It is a handful. Oh, I've only driven this car back in Gran Turismo 4. It really is something. Oh, the Murcielago RGT. They got that too. Oh yeah, they got the goats. But Noz. Haven't tried the GT1 yet. I gotta give that a go. But later. That is for future me. That's future me's problem. Let's try Sebring. Whew. This has been an experience, I will say that. Oh boy, it has been an experience. Is there Le Mans? Not yet. Not yet. But given that there's Group C cars and hypercars and all these classic cars, I wouldn't be surprised that there are some stuff in here. Okay, there's no lap records in here. There's no saved replays. I think that's something I have to manually do. Statistics. Yeah, I've driven GT4 and the GT3 the most, followed by the MX5. followed by the NGT. Interesting. And quite a bit of LMDH. Wait. How have I driven 36 kilometers of the LMDH? I only drove like 3 tracks. Strange. Strange. Also, we haven't even dabbled in multiplayer yet. I don't want to jump in there yet. So here's what we're going to do. Let me outline our long-term plan for PMR. Sorry, our short-term plan for PMR. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into every single car and we're going to fine-tune the force feedback on every single car until we get it right, until I can feel like I can drive it on the limit. It feels comfortable, it feels good, it feels like I can push, I can tell what the car's doing and not play a guessing game, not playing Yahtzee every corner when I brake. Oh, am I going to spin? Let's find out. Oh, critical one. Spin. we're not going to do that. I think one thing I'm going to do is, of course, we're going to jump in every single car. Today was just F around and find out. We effed around, we found out. There's a lot to learn. I think I do have to pull up a couple of YouTube videos. I need to really see what all of this means, right? I'm hoping Simagic themselves releases an official PMR preset soon, so we have a baseline upon which to operate. Right now, this is still my own preset. This feels okay for me, but it really does feel like the majority of the tuning needs to come from within the game, within each car setup as well. So I need to create one, save it, and then copy paste it for every single setup that I use. I need to make sure that's there. So that's going to be our immediate short-term plan, right? We're going to go through every single class. We're going to drive each and every car one by one. It's going to be time-consuming. It's going to be boring. We're going to do it on stream. Strap in. You don't have a choice. Seems like there's ice in these tracks. Yeah. Is there a Le Mans game anyways? Yeah, there is. There's Le Mans Ultimate. There is Endgame. That's a game that exists. Pretty good game. At least do the qualifier race in the Miata for multiplayer. Nah, not yet. I haven't even dialed in the force feedback for the MX-5. I just whacked it on the default preset. Felt awful. I could not tell what the car's doing at all. I was driving on pure instinct because I know what the MX-5 tends to do. For the most part, it did behave like an MX-5, but also not really. That makes any sense? Yes, but also no. It wasn't sliding around enough. I wasn't getting that neutral steer because, again, whenever I go to the neutral steer, it just goes to oversteer. So it's really, I don't know what to say. I don't know what the word is for it. It's confusing. I feel like the game is confusing itself. And again, I said it in the beginning, I'm going to say it again. I don't know if it's an underlying physics issue or if it's a setup issue. If the default setups are just bad or if the physics itself has something fundamentally wrong with it that makes the car so undrivable. Right? Like the old cars, I think, are great. The Panhard was great. The BMW was okay. The Lister Storm was brutal, challenging, but okay. I think, yes, I have to ask myself, well, maybe am I just driving it wrong? Am I, trail braking wrong? Am I locking up the brakes? We just got to do a lot of questions, a lot of reflection, I think. I'm going to rewatch the VOD over the next couple of days, really figure out what we're doing wrong, what we're doing right, And yeah, that's going to be our plan for the future. We're just going to dive in every single class of car, every single car on the game, pull them out to a fairly simple track. I think, what was that track? That track was pretty decent. Kyalami. Yeah, Kyalami is a pretty good test bench. Yeah, Kyalami is pretty decent. It's got a nice mix of corners, fast, slow. It's got a hairpin, all that. Do they have Fuji in here? I'm not sure. Spa is decent as well. We're just going to find a common ground. We're going to figure out all the force feedback for all the cars. And you know what? I'm going to also catalog everything. So if anyone else needs help, I'm just going to share it with y'all. If y'all need to figure out what is a good or a decent enough workable force feedback setting for any given car, we will have it on standby. But I think it also matters what hardware you're using as well. And I think that's the biggest problem the hardware variety, that is why they've given us the option, the freedom to adjust these force feedback settings to our own preferences, right? All the hassle just to keep the system open, right? It's a bit too much of a hassle, I think. I would prefer if the game just gave us a bit of a benchmark, a starting point. Right now, the starting point just feels too generic. It works good for the older cars, but works terribly for like the modern hypercars and GT3s, for instance. So there is too much of a discrepancy between that default preset. Whereas instead, I think what would work better is a default preset for each class of car. That might be something they could consider, right? Yeah, exactly. Like just like I said, JB, your force feedback is going to be different because you're on a G29, belt driven, gear driven, direct drive. There's tons different kinds of direct drives. You got 5, 9, 12, 15, 20, 25, 35 Newton meter wheels. It's all going to be different. It's all going to feel a little bit different. And then there's the in-game, the on-sim software setup as well. All that comes into mix. As of now, I admit I don't know how it all integrates together. All I know is we found a decent enough preset on the Simagic software itself. We've been fiddling around with some presets in the vehicle setup. I think the one that felt good for me was, I think, the Supra. The Supra felt good. The Panoz Esperante felt really good. The AMG GT3, once I kind of dialed it in, it felt okay. Like I had to dial it a bit more, but it was okay. I felt like, okay, I'm getting there. But definitely off the bat, I can easily tell the old cars are where this game shines. The older cars are where this game shines. But still, gosh, you need so much work just to get them feeling right. You really have to do a lot of work. So that's why I said this game is not for the casual player. This is for the hardcore sim racer. People who have time, people who have the time and effort, who are willing to put in that effort to actually figure this out and then share them with the community. That's where I come in. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to contribute to the community. We're going to start, I don't know, we're going to start with the GT4 because I like GT4s and they're fun. And we already had a good baseline of the Supra, so I figured let's just do that. My old boss setup was insane. God damn, I'm assuming full on sim and everything. Also, Bill, thank you for the follow. I just noticed that. Appreciate it. There are already some car setups you can download from the official site. Oh, is it so? Official site as in the Project Moto Racing site? Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out tomorrow. As for tomorrow, we're gonna put PMR on the back burner for a little bit because tomorrow's Thursday. Tomorrow's off stream day. On Friday, we're gonna be jumping into Race Room to do some last minute practice before my big Sepang 1000 kilometers endurance race at Sepang. Ironically, it's a Race Room virtual endurance race of 1,000 kilometers around Sepang happening at Sepang, the IRL Sepang. So while the IRL Sepang 1,000 kilometers is happening, I'm going to be doing the fake Sepang 1,000 kilometers. How cool is that? Huh? That's pretty cool, huh? We're going to be doing that. We're going to be driving the TCR cars, 2017 Zonda Civic. Zonda Civic. Yep. So I need to get my pace in, get my laps in, make sure I'm locked in for a long stint. And tomorrow, I think in my own time, I'm going to do a bit of data gathering for PMR as well on my own time. A bit of LMU as well. On Sunday, we're doing the 24 hours of Le Mans on LMU. We're driving the Porsche. I found some folks online to do it with. So yeah, it's going to be a loaded weekend. I'll tell you that. So stay tuned. But rest assured, once this hectic weekend is over, we will get right back into PMR next week. First things first, and let's get cracking. Let's figure the game out. And I'm hoping they release some patches soon to improve some quality of life things. You know, get the UI and the menu working. I hope Simagic also releases a patch soon for SimPro, a PMR specific preset. Registration closed, I presume? Not really. There's only 10 slots and there's only like half of it. The registration fees is $1,000, man. Who's gonna pay $1,000 to drive a fake car? That's insane. It's a team-based thing, but still, $1,000 is insane. So yeah, they are struggling to find teams, in fact, to be honest. Anyway, I think I've done yapping enough. Thank you all for being here. It's been enlightening. I don't usually do this. I don't usually do. This is my first time ever doing a first review of the stream. We're gonna keep this running. I'm gonna use the same title. Right. This is gonna be. I'm going to try my best to make this the most comprehensive overview of what PMR is. So I think today we cleared a lot of points. I just need to process my thoughts, honestly. And like I said, I need to rewatch the VOD. I need to take some notes. During our 2-hour critique session, I think a lot of points were brought up, right? But as of now, for what it is, for what exists, for what we can see, play, and experience, promising, but not quite enough. Closing words. Promising, but not quite enough. Still needs a lot of work. Still needs a lot of work. Unlike AC Evo or AC Rally, those games just have the fundamentals great out of the box. You can just drive on them. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to race. You just have to take a car, take a track, drive, and it's fun. In this, doing that is a bit of a hassle. You have to fine-tune the force feedback, to fine-tune the settings. There's so much work. You have to find the fun. You have to find the fun. In some ways, you could say it is the Starfield of sim racing. Yeah, the fun comes like 10 hours after. 10 hours after you've figured everything out, you've grinded the crap out of everything. Oh boy, but you know what? I'm optimistic. Fingers crossed, I hope they turn this around. They better, because I spent a small fortune on this. They better. Dear Project Moto team, whoever's working on the game, clearly y'all have something y'all are passionate about. This looks great, right? But I hope y'all really buckle down, because I may be a little bit forgiving, but the sim racing community as a whole is not. So I hope y'all really get your act together, get your priorities straight. And they did say they are coming up with the roadmap soon. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes in the roadmap. I am less interested to see more content. I can't be bothered at this point for more content. I think the content is fine. They just have to make whatever content that already exists workable. Make it work well, make it run well. AI. Please, you really gotta step up the AI. The AI is more A than I right now. It's more artificial than intelligent. It's kind of, yeah. Please, you can't have your core identity of your game hanging in the balance of a messed up AI that can barely hold itself together. That's a recipe for disaster. Not a good look, game. Not a good look. Yeah, just throwing my thoughts here and there. The VOD will be up. You can skip through the VOD to check up anything as well. I'll try to take some notes. And yeah, as I mentioned, our short-term project is going to be really try to make some setups for feedback setups for every single car in the game. That's going to be immediate priority for now. Once we are done with this journey, then we can enjoy the game. We can just jump in the car. We already force feedback is dialed in. Just jump in the car, drive, enjoy. Right. So hopefully by the time we're done with this, they've released an AI patch. They've released a career mode patch. They've released all the necessary quality of life patches. Hopefully. Here's hoping. Fingers crossed, everyone. Type fingers all in all caps in the chat. Fingers. Fingers in all caps in chat. In hopes that they will work on this game. Thank you for being here. It's been fun. Nevertheless, I think it's been wild, but fun nonetheless. Let's see if we can rate anyone. Let's see if anyone I know is streaming Project Moto Racing. While I'm on this, right, I just gotta say, one thing I really want to praise, the music. Very good. The music, very good. Very, very good. I'm liking the music a lot. The music is genuinely enjoyable. Like, it's calming. I'm getting the not quite Gran Turismo vibe, but it's a more serious, motorsport. I'm trying to make it big. I'm the underdog. There's some, orchestra. It's like I'm watching like a movie trailer. It's epic. It's building you up. I hope the gameplay fits the music eventually. Yeah, let's see it work. Let's see it work. Oh, you know what? I'm seeing a new fellow over here. Also streaming Project Moto Racing. Who do we got? Let's see. Shall we drop and raid? I'm honestly baffled how so many people are jumping into multiplayer when the game clearly has its fundamentals all wonky. I'm honestly surprised. All right, let's see. How do I raid? Let's raid. Let us do a raidy shady. Let's see. Who do we raid? Who do we raid? Who do we raid? I'm just gonna see on the Project Moto Racing list. If there's anyone in here, maybe we just jump in. Damn, GM, Gamer Muscle is going hot. Gamer Muscle is going hot. Oh, I love it. Look at that. Out of all the Project Moto Racing streamers, we're like on the second top row. We're like sixth in the discovery queue. Love that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That was exactly what I was expecting. Feels great. Feels great to be seen. I hope to see you all soon for more Project Moto madness. Let's jump in, shall we? Yeah, I think we found someone to raid. Let's jump in. I'm taking a gamble on this raid too. I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm wanging it. I'm wanging it. Here we go. Can we do it? Up, up, up. There we go. Let's hop in. Let's drop a raid. Let's say hi. Let's see what the common consensus is. They're stuck in the multiplayer menu. Oh no. Different priorities, right? I really want to focus on the single player aspect of the game. I really do. Before I do anything else. But we'll see. We'll see. I think everyone has their own priorities, their own interests. Let's see what the consensus is like. Let's jump over to the Maxime. Yep, Maxime. Bill, thank you for the guidance. Thank you for sharing the guide with us. That's honestly very helpful. I need to study it a bit more, watch some videos. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. I'll check out the resources like you said. Thank you for sharing the link as well. We had also Mr. Turtle, who helped me out, Turtle Dad, for helping me out with the force feedback early on as well, with some advice. And everyone else who stopped by, who said hi, really, really appreciate you stopping by. Stay tuned for next week. After my 2 big races on the weekend are over, we will jump back into PMR and do some more grinding, figure out the game, make it work well. Find the fun. So far, promising, not yet enough. Till then, take care, stay safe, stay hydrated. Lots of love to all of you. Honestly, it's been great. I will see you all soon.